Please, ma'am, please start. Thank you.
Okay. Is continue to? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yes. This today is the World Teacher Days. It's being held every year on October 5. Teacher leading in crisis and reimagining the future. The way you teach, the knowledge you share, the care you take, the love you shower, make you the world's best teacher. Happy World Teacher Day for everyone. Personally, I look very much forward to hearing about quality education and research, especially the exchange of learning and sharing in education and academics. Concluding, I wish you in the name of International Conference on Teacher Effectiveness and Digital Capabilities, key of quality education and research, a successful and enlightening conference. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you so much, Vanida Trinson, for your beautiful message and welcome note. Now I'm requesting our very most respectable and very resourceful Dr. Anil Reddy sir, kindly to introduce our dignitaries.
Thank you, Dr. Srutasini ma'am. Namaskar, Vandanam, Sat Sri Akal, Kuble, Sibun, Kumno. Good morning to one and all. Happy International World Teachers Day. Today's president of today's function, Dr. Sanya Sasong sir, and Professor Nombri ma'am, our dean, chief guest Professor Chirapat Prapandavidya sir, and guest of honor Chavalit sir, and Professor Dikshit sir, IQAC director Nehu, and IQAC coordinator Vartakur sir, Moran College, Mithali Kawar, principal Moran College, Professor Ibadani Siam ma'am, HOD Department of Education Nehu, and dynamic coordinators Vanida ma'am and Dr. Srutaswini Gogoi madam, and all our well-wishers, teachers and participants. Good morning to one and all. Actually, today is a very special day. After seeing the Professor Chirapat Prapandavidya sir at the age of 82 is just a replication or image of Lord Buddha. I can see. Lord Buddha told, I am a man of philosophy. I am BSc Maths, Physics, Chemistry, Philosophy, ICT and Education. Laziness is the shortcut route for death. So the way sir is working, even 1:30 sir has a appointment in the maybe royal family. Always like to work. I don't want to go for formalities. These are many things we are learning informal way. Professor Dikshit sir morning 7:30 I called. So we are always very dynamic, extraordinary. 24 hours time is same for all, whether citizen of Thailand, citizen of India, USA, UK, but how we are. So it really very, very good. I have I'm very happy. There are so many things to share with all of you. Here, just we approached Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University for collaboration. We want to do something because I am a man of ICT. Till date, I completed 411 MOOC courses around the globe from 80 universities. I have excellent, extraordinary knowledge, attitude, skills, capacity, competency. I want to share with all of you. So this here, Sanya sir is a dean. After visiting your website, I found it was established in 1924, sir. It's a very, very old university. maybe is going to celebrate, I think, a centenary within 3 years. Now 21, we are within 3 years is they are going to celebrate that. Such a wonderful university to collaborate. We are grateful to you, and especially very dynamic and beautiful Anida madam, coordinator, who will come from a junior to senior. Really, we are grateful to you, ma'am. The way Dr. Swatasni Gogoi, ma'am, informed about you, how you are working. Even I am going through, I am not your friend list in your Facebook, but I am going through your Facebook, how you are NCC or some extra co-curricular activities also you are doing. And Professor Cherapat sir is the third time I am meeting. Really, it's a very, very wonderful person. Sir is Professor Dikshit sir. I am requesting Professor Cherapat Prabandha Vidya sir to our Nehu. We can invite. Sir is a mediator for all people, those who are moving from India to Thailand on education purpose. Sir is I think, is a bridge for Thailand and India. So it is our fortunate, even some Thailand scholars are also working, doing PhD under our school of Humanities. Professor Stimlit Dakar, I interacted. Sir, whenever we interact, sir is always asking about their scholars. It shows, sir, attachment. Sir is working through head, heart, and hand. Now I am describing their qualities. Qualifications are different, but application, practice is very, very important. That is why I'm introducing in an innovative way. Today is the World Teachers Day. What type of teacher we want? Smart is a supreme, master, reachable, approachable, and transferable. We want a smart teacher. Professor Cherapat Prabandha Vidya sir, chief guest, I can say, is a smart teacher with the collaboration with Thailand and Silpakan University. Now sir is going to give keynote speech on ICT integrated educational neuroscience. Education 5.0. It is our duty to integrate both human intelligence and artificial intelligence. By seeing sir, sir is teaching through Zoom, sir, Professor Dikshit sir. Why I'm sharing all these things? Still in our NEHU, some of teachers are reluctant. They are not ready to teach through online. But at the age of 82, how dynamics are. By see this sir, the way sir is sitting, you can understand interest, sir. So really, we are grateful to you, sir. I am welcoming the chief guest, Professor Cherapat Prabandha Vidya sir, by bottom of my heart. And here, today's inaugural session, President Sanya Sasang sir, I just heard about you, but when I go through your website, the way you are doing, there are so many departments under your school, and I came to know what we will work together. 1,000-mile journey start with the first step. This is our first step, sir. We want to work more with Thailand, because almost 90 to more than 90% of Thailand population, they follow Buddhism. So India, Nepal, we are the source of Buddhism. We can spread the principles of Buddha, Lord Buddha, to the whole world. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is welcoming each and everyone to visit. Especially, he is giving more importance to Southeast Asia. We have Southeast Asian Study Center is also in Nehu, sir. So we welcome you with a warm welcome to President of the today's function, Sasang sir, Dr. Sasang sir. And today keynote speaker, Professor Sungo ma'am. I don't want to say anything about her because her work itself shows. Work is a best example what type of person she is. She is the best symbol example of an effective teacher. Today's title, Online Teacher Effectiveness and Digital Capabilities for Quality Education and Research. Ma'am produced more than 36. Now still it is continuing PhDs. Ma'am is a coordinator for 4 crore mega project under Ministry of Education. Pandit Madana Mohana Malavya, National Mission on Teachers and Teaching. It is a very, very fortunate we are here. We are going to utilize her services in upcoming in future also. Even I am suggesting to Vanida ma'am and Sasang sir and Chavalit sir, you can utilize Professor Dikshit sir services, Professor Sungo ma'am services for the overall development of education in Thailand. Now the time to work together and live together. Just like in neuroscience, we are wired together, fight together, and wired together. So it is our duty to work together. I welcome keynote speaker Professor S.M. Sungo ma'am, and here special guest Chavalit sir. Sir, I heard about you through Ma'am Srutaswini Gogoi ma'am. You are best friend of Vanida madam. A friend in need is a friend indeed. So you hear always you are helping, and you are going to chair a session also. I think you are very young and dynamic. By seeing face is the mirror of inner feelings. We can read some things, even though you are covered your face with mask, but it is very difficult to cover the sun or moon with anything. I think you are a moon or sun of Thailand. Thank you very much and welcome you, sir. And here, Professor Dikshit, sir. I know about him, but I met on the first time August 15th, our Independence Day. Then onwards, we are keep in touch. Very busy, but always keeping smile. So Santosam Sagambalam, my mother tongue is Telugu. Sir is always happy. You can see Sir is always smiling. So it gives energy and it welcomes. The smart I told, approachable. But I am sorry to say on this special occasion, I want to share the negative education also. One of our NEHU professors is always very serious. Whenever I have seen him, I am always running away from him. So it is very difficult. So my humble request to all teachers, please be good, say good, do good. That is the way to God. Money comes and goes, but morality comes and grows. Good and bad, pain and pleasure, all these originate within man, not outside. The past is beyond recovery. We are not sure of the future. The given moment is the right time, do right action. Today is the right occasion, Old Teachers Day. It is time to and quality. Sir is the right person as a guest, chief guest, special guest, or guest of honor, whatever you can see, guest. So IQAC director, sir is extraordinarily working for the upliftment of Northeastern Hill University. Even we can collaborate with the foreign universities also, sir. Australia, UK, USA, they have teaching learning centers. So through my MOOC courses, I came to know many things. We'll work together. Warm welcome to Professor Dikshit sir, IQAC Director, NEHU, and Professor of Geology, NEHU. And Coordinator, Professor Vartakur sir. I interacted with him. I visited 2019, October 25th, 26th, because I have good memory. I visited Moran College as a resource person on blended learning approach. I met so many teachers there. This is the time to blend. 100% traditional learning is also not good. 100% online learning is also not good. It is our duty to blend both, sir. So I welcome Professor Dr. Vartakur sir, Coordinator, IQAC, Moran College. Now the very, very special guest of honor, Professor Nomri ma'am, our dean, very simplest dean in NEHU and executive member. Ma'am never say, ma'am is suggesting something, but I always say I will follow, but I never follow. I always going based on my plan only, because I want to do more work within a limited time. That is why sometimes communication gap. So, but ma'am never express any aggressiveness, always reachable and approachable. My humble, warm and heartful welcome to Professor Nomri madam, and here Chavalits. So I think Professor Cherapat sir has other assignment. Without taking much time, I welcome Dr. Srutaswini Gogoi ma'am. I know her since 2019, same October 25th onwards. We are working together all for academic purpose and upliftment of both Moran College and NEHU. So like mind is very, very in heart. Head, heart, hand, and hukum. Sikh philosophy uses 4H. It is the time to integrate all these things. I'm very fortunate being a friend and a philosopher like Dr. Srutaswini Gogoi madam and Mithali Kovar ma'am, principal of Moran College. She is also extraordinary person. She speaks less, contact less, but she always keep motivating Dr. Srutaswini Gogoi madam to work for the development of organization. That is why we started just only taking 1 minute. We inaugurated 100 program, a series of 100 programs every Saturday Indian time 9:30 to 12:30 we are organizing. Professor Dikshit sir was also there. Last Saturday we initiated. We are going to do many courses, many programs with other universities of foreign countries. Next, if possible, I am requesting Professor Chirapat sir. You are a man of scholars. Both here, one more thing I want to share with the Professor Dikshit sir. Chirapat sir is the first person did PhD in Sanskrit from Thailand, sir. And he received award also from Venkaiah Naidu, present Vice President of India. So with the help of Professor Chirapat sir, we want to do more. Every Saturday, you can suggest any college, any university from your country, because our Honorable Prime Minister of India giving more importance to connect Southeast Asian countries, especially Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and Bhutan, Myanmar, all these countries we want to. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we love all, we live together. That is our concept. And Professor Ibadani CMM, last but not least, so she is the one of the best human being, very simplistic HOD. Always, even I can say no to her directly. Few minutes back, ma'am texted, I need whatever programs you completed, please give before 12. Sorry, ma'am, I can't give. After 3 only I have program. In that way, I'm always be open. So be moral, be ethical. This is the only motto for all the teachers and participants here. If you are ethically right, if you are morally right, no one can question you. Just behave like a water and air natural principle. With this small invitation, I'm welcoming each and everyone. It is very difficult to call name one by one, but my heartful welcome to each and all. Now over to Dr. Srutaswini Gogoi ma'am to welcome today's chief guest address. I am ready to share screen for sir. Please, over to Dr. Srutaswini Gogoi ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving introduction in detailed manner. And good morning and very happy World Teachers Day, sir. Shrepat, sir. So, sir is the legendary person of Thailand. He is the first Sanskrit scholar. So, may I request, sir, kindly to address, give your encouraging comments for us, and kindly to encourage all our participants and enrich our this inaugural session. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir, you are audible.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the 3 institution that is RAJABHAT Chiang Mai University, Moran College, and Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, for organizing this august gathering of scholars from different parts of the world, which is not an easy job. I also thankful to Dr. Srutaswini Gogoi and Dr. Reddy, who kindly invited me to join this inauguration session of the conference. As a senior academic person, I would like to encourage other institutions to imitate the coordination and cooperation between institutions, especially from India and Thailand, to have this kind of meeting, so that you can invite any people from any part of the world to join. I myself is the user of the online teaching media for more than 2 years now, during the pandemic, COVID pandemic situation. I find it a blessing for me because in Bangkok, it's easy for me to teach from home instead of going through the busy traffic problem in Bangkok. So also a blessing for the student who also can study anytime at home. And we have to work hard anyway because we cannot teach from face to face. Otherwise, anyway, I don't have any problem teaching online because my subject is Sanskrit. I have enough textbook online so that I can use that technique online, so to refer to any book from the internet. So thankful to for your kindness, kind word from Dr. Reddy talking about me. Even though I'm 80 years old, but I'm still active teaching. So if we can use the online teaching media, we can always do our work without obstruction. So I wish that the cooperation between university, especially from Northeast India, and the academic institution in Thailand should be more closer and closer. I have visited ASSAM a number of times. I feel that I've been home because ethnically and linguistically we are very close. If we can also organize some conference, even in the field of ethnicity and also in linguistically, it will be more useful for both the country, especially the northern people of Thailand and northeastern people of Thailand is very close to the home people linguistically and ethnically. So I hope that in the future there will be more channel that we can cooperate between different institutions from Northeast India and institution in Thailand. And this also will serve the purpose of the Look East policy of India and Look West policy of Thailand to be effective. Thank you very much once again for inviting me to join this conference, and I wish that the successful activity of the conference. Thank you very much, and hope to meet you once again, all the scholars from all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so much, sir. We'll play your share your PPT with all of our participants later, sir. Maybe you have some other program. We prepared on 20 slides with ICT integrated education neuroscience. So regarding many other aspects of Vedic, Mahabharata, Ramayana, even Buddhism, what it says about mental health.
Yeah. We are very
I will
close.
share on behalf of you. I'm going to share with the participants, sir.
Yeah. Actually, we are very close. Liberally also, we have the influence of Ramayana and Mahabharata in Thailand and others literary work that we also know very much of India. Art and religion from India is very much influential in Thailand.
Thank you, sir. Your presence really made us very much happy. You are role model for us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your work is worship. You are the best and example for all, sir. Thank you so much. We are expressing our gratitude from bottom of our hearts, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry that I have another meeting, so I have to leave.
No, no, sir. Please, sir. That's why, sir. Thank you so much, sir. See you again, sir.
Thank you.
Over to Sratoswini, madam.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
For your presence.
Swasini.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Now, I'm going to request Dr. Sanya Sasong, that Dean School. So actually, sir has some the assignment, because of that we given him the first preference. And now I'm going to request Associate Professor Dr. Sanya Sasong, sir, President, Dean Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, CHIANG RAJABHAT University, Thailand. Sir, I'm requesting you kindly to deliver your presidential address and make us amazed with your note. And we are really very happy to have you with us today. And really, we need this type of activities with you, with your department, and with your university. Sir, warm welcome to you. And now I'm requesting Dr. Sanya Sasang, sir, for your presidential address.
Thank you very much. Dean of the faculty, heads of Department of Philosophy and IQAC MORAN College, MORANHAT, ASSAM, and Departments of Education and IQAC Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya, India. Faculty members and researchers of Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University. Thank you everyone for being here with us today. I am very pleased to welcome and meet all of you here at this valuable and fruitful international academic conference. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Department of Philosophy and IQAC MORAN College, MORANHAT, ASSAM, and Department of Education and IQAC Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya, India, and also Faculty of Humanity and Social Science, Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University, to run the facilities this international academic conference successfully. We could not have done it without all of you. Today, I will be fun and full of upcoming learning activities. I don't want to take too much of your time. I am sure online teacher effectiveness and digital capability, key for quality education and research, will help us progress and achieve our goals and be more productive and more efficient learner. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Over
Thank
to
you so much,
Sratoswini
sir.
Gogoi, ma'am.
Now I'm going to request our Professor C. Nangri, ma'am, guest of honor. Today is inaugural session. Professor C. Nangri, ma'am, Dean, School of Education, Nepal, India. Already, the sir has introduced how she is a simple and very helpful and very genuine person. So I'm requesting Nangri, ma'am, today's guest of honor, kindly to make us happy and blissful with your nice words.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gogoi, for that warm invitation. Professor Cherapat Prapandia, Selpacom University, who is the chief guest of this function and who has, inspired us with his speech and his active participation in the academic programs in spite of, being an elderly person. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Chitrupat Reddy, Professor S.M. Sumo, Senior Faculty and former Dean, Professor A.S. Dixit, IQAC Director of NEHU, Professor ICM, the Head Department of Education, NEHU Shillong, Professor Sanya Satsong, the President of this function, Dr. Wania Tueng Sang, CMRU for, being the coordinator of this program, Dr. Kokoi, Dr. Mitali Kokoi, the principal, Dr. Kokoi, the very active and pleasing coordinator, which we have been coordinating all the program, and Dr. N.A. Reddy, the dynamic host of this program and of many other programs, and my esteemed colleagues and dear participants. It is really a pleasure and a privilege for me to be associated with this program in this very important day of International Teachers International Day. So I wish and best greetings to each and everyone. Happy International Teachers Day to everyone. It is no secret that effective teachers are paramount to effective learning in a classroom. And in the case of online studies, the teaching principles and methods they use are even more important. Now, how to be an effective online teacher for for quality education and research. The digital classroom, as we all know, brings it a range of unknown and unexplored territory, mostly in part of its relative newness when compared to traditional teaching methods. According to the UNESCO, 1.5 billion students around the world were engaged in remote learning at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020. Some students were able to access the internet to do so, but as we all know, this is really a challenge for the students, particularly in this part of the country or in the remote part of the country. So not all have access to internet. The majority of the students around the world and also in a country were able to have the more smartphone, to have tablets, laptops, or desktop. The instructors, some with no previous experience of teaching online or at a distance, discovered new approaches to teaching and learning, and imaginative work was undertaken to overcome the very real challenges this current reality gives rise to. While some students return to campus and in-person learning, back to something resembling normal may not occur until some point of time in 2021, 2022, or later, but not before that. Faculty are exploring what online teaching reality means for them. What is the new pedagogy of online teaching at scale really like? What does engaged learning look like in this new environment? How can online learning produce outstanding learning experiences. The finding of the study that was done in the Center for the Study of Learning and Performance at Concordia University show that faculty began to experiment with personal challenges, small group work, project-based learning, and the recording of short videos. They began to explore pedagogy, the science and art of instruction based on design. Major changes in the way we teach is really the clearly specified. What is clear is major changes in the way we teach our students. And these are triggers by the sudden immersion of many into online learning. As a result of COVID-19 and the new technology that increase flexibility in and access to post-secondary education. Indeed, we can already see institutions exploring the implication of these developments for programs and course delivery beyond the pandemic. In looking at what is being learned and the implication for students, faculty, staff, and institutions, the study highlights several key developments in online learning and how they impact our understanding of pedagogy. More than 100 examples of application of these developments in innovation in colleges and university in Ontario, across Canada, and internationally, and 7 questions to be considered about the implications of changes in pedagogy and student learning. Now, when we look at the key developments that trigger this new pedagogy, we can see the changes in society. The students' expectation and technology were already motivating the university and the college faculty and instructor to rethink pedagogy and teaching methods before the pandemic. New demands of a knowledge-based society. There are a number of separate factors at work in the knowledge-based society. The first is a continuing development of new knowledge, making it difficult to compress all students need to know within the limited time span of a course. This means helping students to manage knowledge, how to find, analyze, evaluate, and apply knowledge as it constantly shifts and grows. The second factor is the increased emphasis on applying knowledge to meet the demands of the 21st century society using skills such as critical thinking, independent learning, the use of relevant information technology, software, and data within the discipline and also across the discipline. The development of such skills requires active learning in rich and complex environment. Thirdly, it means educating students with the skills to manage their own learning throughout life so they can continue to learn after graduation. Now, another development is the new students' expectation. Student demographics have been changing for some considerable time. More mature students, more students combining work and study, more students looking for flexible learning options. Then the new technologies, continuing advances in digital technologies, social media and mobile devices such as smartphone and tablets give the end user, the students, much more control over access to and the creation and sharing of knowledge. Fast changing world of work, as the nature of the work changes, more project-based work, flattened organizational structure, new human technology relationship, more global network and supply chain. Then the need for skills development and learning on the job become clear. Now, after we see the new development, some of the new development, then we also have the key elements which are contributing to the development of this new pedagogy. As faculty and instructor become more familiar with digital technology for teaching and learning, pedagogical responses and strategies are emerging. The 7 developments listed below impacted on how teaching is structured and how and where learning happens. One is blended learning. Until recently, there was a clear dichotomy between classroom-based teaching, often supplemented by technology, a learning management system, and a digital resources and fully online teaching in which an entire course is provided online. Then we have collaborative approaches to the construction of knowledge, building communities of inquiry and practice. From the early days of online learning, there was emphasis on enabling students to construct knowledge through questioning, discussion, sharing of perspective and sources, analysis of resources from multiple sources, and instructive feedback. Social media encouraged the development of communities of practice. Then the use of multimedia and open educational resources, or OER, increasingly open educational resources in the form of short lectures, animation, simulation, virtual labs, virtual worlds, and many other formats enable instructors and students to access and apply knowledge in a wide variety of ways. The increased students control their choice and independence can now access a variety of content free of charge from multiple sources via the internet. They can choose alternative interpretation, areas of interest, and even sources of accreditation. Students have tools such as smartphones and video cameras to collect digital examples, and data can be edited and used in students' work. Then another development is anywhere, anytime, and any size learning. The development of any size learning is seen in the creation of smaller modules that can be built or aggregated into certificates, diploma, or even full degrees. Mobile learning with smartphone, tablets, and other devices is the basis of anywhere, anytime learning provided through online learning. And the new forms of assessment, digital learning can leave a permanent trace in the form of students' contribution to online discussion and e-portfolios through the collection, storing, and assessment of a student multimedia online activities, peer assessment which involves students in a review of each other's work, providing useful feedback that may be used in revision of documents and a better understanding issues. Self-directed and non-formal online learning. While a minority of students may be fully capable of managing their own learning and have a long history of self-directed and non-formal learning in adult education, recent developments such as OER and MOOCs provide many more potential students with support and encouragement for self-directed or non-formal learning. So 3 emerging pedagogical trends clearly indicates these development, which are some of the common ones. A move to opening up learning, making it more accessible and flexible, an increased sharing of power between the instructor and the students, and an increased use of technology. So what does this imply? It implies that there is a groundswell of change taking place in teaching methods. The experience of remote teaching in the pandemic is also being closely watched. For example, of innovative and for failures from which we can learn, and already some insights are beginning to emerge, especially as it relates to design. The impact on teaching and course design. A new pedagogy is intrinsically linked to teaching practice and strategies for course design, delivery, and assessment. And the impact that it has on the student learning is the key component of an emerging pedagogy, with their success as a goal of all efforts. Technological choice. Aligning pedagogy, subject matter, assessment, and student access and success with appropriate technology, software, and online strategy is the ongoing challenge of online teaching and learning. In conclusion, we know we are learning a lot during the period of physical distancing and lockdown, and the period of learning is, in many ways, just beginning. What happens next is still an evolving story, but all of us in higher education need to prepare for a different future. Thank you so much once again for this opportunity, and I wish all the best to all the participants and convey my sincere greetings to each and everyone on this very important day, the International Teachers' Day. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very sincere, very heartful and informative speech. Really, we are very grateful to you. Now I'm going to request one of our special guests today, Mr. Savali Kotsili. He's the Deputy Head of Department, Curriculum and Instruction, Faculty of Education, Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University, Thailand. So we are very happy and feeling lucky to have you with us today. And now I'm requesting you to please express few lines for us, because we're very happy to have you today with us.
You can speak, sir. You are now unmuted. You can speak, sir.
Please make him co-host, sir. Yes.
You can talk, sir. You can talk.
And we are very thankful to Juanita Tensang also for introducing such a nice person with us.
Tavalit, sir, no need to do anything. You are already unmuted. You can speak. Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chavarit Costly. Yeah. Yeah. How? Good morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I warm welcome all of your international conference. May I introduce myself? My name is Chavarit Costly, Lecturer, Department of Curriculum and Instruction, CNI, Faculty of Education, Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University in Thailand. Today, Person Conference Chairperson Techniques, Section 2. Today, I feel happy welcome everyone. You with respects. As present, we are entering the digital disruption era. It is the fact that the COVID-19 situation causing us to have to adjust change Western is the new normal to the next normal. The dimension of education are the same. It says we found that there was the change in pedagogy, especially compulsory education and the basics education in Thailand. The curriculum must be developed at the same time, especially the current curriculum is standard-based curriculum to the change to the competency-based curriculum. Thailand Device Education 2013 towards Sustainable Development Goal or SDG Pro is aimed to executives and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your nice few lines for us. I'm going to request our beloved Professor ASSAM Sundar ma'am, former Dean, School of Education, India. Actually, ma'am is an asset for NEHU, and ma'am is very active, very energetic, and very helpful person. And I came to know from NWD sir how your work is amazing, actually. So now I'm requesting our Professor ASSAM Sundar ma'am kindly to deliver your keynote speech. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Please continue.
Yeah, you're audible.
Thank you, Dr. Gogoi, for giving me this opportunity. Respected dignitaries, Professor Chirapat, Professor Sinong Bri, Professor A.S. Dixit, Dr. Sania Sasom, Dr. Vanida, Dr. Reddy, all my esteemed colleagues, participants, I would like to wish all of you a very happy International World Teachers Day. Now, I've been asked to speak on the online teacher effectiveness and digital capabilities, keys for quality education. So I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I hope the deliberations that you will be having within these 2 days will be beneficial for everyone. And I'm sure that this is a time where we need to deliberate upon the teaching effectiveness of each and every institution or in all the universities. So when we talk about teaching, the challenges of the teaching professions are not easy. At best, the task is very difficult, but at worst, it may be close to impossible. Do you agree with me? However, teachers are expected to reach unattainable goals with inadequate tools. So the miracle is that at times they accomplish this impossible task. Though the outcome of teaching may be unsatisfying if students do not learn all what you would like them to learn, the experience of teaching others is very satisfying. So, compared to all other professions, the work of the teacher matters the most. After all, the drive to become educated, to inquire into the nature of the world, is what distinguishes human beings from other life forms in this planet. So the teacher, more than any professional, should be centrally concerned with facilitating this highest human need. So teachers, are to control the behavior of students. Of course, we also have to show and modify our behavior accordingly. When we talk about teachers' behavior, we need to also understand how can we mold and shape the behavior of the students. In the classroom, what do? give assignments, we give them directions. They in return ask us questions and judge the rightness or wrongness, and we teachers judge the rightness and wrongness of the students' response. So what do? We lecture and occasionally demonstrate what teachers, or rather students, are to do. So sometimes, we praise some students for the right answers or good work, and sometimes we prod, we chastise, and at times even humiliate. Some teachers even humiliate others in the hope that their work will improve. So at the end of the year, of course, they know and decide who has to pass and who has to fail. So I would like to ask each one of us listening now, is teaching the sum total of the overt behavior that students have observed in their teachers? Clearly not. I say clearly not. Teaching is, much more complex. Teaching involves much more than simply performing certain behaviors in front of a group of students. The hallmark of a truly professional teacher then is the skill and sensitivity with which he or she maintains this dialogue and draws upon it to become more effective. So when you talk about good teaching or effective teaching, good teaching or effective teaching is much about passion as it is about reason. Don't you agree with me? It is not only about motivating students to learn, but teaching them how to learn and doing so in a manner that is relevant, meaningful, and also memorable. So it is about caring for our craft, having a passion for it, and conveying that passion to everyone, more importantly to our students. So it's about doing our best in or field, reading resources inside and outside our area of expertise, and being a leading edge as soon as possible. So knowledge, we all know, should not be confined to scholarly journals only. It is also about bridging the gap between theory and practice. So teaching is nothing about, teaching is about listening, questioning, being responsive, and also remembering. Now we talk about teaching as an art. We talk about teaching as an art because it blends knowledge. Teaching is an art of blending knowledge, art, science, and creativity. So it constitutes a number of verbal and non-verbal acts. So the set of related behaviors of teaching acts aims at specific objectives and performs with an intention to facilitate students' learning. A professional teacher should identify what are the skills needed and should practice and master those skills. So professionals always have, we have seen many professionals having some kind of mastery of skills which are present in them, which they have acquired through maybe special training and practice. So the knowledge of skills is also very helpful in order to become an effective teacher. So in this slide, you will see what is the meaning of teaching. So we can say that teaching is an act. You kind of you're being an actor or an actress in front of your students. So it is a behavior of activities of persons, and it is an arrangement of contingencies or reinforcements. And when we teach, we need to know how to communicate with our students. What do we communicate with our students? How do we become effective? It is through through transacting the content, relating the facts, ideas, and also using different skills and techniques to make teaching effective. All right, now we go to the next slide. Now we will talk about the qualities of effective teacher. Now in this slide, you will see the qualities of effective teacher. Now, here when we talk about effectiveness, how effective are you? Are you good in communication? Do you think you are able to communicate with your students? Do you have mastery over your content? This is very important, isn't it? So What is our background as a teacher? The background of a teacher, these are the prerequisites of effective teaching. Like for example, here you can see in the slide, good communication, content knowledge, mastery of the subject, educational coursework, teacher certification, teaching experience. Now these are the prerequisites of effective teaching. And there's always a first time for each and every teacher, isn't it? But through our experience, we become better every day. So the background of the teacher, we need some background, background, that means mastery of the subject, and we need to be qualified to be called a teacher. So who is a teacher as a person? These are some of the qualities that the teacher needs to have: enthusiastic, adaptable, dedicated, knowledgeable, competent, confident, hardworking, fair, caring, patient, passionate, understanding, sympathetic, creative. We can go on and on and on and on, isn't it? So, as a teacher, we need to always be positive. Don't have any negativity with you. As a teacher, you will be facing a lot of challenges, but these challenges can be curbed if we are able to practice and make it a habit to have that positivity in us. So what is actually the job and responsibility of the teacher? Our responsibility is on management and organization. So we need to organize instruction. When we go to the classroom, whether it be online or offline, we need to organize our teaching. We need to plan how to teach. We need to see what will be the objectives of our teaching, what will be the learning outcomes of our students. Once we are able to plan, I'm sure we can become an effective teacher. Now, we need to also monitor students' progress and their potentials. Students have a lot of potentials. Inside the classroom, you will see a variety of students coming from different backgrounds, coming from different cultural backgrounds. And, they come with, you will find children with different abilities. So these abilities needs to be tapped. We can see what abilities these children have, what abilities do your students have inside the classroom, and we can implement instruction accordingly. All right, Amar, you can go to the next slide now. All right, so now we have talked about the qualities of teaching. Now, we have three types of teaching here. As you can see here, there are three types of teaching. We have the collective teaching, we have the individual teaching, we have the indirect teaching. You can use these teaching both online and offline, or even in the blended mode. So, when I talked, I'm referring to both, okay, online and offline. So, I'm just talking about the effectiveness of a teacher. So, these are the types of teaching that can be incorporated by the teacher. We have the collective teaching. Collective learning or learning is in the form of group, as we all know. There are many strategies for this type of learning, and collaborative learning is better than individual learning, we all have seen. So whereas when we say collective refers to the power of the groups of teachers or individual teachers, and teacher centers the expertise of classroom practitioners rather than school teachers or outside educators. So when we talk about these types of teaching, you can select which type of teaching you can make use of inside your classroom, or even online or offline, or even blended. See, for blended, we can have this indirect teaching. Now, we also have the teaching approaches. Now, we can see that there are two teaching approaches here. I have mentioned the teacher-centered approach and also the learner-centered approach. So, what type of approaches are we using inside the classroom? See, when we looked at the teacher-centered approach, we have the subject matter centered, teacher-dominated, individualistic, indirect, guided. But when we look at the learner-centered approach, it is interactive, constructive, integrative, collaborative, and direct. So, you can make use of both these approaches. It is not necessary for you to use only learner-centered or only teacher-centered. You can blend these two together. You can blend these approaches together. And when you blend these approaches together, then we find this experiential learning. We experience ourselves and how we teach, and we also give experience to our learners on the different activities. They interact with each other, they construct ideas, they integrate the ideas which have been brought out by their members in the group. They collaborate, and they can also see what can be done, and they can summarize what they have discussed. So this is a kind of an experiential learning, not only for students, but it is for the teachers. So the teacher experiences these kind of activities, which will help both the teacher and the learner to learn. So this is also one of the ways to bring about teaching effectiveness. All right, can you go to the next, please? Next slide. All right, now to be an effective teacher, what do you do? Now I have just shown you in this slide parameters of effective teaching. Now these are the parameters. If you follow these parameters, I'm sure, 100% sure, that you will be able to become effective teachers. See, first of all, when you go and teach, what do? You have a topic, and after having a topic, you kind of formulate the objectives, and also you see what are the learning outcomes, and what do you think your students will achieve through the online or the offline classes. So when you formulate your objectives, I'm sure most of you have read the Bloom's taxonomy. You read this taxonomy, and you will be able to become more effective if you are well versed with this taxonomy. So I have kept these three domains. In Bloom's taxonomy, we have three domains. One is the cognitive domain, the other one is the affective domain, and the psychomotor domain. We have to formulate objectives which will cater to all these three domains. But usually, in any classroom, we concentrate more on the cognitive domain, where we have different levels of mental abilities which students can use at this cognitive domain. So cognitive domain speaks about the mind, the mental capacity, and nowadays, according to the NEP 2020, it talks about higher order thinking skills like creativity, problem solving, critical thinking, and so on and so forth. So, if you plan in that way, you will be able to take the students to a higher level of thinking, to a higher level of understanding, to a higher level of critically analyzing what you have taught inside the classroom. Then, after you have, formulated the objectives and the learning outcomes, then you can plan. Now you have to plan the lesson. Now when planning the lesson also, you have to filter out what are the important aspects that you need to teach your students. And whatever you teach the students, it should sink into their minds, and not only sink into their minds, but they should be able to critically analyze what you have taught. So this planning is very important. Now, how do you present the plan? Now, you need to present the content. You need to use a mode, whatever mode you use, it depends on you. You need to also show some instructional materials, give them some instructional materials, which will be helpful for them. And then there should also be interaction. That's why I talked to you about the learner-centered and the teacher-centered approaches. So you can use both these approaches in the presentation mode. Then we also have evaluation. Now, when students don't do well, we should not blame our students. We should blame ourselves, isn't it? So, we should evaluate how we have taught our students, whether they are able to understand what we have transacted inside the classroom. And on the basis of this, you can get some feedback from the students. You can see through their tests, through observation, through their tests, through their performance in the classroom. So, in the light of this, you can make some improvement. So these are the parameters of effective teaching. You can call it in short POET, P-O-E-T. All right. Now, can you go to the next slide, please? go to the next slide. Now, when we teach, we need to have, we can divide, to be an effective teacher, we can divide the teaching into 3 parts. We have the pre-instructional skills, we have the instructional skills, and we also have the post-instructional skills. Now you can see here in the pre-instructional skills, what do you have to do? It's just a kind of a planning which you have to do. So these are the skills which are very important, which I have written here. And you also have the instructional skills. We all know that we have different teaching skills, but these are the core teaching skills that you can practice, like probing questions, reinforcement, stimulus variation, explaining, illustrating with examples. And each of these skills will have different components. And when you teach, you can integrate these components or these skills in a way which you want, right? So it depends on the type of teaching, it depends on the type of situation that you are in, it depends on the environment. So you can use these instructional skills in an effective way. And if you use these instructional skills, they will help you to become better teachers. We can have 3-4 classes just on how to master these instructional skills, but at this point of time we do not have that much time. So after this, you can also have these post-instructional skills. Now, what do you have to do? It's a kind of a summary, it's a kind of an observation, it is a kind of evaluation on how you would do after you have taught the class. All right, so these are the 3 important skills which you need to consider before going to the class. It can be either online or offline. Okay, so the next point, please. Now, I would like to ask each one of you a question. What does it mean to teach? Have you asked yourself this question? We teachers can provide all the contents, all facts, dates, formulas, research, theories, stories, and also information. But, we can provide all this. But what is our role? Now, what is our role in the lives of students? Now, if we can provide these things here, is our role obsolete? Students get everything online. We all know. Everything online, right from content, facts, dates, formulas, research, theories, stories, and information. They can get everything online. But what is our role as a teacher? Is our role obsolete then? We ask ourselves, okay? Now you can go to the next slide. Now we will see what happens. All right. Now, students can find information, anything, anywhere, and anytime. You give them information, or if you don't give them information, they can find information from every source, anything, anytime, and anywhere, as you can see in the slide. So I hope you understand what this means. When we give students the opportunity, we become more effective. We just give them the guidance, give them the sources. They will be able to show, and they will be able to reflect upon what they have learned inside the classroom. All right, please go to the next slide. Next slide. All right, now see, when we talk to the students through online, now we find that in many of our institutions, in many of our places, especially in the rural areas, we hardly get we hardly get internet connections. But as a teacher, what can you do? Technology is so vast. Technology has tremendously increased at this present time. Technology has been used optimally by teachers and also by students. So what do we have to do? I have in the earlier slide, I said, what is our role as a teacher? We can also provide sources of information. See, these are the different sources of information that we can provide for our students, so that they will be able to get more knowledge. We will not be able to teach them everything inside the classroom or outside the classroom or online teaching. We cannot teach them everything because we have a specific time, isn't it? But we can offer these sources of information to our students. So these are some of the common common sources that can be used by students in the classroom or in their homes as well. So you can get these sources of information. I'm not very techno savvy, but I find that these are very common, and anybody can use these these sources of information. So what you can do as a teacher, what is your role? You need to provide these sources to your students, especially in the rural areas. Okay, now go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide. Now see, we can also tell our students that we have these different types of sources that are virtually limitless. Now, these are virtually limitless information. You get them from BSNL, Jio, Airtel, Vodafone, and so on and so forth. So whatever you want, whenever they want, wherever they are, whatever they want, whenever they want, wherever they are, they can get sources of information from these different engines. So, the main purpose for us is to provide this information to our students. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Now, sometimes we think that we teachers are the main source of information. No, we should not think that we are the main source of information. No, teachers are no longer the main source of information. So what do we do? How do we teach our students to handle these resources? Students know how to use search engines, and I'm sure many students will know much more than us on how to use these search engines. So these top search engines are to be known to our students. Maybe around 50% will know how to use these search engines, but 50%, especially when we talk about the rural areas, many of our students might not know from which sources do we get the information. So when you teach, right, when you teach offline or online, what you can do is you can give these references on the search engines. Which search engines will you get that information which you are talking about, even in the online or the offline classes? So we can handle students in giving these resources. Now, once we do this, and students, will have more confidence in themselves. They will know. They will get more knowledge about what is being taught online or offline. So, we need to help students to know how to use the search engines. What are the steps to be followed to get information, and what are the resources that are available, materials that are available in these search engines? So this is the part or the role of the teacher, and this will definitely make you an effective teacher, because if you provide them with information, if you provide them with knowledge, if you provide them with different resources, I'm sure that your students will really depend on you. And this is how they become dependent. Once they know how to make use of these resources, then they become independent. All right, so next, in the next slide, I would just like you to go to the next slide. Now, see, as I said, we have online and offline classes right now during this pandemic, and we also have blended classes. So has anyone of us teachers show students how to listen to online education? How can we get information through online education? How can we get information through offline education? Because there is a gap right now. See, offline education is a bit difficult right now, but maybe in some states or in some countries they are having offline education. But even if this pandemic stops, there will still be online education as well as offline education. So we have to inform them how to validate information, how to synthesize information, how to leverage information, how to communicate information, how to collaborate information, and how to solve problems through information. So we have a lot of things to do. We can expose students to different types of education, online education, like what Dr. Amar was telling us. Like, he has done a number of MOOC courses around 400 more courses from 80 university. Wow, that is great, isn't it? It's great. I wish I would be, I wish I could be Amar for the time being, because Amar has got a lot of information. So how did he get this information? It is through online education, isn't it? So we can also strive for online education, and this will definitely help us. As teachers, if we want to be more effective in teaching, we have many resources, we have many materials online as well. So we can become better teachers, effective teachers through these online courses. All right, now please go to the next slide. Next slide. Now, with all this information available, should our curriculum be focused on facts and contents or skills? Some of them will say, oh, okay, the curriculum should consist only of facts and contents. But I think for me, it should be both facts, contents, and also skills. Now, we need to think of skills that are needed to teach. We need to think about strategies that we need to follow while teaching online and offline. Now, how would your students answer question? Have you asked them through online? Sometimes we ask students questions, but we do not give them the opportunity to express themselves because of the lack of time. So, when we teach, we need to give students some space. We need to give students, time, so that they will be able to work on the topic that you have taught. See, here in this slide, you can also see the different levels of understanding. See, remembering, this is from Bloom's taxonomy: remembering, understanding, applying, analysis, evaluating, and creating. Now, for example, when you go to the classroom, the first time that you go to the classroom, you have to go through the first level, that is the remembering level or the knowledge level, where you try to give them facts, you try to give them instructions, you try to explain to them the meaning, the definition of a particular concept, and so on and so forth. So once they're able to retain and recall whatever you have taught them, then you take them to the next level, where they will be able to discuss, they will be able to outline, explain, and predict, and then further it will go higher in them applying. When they apply, they'll be able to use, illustrate, complete, and solve. So now when you look at these levels, now the NEP 2020 has also talked about the higher thinking skills. So the higher thinking skills includes the thinking skills which are in level 3: applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. So 3 to 6. Now, if we make use of these, skills inside the classroom for students learning, I'm sure they will become better learners. Because sometimes we have not given our students enough space to create ideas, to be innovative, to think for themselves. We have not given them this chance. But now is the time that in order to become an effective teacher, in order for effectiveness to creep in inside the classroom or outside the classroom, or even online or through online or offline, we need to use these capacities, and we need to train our students on how to use their higher mental thinking skills, where they can reflect upon what they have learned and what has been taught to them inside the classroom. So think of skills needed when you teach. When you teach, whether you want to go at the first level, you need to think of what skills do you want to impart on your students. If you want to go to the highest level, creating, what skills do you need to use in order to help your students to be creative? So these are the kind of suggestions that I would like to offer to all the teachers to become more effective. All right, please go to the next slide. Now, see, how do we create? Because creativity is the highest level of learning, isn't it? Because students can be innovative here. Now, when we create something, it should be something new. It should come from your own ideas. It should be your own opinion. It should be from you yourself. So a teacher can also learn to be creative. If we are not creative, we will not be able to teach our students to be creative, isn't it? So each and every individual have their own abilities. So we need to build on this ability. Like, for example, some of us are good in music, some of us are good in swimming, maybe some of us are good in writing, some of us are good in mathematics, and so on and so forth. So we need to create, something which is new, so that our students will also be benefited, from the things that we create. So when you create, some of them will be some of our students will be very creative in arts, some of them will be very creative in writing, some of them will be creative in designing. So I've given some of the examples on how students can make use of their creativeness by using these different activities. All right, next please. Now, when you look at the skills, ICT skills, teachers also need to know how to use the ICT skills. I'm not very good at this, not like Amar, but we can make use of these ICT skills, whatever ICT skills you have. All right, whatever ICT skills you have, you can make use of these ICT skills when you teach. So when you use the ICT skills, you are helping your students to be able to have an overview or a holistic view of the whole matter. And you not only speak, but you also use the ICT so that they will be more open to the lessons that you are teaching them inside the classroom. So these are some of the ICT skills that you can make use of. Some of you might have only 3 of these, or some of you might have all of these. Some of you teachers might have 5 of these, and so on and so forth. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The more, of course, the more ICT skills we have, the better it is. But even if you have just one ICT skill, you can improve upon it. You can be innovative. You can be creative in this ICT skills that you have. So when we talk about the ICT skills, you can make a lot of modifications, and there should be originality, and also you can make use of these different activities or these different skills in your offline or online teaching. All right, can you go to the next slide? Now, I have seen here, so from whom do we get this ICT skills? From whom do we learn these ICT skills? Sometimes we can ask our friends, and then sometimes we get them from strangers. Why do I say strangers? Because if you look at the YouTube, you might not be knowing many of them, isn't it? So they're strangers to you. But even if they're strangers, you will be able to get that information which you want. You will be able to get that training that you want. See, we have a lot of YouTubes, we have a lot of motivational, videos. You can go to the internet and you can get a lot of information from these traders.
Ma'am, Sunga ma'am, just 1 minute. Yeah, you can speak, please.
Okay, so we need to also know ourselves very well. We need to know what are our strengths and what are our weaknesses as teachers. I'm sure all of us are not perfect, isn't it? We are not perfect, and we are not very close to perfection. But we can strive for perfection every day through our learning, through our teaching, and through our study. And so we need to be responsible, we need to be reliable, we need to have that integrity. So Amar, you can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about integrity as teachers, what do we do? you know, we are using a lot of resources from the internet. So we need to also know what is pirating, what is plagiarism, what is slander, what is crowdsourcing, what is confidentiality, what is professionalism. So as a teacher, we also need to know what these are and what do we expect our students to learn, and we need to teach our students on these various aspects as well. So what does it mean for a classroom? It means we need to rethink the tools we use and the types of problems we ask our students. So these are some of the things that we need to do as a teacher. All right, please go to the next slide. Next slide, please. All right. So how can a teacher gather and discuss the data? You know, these are the various links that you can make use, different engines that you can make use. Suppose, see, a teacher not only teaches, a teacher should also do some kind of research. It can be action research, it can be descriptive, historical, it can be qualitative research, it can be quantitative research, or it can be mixed research. But a teacher should also practice how to conduct research and how to obtain information and also data. We have the secondary data, we also have the primary data. So a teacher will be able to make use of this data using these different search engines. So, you know, to become an effective teacher, you not only teach inside the classroom, you not only prepare yourself for teaching, but you need to also go and do, you need to also do research. And when you want to do research, if you want secondary data, you can go to these search engines. And even sometimes we also use technology for getting the data through our questionnaires or through our scales. So this will be a primary data. All right. So you can make use of these search engines even in your research work. All right. Next. Next, please. Now, so these are again some of the reliable sources that you can make use while doing your research work. I've just shown you in this picture. So you can go to these sites because these sites are reliable. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. All right. So how can students publish and evaluate work using their work? You know, sometimes when they do some original work, you know, our students, you know, if we give them the chance, you will see that their originality comes out. Now, what you can do is you can also encourage them to publish their work. You know, even if they are in college or even in the university, if they have something which is important, something which is innovative, something which is original, they can publish their work, and they can use these engines or search engines in order to be able to help them to to publish their work. And we might not have time, we might not have time for each and every student, but you can give these sources to your students so that they will be able to use these resources and make use for the betterment of their academic development. All right, then these are also yeah, please go to the next. Now how can students collaborate? See, students, you know, you can also encourage students to collaborate online. So these are some of the engines where you can ask your students, you can show, or these are some of the sources that you can show your students that they can collaborate. Maybe, see, now we're collaborating. Now India and Thailand, we are collaborating with each other. So even students, you know, they can collaborate with anyone in the world. So we need to give them this information, give them a space. You know, you can identify a particular, you know, a particular drive where you can ask your students, okay, go to SkyDrive, and here in the SkyDrive you can collaborate with some of the students in maybe Thailand, or maybe in the US, or maybe in Africa, or some, you know, you can go throughout, you can collaborate with anybody who are there. And you know, we you know, sometimes students might be struggling, you know, but to get these various sources, But we as teachers, I think we need to help our students in whatever sources that we have and in whatever materials that we can get, so that our students will be benefited from the teaching. All right, please go to the next slide. Next slide, please. This is the next slide. So, see, again, us teachers, to be effective, we give them home assignments. And, you know, when we give them home assignments, I know it's very difficult for us to, evaluate the home assignments of all our students, especially at the college level where you have a number of, but, you know, there is a technology where you can also evaluate home assignments. And, you know, we also have online examinations. So how do we formulate or we set our questions? It depends on how we set up a question, so that we can see the creativity or the critical thinking of our students, and, you know, we can help them to practice their higher mental thinking skills if we have questions on the action verbs that we use, like please explain, justify yourself, evaluation, and give your opinions. So this will help them to be critically, and they will critically analyze what the answer will be for a particular question. All right, you go to the next. Go to the next. All right. So, so this is the thing that okay, you can go. See, when we ask questions, also we need to also understand what skills would students gain through this process. What kind of discussion could be made, and how can students share, collaborate, compare, and publish these ideas? See, these are some of the questions that are very important as a teacher to be effective. All right. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, we need to also think of possibilities, all right? We need to think about possibilities. And how do we manage to be an effective teacher online or offline? See, we need to be present. We need to set up expectations. We need to let the students who do the nurture a supportive online community, encourage students, ask for feedback, use resources that are readily available. Then the benefits of online teaching: it strengthens teaching awareness, opportunity for reflection, increased creativity, and wider connection. So these are the possibilities of both the online classes as well. You can take this as also for offline classes. All right, next please. Next. So whatever we teach, all right, whatever we teach, whether it's offline or online, our teaching should be relevant, it should be challenging, and it should be engaging. So how do we develop ourselves into becoming an effective teacher? We need to think about teaching. We need to know what are the teaching skills, what are the teaching competencies that are required for good teaching. We need to consider our students are human, and we need to also understand that they are there to learn. Even if they commit mistakes, we should be there to support them. You know, we need to identify ourselves. We need to have this time management. We need to project on what we are doing. We need to also communicate effectively. We need to use control, and we need to be a role mentor. So these are the things that will help us be more effective. All right, next slide. Next slide. All right. So I'm almost done. Students do not need to be entertained, they need to be engaged. So I want to show you the relationship between entertainment and engagement. See, entertainment, we need entertainment, but that entertainment should lead to something which is good for engaging ourselves. So if you want to be passive, entertainment makes us passive. It's only for enjoyment, it's short-lived, it does not require relevance, it escapes from problem, it uses the creativity of others. But we can turn this into something which we can engage on. So we can take the values, we can take the lessons from entertainment and use it for the development of ourselves and also for our students. All right, please go to the next slide. So, as teachers, we need to engage our students in a more powerful way. Teaching should be meaningful. And where do we start? It starts from us as teachers. So we need to teach, we need to be effective, we need to use technology, we need to use our resources, we need to help our students to get information from different technologies that I have already mentioned as well. Right, next slide, please. Next slide. So in short, Dr. Amar has talked about smartness. See, we need to be specific, but teaching should be specific. It should be measurable. It should be actionable. It should be realistic, and it should be timely. So, what is it? What will be the crux of effective teaching? It is the mastery of skills, where you can recognize your strengths and your weakness. It is the improvement of skills, and it is the integration of skills in teaching. So these are some of the skills which can be helpful in effectiveness. All right, next slide, please. So you can see that if we are good in teaching, we can make a difference in the lives of our students. But if we are unqualified, if we do not want to change, then it will affect our students, and it will affect the community, and it will affect the world as a whole. So be a good teacher, be an effective teacher, but also be ready to learn, be ready to acknowledge your mistakes, your weakness, and be ready to progress and listen. You should listen to your students as well. So the last slide, I think. Do I have the last slide? Yeah. A great teacher takes a hand, opens a mind, and touches a heart. So this is with regards to teaching effectiveness. So I'm sure that the deliberations that we have had here will be beneficial and it will be helpful for every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for excellent presentation. I'm requesting over to Sutasni.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Now I'm going to request Professor Ed Dixon, Director Acquisition NEHU India, kindly to deliver his speech of special guest, because he is an integral part of this joint effort for this two-day international conference on online teacher effectiveness and digital capabilities is for quality education and research. Sir, now it is over to you.
Thank you, Ms. and Dr. Reddy, and a very good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest of today's inaugural program, Professor Chirapal Prapandavidya, Silpakorn University, Thailand, Dr. Vanida Thirensang, CMRU, Thailand, Dr. Sanya Sasang, CMRU, Thailand, Professor C. Nongbri, Dean, School of Education, NEHU, Professor S.M. Sungo, Department of Education, NEHU, Dr. Reddy and Dr. Gogoi, the two coordinators of conference, distinguished panelists, and all the participants joining the conference online. At the outset, I, on behalf of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, NEHU, extend a very warm and hearty welcome to all of you to the 2 days international conference on online teacher effectiveness and digital capabilities, keys to quality education and research. The theme of this conference is very relevant in the present global scenario. The coronavirus pandemic has generated changes in the teaching learning process in the higher education institutions. It has also influenced the interaction between teachers and students. As a consequence of pandemic, institutions were constrained to carry out their educational activities with students exclusively online. And this was necessary to ensure the continuity of educational process. As the remedial measures, the universities worldwide adopted online learning. In general, internet-based learning is considered as an option and alternative to traditional learning. E-learning offers many benefits for students as it involves student-centeredness. It is more flexible. Further, it improves interaction with students by providing tools such as emails, forums, chats, video conferencing. Also, internet technologies facilitate the distribution of content at the same time to a large number of users. E-learning platforms provide many advantages to learners, such as control over time spent on learning, and the process can be adapted according to learners' need and objectives of learning. Thus, we can say that e-learning might enhance the learning process for students. On the other hand, there are some obstacles in students' learning process when using e-learning platforms, such as decreased motivation in students, delayed feedback, or teachers' help when needed while learning. Also, there is a feeling of isolation due to lack of physical presence of classmates. And finally, not all students have access to internet. However, these obstacles can be overcome by teachers if they adapt their teaching strategies to the needs of the students. In order to do so, experience and knowledge in online environment are necessary. A study conducted at the beginning of pandemic revealed that about 70% teachers used online platforms for teaching for the first time, suggesting that both teachers and students were not ready for an entirely online experience and faced many challenges. All the above have affected quality of education. In the present digitized world, the role and importance of ICT is increasing day by day. The need of the hour is to provide quality education to all using online mode. Online teacher effectiveness is very essential in this regard for fruitful teaching learning process. To achieve this, it is important that all stakeholders develop required digital capabilities. I hope this 2 days of academic feast will provide an opportunity to all of us to share our expertise, to go through various brainstorming sessions, and to come out with some concrete suggestions that, when implemented, would enhance online teacher effectiveness and digital capabilities, which are key to quality education and research. With these words, I once again welcome and thank all the distinguished speakers in the panel and everyone who are joining this conference online. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very encouraging and heartfelt messages for us. Now I am going to request one of our most honorable Australian scholar, Dr. Stephen Moran. Kindly,
Ma'am, Srutasri ma'am, 1 minute. Dr. Shrutashni ma'am, only 1 minute. I will take only 1 minute for vote of thanks. We'll Gayatri ma'am's chairperson is already joined. We'll invite
Okay.
Stephen More sir within 1 minute. Sorry,
Okay.
Professor Stephen More sir, nice to meet you. We used your digital, the home culture, what you did in the British Library. We submitted on paper, myself and Dr. Shrutashni Gogoi ma'am to China, sir. Unfortunately, because of COVID, it was not held, but we are going to present. We will do collaboratively, we are planning. And really, you did a great job. I'm sharing your work, publication, both text and videos with many, sir. Because of you, I visited and you are doing great job. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Right. So it gives me immense pleasure to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University coordinator Vanida ma'am and Department of Philosophy, Moran College, and Dr. Shrutashni Gogoi ma'am. And here today's chief guest Chirapat Prabandha Vidya sir, 82 years, young dynamic teacher, is an effective teacher. And Sasang sir is a dean, School of Humanities. Professor Nombri ma'am, our dean, School of Education, Northeastern Hill University, and Chavalit sir is a curriculum instruction sir. We have also curriculum instruction. Actually, the NEP 2020 Indian government planned for another 30 years. Is a national policy on education 2020, but we planned for another 30 years. So it is a need of the hour to work together. And Professor Sungo ma'am, by seeing the chart box, extraordinary presentation. Maybe Stephen Mures are also watching our presentation since beginning. She is an extraordinary professor, sir, in our entire India. She is the senior most professor, and we are taking her to international level to share because of globalization of higher education. And Dikshit sir is a very dynamic, our IQAC director, internal quality assurance cell. Even I mentioned about teaching learning centers Australia. To them, we introduced teaching learning centers in India, sir. Earlier, we don't have only Human Resource Development Center. With this, I am expressing my sincere gratitude from bottom of my heart to one and all. Without delay, now the first technical session, Professor Gayatri Goswami ma'am, the senior most professor, Department of Education, Guwahati University. Now ma'am, USTM already on last month, she retired. Immediately she joined another university. We welcome you ma'am, and ma'am is going to chair the session, and immediately please call Dr. and Professor Stephen Muresa to give special address. Over to Professor Gayatri Goswami madam.
Thank you. Can you see me?
Ma'am, please on your video, ma'am. You are audible but not visible.
Now?
No, ma'am. No problem. You can start, ma'am. No problem. You can start.
Now I think I'm visible.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to see the all the sparkling faces here today, and I'm happy that I am also a part of this very very good international conference on the theme online teacher effectiveness and digital capabilities. These are the keys for quality education and research. I'm very happy that such a very nice conference has been held on a very pertinent topic, actually. This is what we need today. As Amar has said, and I would like to also thank the co-organizers, the Moran College, with the principal. I'm very, very close. And also Nehu, of course, it's like my family. So I'm very happy. So and you know that education today has become a challenge because of the pandemic. So how online teaching and the technology, ICT, can help us in making our teaching learning process more effective. So without wasting much time, let me start the first technical session. So I don't know how many papers are there. This is also a challenge. This is also a challenge, having a conference online, technical session.
Only two papers, ma'am. Only two papers and one special address by Professor Stephen Murray, sir, from Australia.
Very good. Let us start the first. Let us start the first paper of the first morning technical session. Bright morning. Today it's bright in Guwahati. Bright morning. Let me see the bright faces. The first paper. Let me.
Thank you, ma'am. Now over to Dr. Srutasini Gogoi, ma'am, to introduce about the special guest.
Right. Sudeshni can.
Good morning, ma'am, and thank you so much for your very enthusiastic greeting. We are very happy to have you today with us, ma'am. So now I'm going to introduce today's student. He will deliver one very nice paper. I know him from 2008, and he is very dedicated and he is an excellent person. So he is none other than Dr. Stephen Murray. He is from Northern University, Australia. Sir, now I am requesting you kindly to present your special paper for us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I hope that you can hear me. I'm trying to organize to share the screen so that I can share the slides that I have prepared.
Sir, I allow you, sir. Just 1 minute, I am allowing you, sir.
Thank you. So while the allowing process is occurring, now I think
now you can present, sir. You can share your screen, sir.
Yes. So I hope that you are able to see this PowerPoint presentation. Which
excellent, sir. Please. Yeah.
Sorry?
It is visible, sir.
It is visible? Good. So I am not a person who is accustomed to researching on the topic of teaching. Rather, I have been for the last 25 years making research on some of the smaller minority languages of Northeast India. And today I want to say something about the Thai manuscript tradition. So this is a tradition which is a very old one. It belongs to a different time from the time in which we currently find ourselves. So Thai people have been living in Northeast India since around 1228, close now on 800 years, and they have a rich tradition of manuscripts and of maintaining the content of those manuscripts by recopying them when older manuscripts become damaged. Now, it is important here to distinguish between the manuscript itself, which is an item, which is an object, often of great beauty, and the content which is contained within it. Because oftentimes, when a manuscript is copied, the earlier copy is gradually deteriorating and sometimes it is even discarded. You can see on the name of this slide here some of the information about the manuscript. So amongst the Thai people, who are living mostly in the upper Assam area, manuscripts were traditionally in the hands of the priestly caste. And as was mentioned, I was involved in a project some time ago to photograph these, which I'll mention later. In the Buddhist Thai villages, which we can say include the Thai incorrect. The Thai Aiton, the Thai Pake, the Thai Kamti, the Thai Kamyang, Thai Turong, these communities, manuscripts were traditionally held either in Buddhist temples, if they related to Buddhism, so every temple had its own library, or in homes of often elder and expert people, if these manuscripts related to issues like history, predictions, fortune telling, medicinal cures, and so on. And the tradition of copying these manuscripts is continuing up to the present day, hand copying, up until 1997, when I started making some fonts for computers on the in the Thai scripts. wasn't really possible for individual people to make copies any other way except by hand copying, but the hand copying tradition is continuing to this day. So language was brought, the Thai home language was the first to come to Northeast India, was brought under the leadership of Jalong Sukapa around 1228. But this language, which was the language of the ruling class of the Thai home kingdom, gradually fell into some disuse and hasn't been passed on as a mother tongue since about 1800. This is a very long time. But the language remains in three, I've said here locations, it's not really the best word, but it remains in the very large collections of manuscripts that have survived, in terms of rituals such as the Meda Mepi, and also in the reviving language. I haven't time today to talk about the rituals, but I do want to show you something of the manuscript. So I hope that you can see this photograph nicely, which contains a copy belonging to the late Zunaram Sangbun Phukon of a manuscript called the Boromra. Now, some people will be aware of the Ahom script, but if you look on the left-hand column, this is a dictionary, actually, or an attempt by Ahom priests around 230 years ago to document their language, which they were afraid was being lost. And so on the left-hand column, you see a number of words. This is, I suppose, an old educational tradition. You see a number of words and their meanings. So the fourth word down on the left-hand side says, Kai Jamba Kukurak. So Kai is the Thai Ahom word. Jam, the second word, I don't think my cursor will be visible to you, but if it is, I'm pointing to it. The second word, it's a word which is a grammatical word. It can perhaps, sometimes it's translated simply by a comma, because there are differences between the Ahom language and other languages. So Kai Cham means as for Kai, talking about Kai. Ba means say, and then the word Kukurak is given, and Kukurak is actually an Assamese word. It means a chicken. And so this is an example of that dictionary. It belonged to the late Zunaram Sangbun Phukon, and I chose this photograph intentionally. He has passed on now. We don't see his full face. I can remember it very clearly. He is looking back to his home village, and I look at this photo as a kind of metaphor for what happens. Our elders in our communities pass on, and we hope that their knowledge can be preserved to some extent before that happens. And this is something that I've been doing or trying to do with the languages of Northeast India these 25 years. So between 2011 and 2015, we had a project for documenting, conserving and archiving the Thai Ahom manuscripts of Assam, which was mentioned in the introduction earlier. And this project led to around 529 manuscripts and 15 or 16,000 pages being archived at the British Library, and they can be accessed online. One such example is one of the pages of probably an 18th century Buranji. You'll see from the way that this manuscript has been photographed that we included a ruler, a measure at the top, and also a color chart. The purpose of these is so that the size of the manuscript can be associated. We can't measure every page. If we did that, measuring 16,000 pages would have been a very difficult task. Cannot measure every page. And so we include the ruler on here to allow people to understand it. And the color chart will allow computer programs to restore the original colors as they were on the day that it was photographed. But photographing the manuscripts is not enough. And here again, we have a different way of looking towards the education, towards the understanding of knowledge in the present era from what would have occurred in the past. In past times, the knowledge contained in manuscripts such as this would have been learned by people in a process which we might refer to as, well, I'm not even sure what the right term is, but I can imagine that the senior, in this case, the senior priests of the Ahom community would read these manuscripts traditionally over and over, and younger priests or younger people who were learning the skills would listen and hear and acquire that knowledge probably over decades. But today we can't do that because firstly, the knowledge of the meaning of these manuscripts is to some extent lost. And secondly, we have so many manuscripts to work on. So the method that we worked with the example of the text which we have called Mingmunglung Pai, and that V is standing for an U sound, which is not present in Assamese or English. And what we did is, myself together with Chaichon Kamdengyo Tai, who some of you may have met in times past, went through and made as much of the translation as we could. But even before we could do that, at that time, one of the students from Gauhati University, Zinat Tabassum, she helped out by transcribing the manuscript. She learned the Ahom script and learned how to type it so that we could take her transcriptions and gradually make a translation. Chaichon would translate into the Shan language, explain the meaning as best he could in English, and then he and I, with our knowledge of Thai scripts and also Thai language and Thai grammar, would come up with a good translation. And working with Nobin Shampalung, who some of you may know, now retired from the Department of Antiquarian and Historical and Antiquarian Studies in Guwahati, and then, having completed the first draft of this translation, we took it back to the village in order for it to be revised and discussed with the owner of the manuscript and some of the other pundits of the Thai Ahom community. So Chao Tilesho Mohan, he was one such person. Now, I don't know how this is going to work, but I have, I think, contained in here. So here is a transcription of the first section of the manuscript using a font that I had built for writing the Ahom script. This font is not currently in what we call the Unicode, which means you can't use it on mobile phones. We have to find someone with the skills to convert this. This, again, is an educational challenge as we undertake operating in the new era. Now, I don't know how to do the screen share, the sound sharing using this program. So what I'm going to do is to play a short recording of Chao Tilesho Mohan playing this, and I have my speaker here, and I hope you will be able to hear it. Just a minute. What would that not go away? That was actually just the first 3 lines with also the Chao Nuru, Chao Khoi introduction 3 times performed by Chao Tilesho Mohan. So traditionally, these manuscripts were not read silently, they were read out loud in the manner that we just heard. This is a tradition of old times, and moreover, I wanted to discuss briefly the way in which simply a translation of these texts is not by itself enough. So let us assume for the moment that the translation that we have done of the first line of this text is correct. We have given the words there, and the words can be pronounced pong, lung, pong, tong, pong, mok. There's a lot of aw sounds in that first line. The kind of poetry that occurs there. And the translation, during this great time, it is the time of the Mekhala flower. Now, amongst these words, pong, lung, dong, pong, and mok, can we answer these questions? What is the word for time? What is the word for Mekhala flower? And what is the word for it is? These are all features that are found in the English. And the answer is that we cannot know that simply from this translation and text. I realize as I am speaking to you now that I should have included a Romanization of the pronunciation for those of you who do not read the Thai script, which may be some. So, but here I have included it. And here, in fact, we've included 2 lines of approximate transcription. So in answer to the questions that I've given, what is the word for time? Well, actually, there isn't a word for time, but pong, which means something like during, implies time. Secondly, what is the word for Meghala flower? Well, actually, there isn't a word for flower, for the Meghala flower specifically. Simply the word flower is given, but Jyotilesha Mohan, who is the one of the senior pundits of the Thai community, he has identified the flower that is being referred to here as that one. And finally, what is the word for it is? There is no such, because the Thai language does not require such things to be present. They simply say, during big same, during flower, it is the great time, it is the time of the Meghala flower. Something like this is some kind of translation of this. It is the introductory word to this particular document. Now, this, we also have indications of differences between Thai language and English language, and certainly differences between Thai language and Assamese. And one of the differences is that unlike English and Assamese, where you cannot use a verb without adding information about when the action took place, you have to indicate what we call the tense. It is present tense or past tense in English, or in Assamese it has to be future tense, so zam, moi zam, or moi goisu, past tense, and many other tenses of Assamese that I don't have enough knowledge of to even produce. Goisilu is another one I know about. And these, you cannot simply say the verb without marking it. But in Thai language, you do not require this. You simply say, it be fly, sky, mountain, cloud. And this we translated as fly skyward to the hill of cloud, or something of this kind. So, and this is another indication in terms of passing on the knowledge contained in these manuscripts, because we are now interpreting them in different language, English or Assamese. We need to have a different process for that. Because time is a little short, I don't want to spend too much time discussing this next example, except to say that this was one which Ajahn Taichung and I worked on quite a lot. The first translation, he came up with something like this. The first attempt at translation was the second one at the bottom, Menruri Nangrupa, hill tribals. Men means hill tribals, or Nagas, you could say. Head, long, sit, head, shoulder. Translating it something like, the long-headed hill tribals are sitting on the shoulder. It doesn't make a great deal of sense. But then we looked at it again and decided that actually the word nang did not mean sit, rather that the word nang meant like, and the word ma at the end, which can also be pronounced ba, did not mean shoulder but meant horse. And what this means is that the spirit of the country and the belief of the Tai Hom at that time had escaped up into the hill tribal areas, into the areas where the Naga people lives, who were described as having heads like horses. Not that they appear like horses, but they wear these particularly long helmets, which can perhaps make them appear, you know, because horses also have long heads. This is what we assumed. Now, I wanted to mention this is some new research which is going on, and it's another example of the extent to which our processes of collaborative education are going to extend into multiple places. So probably about 25 years ago, or more than that, some very beautiful manuscripts from China were published in Tibet, I think, or possibly in China itself, about a Buddhist, Tibetan Buddhist priest who visited the Ming Emperor in the year 1407 and performed some ceremonies there for the dead, departed parents of the emperor. You can see the name of this manuscript, the pictures of the Karmapa performing a ceremony for Ming Emperor Taizu. And there is its name in Chinese and also in a version of the Chinese language, which is called Pinyin. It dates to 1407. And the interesting thing about this manuscript, which appears like this, it's an exceptionally beautiful manuscript. And it contains the text in 5 languages. Now, back in 1959, a person called, I think, Henry Richardson, made a translation of the Tibetan text and misidentified some of the languages, because the language which is the middle one, and it is on its side, is actually Thai language. The 5 languages have now been identified as Chinese, Chagatai Mongolian, Thai, Tibetan, and Uyghur Mongolian. There's nobody alive today who speaks all of those languages, and probably never has been. So this was a work of many languages. And the reason why this document came to be is, and I thought I had a slide on this, but it appears not, is that after the Ming dynasty came to power in China in 1368, they set up an office to study the languages and traditions of the neighboring communities. So this is an example of the 4th page of this text. And the translation from Tibetan is, on the 8th day of the month, many colored rays of light streamed from the southwest corner to the northeast, and flowers floated and danced in the sky. 5 colored rays shone above the upper room of the Debjing Sekspar Rinpoche and then vanished into space. Now that is a transcription of the name of the Rinpoche back in the time using the pronunciation of Tibetan of around 1,000 years ago. Today in Lhasa, Tibetan is pronounced differently but written the same. But some of you who know Thai language might already be looking at that bit of script and thinking, oh, I think I can recognize something. So I'm going to make it a bit bigger. And what's happened here is that these photographs have been produced from the book. They are not, unfortunately, from the original manuscript. The original manuscript is somewhere in China, and it is not possible at the moment to get better indications of this. But this manuscript, remember, it was written in 1407, does bear some similarities to the Ahom script. Some of the letters are different, but some of the letters are very similar. And I have transcribed it using the Ahom font down there. And for those of you who know the Ahom language or know something about it, you can see that this is indeed the same piece of text. So it starts off with Nai Pat Van, on the 8th day. The first word is Nai here. Then the Burmese style numeral for 8, which is not generally used in Ahom manuscripts. But this manuscript has come from the location from which the Ahom people came into India. Okay, now that didn't only, this manuscript is not the only document that has recently been found in, or at least identified in China. So also, when the Ming dynasty set up this office, they sent some envoys to a place that they called Baiyi, which means 100 barbarians. But this actually refers to the Meng Mao, which is the home from which Sukapa started. So this is around the time that Sukapa was leaving India, a little bit after, was leaving that area to move to India. And this is, some information has now been gathered about the kind of society that was existing in that location. So this comes from an article by a colleague, Christian Daniels. I became aware of this article just in last year. And he's a historian, but also knows Thai language. And this is very important because we have said for a long time, I raised it as a possibility in my PhD thesis 20 years ago, that one of the best ways to learn new information about the Ahom language might be to find manuscripts written in China about the Thai Ahom, written at the time that the language was spoken, that might give information about the pronunciations. So this organization, the Baiyi Guan, you can read, I won't read everything that's on the slide, they sent out translators to make dictionaries. Now, this dictionary has also been published. It was published some 30 or 40 years ago, and there are PDF versions of this, but this is a photograph which one of the British Library researchers, Dr. Jana Igunma, provided for me as a favor. She obtained the document from the library stacks in Britain, took photographs of it and sent it. This is really interesting because here now we see something that was done in China, published in China 50 years ago. You can see the quality of the paper is not great. A copy purchased in Britain, sitting in a library in England, nobody really quite knowing what it is. Now what we see, I just want you to look at the first three words on the top left-hand side. There are two Chinese characters and then something else. Now I'll show you what that something else is in a moment because it is written on its side. The first Chinese character is pronounced something like fa. The second Chinese character is the word for sky. And when we look at the next photo, where I have switched it on its side, we can see that the third word is actually the Thai word pa or pa for sky. So this is a dictionary of the Thai language as used in the kingdom of Meng Mao from where Sukapa came around about somewhere close to 1400, maybe early 1500, this particular version. Since the Chinese language is a tone language, it may allow us to understand how these words were actually pronounced in Thai Ahom, but this study is a very substantial task to do because it requires someone who has knowledge not just of Chinese today, but of how Chinese was pronounced in 1407. And that really, as well as expertise in Thai language. This is a real indication of the way in which, in order to understand these old documents, we need to bring together people from multiple different disciplines. Still today in the Dahong area, which is the Meng Mao area, there are inscriptions. This is one, the photo is not great, but when I clean it up slightly, you may be able to see, starting on the second line, at the end of the second line, you may be able to see the words Nun Kaulai, month 9 get, and then on the next line, Sip Song 1, 12 days. This means it was the 12th day of the 9th month. And then it goes on to say Wantai Kapmut, which is the ancient Thai day system. The word mut is there. And for people who know the Ahom script, if you can read it, and this document, this photo isn't very good to read, I understand that. But for people who know the Ahom script, you can almost read this immediately because it is very similar. So we have, in addition, another community of Thai people, which are the Buddhist Thai peoples, such as the Thai Aiton. So I visited there the first time 25 years ago. I'm coming up to that anniversary just in a few days' time of my first visit to any village in Northeast India. And that should say Thai Aiton village, not Thai Ahom village. That is an error. 25 years ago. And I was told that a short time earlier, a large number of older manuscripts had been transferred from the temple library to the pagoda because they had been recopied. So this was the traditional educational method, right? Young people, mostly boys, but some girls too, would learn the script at the temple. The boys would live there, sometimes for months or even years. They may not go on to become monks, but they would learn the script by repeatedly, over and over, copying documents. Traditional style of education. And once as a document was damaged, because we know Assam is a wet place, a lot of rain, paper of any type does not last forever. And so after some time, you have to copy documents by hand. And when these documents were copied, the copiers would learn the language, they would learn the words, they would learn the script by doing. So the tradition of copying the manuscripts also meant, once copied, the manuscript is, the old copy is no longer needed, the new one is better. So they would place the old copies into the pagoda where they would gradually deteriorate. This is, from my perspective as a modern scholar, rather unfortunate because the old manuscripts tell us things about the style of writing. They also always give information about the date and location of the copyist. And that can be interesting to know where someone was at a particular time. What was the name of the village they lived in? This information traditionally is lost. So here, however, is a photo of a modern manuscript written by a young Thai speaker, very beautifully copied, as you can see, keeping this tradition alive. I probably should stop in a minute, but I want to show you just one more thing, definitely, because the traditional way of reading and explaining these manuscripts. So for reasons that I don't think I have time to explain, but I touched on earlier with the translations, it is quite difficult to interpret these documents unless you have gone through many, many years of learning how to interpret them, how to read them. So one way in which the information is preserved is when those who have the expertise read the manuscript in the traditional style and then explain it. So I want to show you this so you can hear how it goes, and I hope you can hear it, and someone will tell me if you can't.
Phây lung xí ăn hương nơ mừng mừng xí chính en xí quang hay hương ăn vẫn nó pra long ma khẩu tong tin năng devi sumana o tăng ăn lung phi.
Okay, we can't listen to him do that more, but you could hear what was happening there. First, he reads the manuscript in the traditional style, which is a kind of singing. And secondly, he follows that by explaining it in everyday language. Now, my dream, I suppose, is that there will one day be enough resources and enough people with the expertise and enough time to get the old people in those villages who have this knowledge to do this with all the manuscripts that are there. Even if we cannot, so we photograph the manuscripts and we also record the people speaking them and explaining their meanings. Otherwise, the meanings will get lost. This is actually the piece of text that he just, or the first 2 lines that he just sang. This is the story of a dream, which is the dream of the birth of a child, which is a Buddha in the previous life. It's from the story of Jalmahosata. Some of you may know. And this is a word-by-word translation, actually, of the Taipake version, but the text is the same. And this is the kind of thing which I am trying to do. You see that this is lines 235 and 236 of a very long document, which goes for thousands of lines. Here's a photograph of a manuscript from 1821, which we made these photos some 10 years back. And here's a photograph of the style of manuscript copying from 1928. And you'll see that the manuscript from 1821 has a lot of black on it, whereas the manuscript from 1928 is more handwriting-like. The thing is that writing styles have changed over that time, and if we lose the old manuscripts, we will lose this information. Look, I probably should stop in a moment. I actually also have another meeting to go to. I'll just mention as briefly as I can in finishing that another thing that we need to do is to bring these scripts into the 21st century. So this is the font that I made in the late 1990s with the advice of Professor Jorgen Foucault. This needs to be converted into what is called the Unicode. And it is now possible to do this, but we need to make a Unicode font with this style of character so that the manuscripts can be better represented. But the business of actually being able to use all these different scripts in all the different applications and programs on all the different computers and mobile phones is complicated. That would be the matter for another talk. But I think what I hope what I have been able to say today is both interesting in terms of these different languages, but also an indication of some of the many different traditions of education that these manuscripts and the study of them tell us about. So I think at that point, I will stop the sharing. How do I do that? Stop sharing. There we go. Yes. So
thank you so much.
You.
Thank you so much. It was such an enlightening session, and I absolutely forgot that I was chairing the session. I was listening with apt attention about something that you have such a lot of expertise, and we staying in Assam, especially me, I don't have much expertise on that. And your paper, which was mainly on the Thai manuscript, translating the ideas and how we can document them. That is such a nice, it was such a nice paper. And also you have rightly said that photographing is not enough.
No.
Taking pictures is not enough. It is that you need a good translation of that, because we see and we may forget. So you have also, and I'm proud that Zinat from my university, Zinat Habashum, she has been involved in the translation process, and we need more researchers with expertise so that this type of culture, this type of rich heritage, of the Thai Ahom will not be lost. And again, you have said that, the clippings, the video clippings were so interesting. It had some similarity with our Assamese, when our grandfather and all, they used to, sing, that tone was there. So the video clipping brought, some variety, different, it gave us a thing that, we wanted to know more and more. How through the, that singing of the, like 2 sentences and explaining those sentences, though we didn't understand much, but your very presentation gave us an idea that, you know, we have learned a lot. Me, I had no idea about the Thai home. Little bit I knew, of course, but thank you so much. And hats off to you. Being in Australia, you have done such a lot that we could have also done. Thank you. You have opened our eyes. You have opened our eyes. We are very glad, and I thank the organizers for having you as one of the, you know, present in such a good, unique paper, a unique paper where we have all learned about our culture. See, you from Australia telling us about our culture, we are very happy. Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Now this paper is open for discussion. Any observation, any queries that our participants would like to ask?
And I just mentioned
open.
very briefly that I just mentioned very briefly that I've noticed a message from Subhash Arya in the chat about the possibility of signal processing and natural language processing discipline being able to help with this type of thing. And I think there is something very valuable in that the modern methods of analysis can be put to use for analyzing some of this data. But to get something like these automatic processing working, we have to teach the computer enough about their home language and also enough about how to read the script to do it. So this will take time, but it is an interesting thought and one that I would like to see and hope that something can be done. Yeah.
With the permission of
Thank
the
you.
chairperson, thank you very much, sir. Actually, I'm from Andhra Pradesh of southern parts of India. In our language, we use subject, object, and verb, the structure of the sentence. In English, we use subject, verb, and object. So it is different. And as a education teacher, educator, I'm from education department and science background, technology, philosophy. Always meaning behind word is also very, very important. So actually what we are, there are so many big, according to latest report, this text can convey only 10% of communication. 90% is gesture and non-verbal communication. By showing these videos, really it explained what type of communication they are going to convey. So, and as a researcher, you are trying to see meaning behind the translation. Not only you are doing translation, behind the translation also what, and you are giving for futuristic perspective and historical evidence. So preserve the, after even translation also or digitalization also, please keep the original script. Even we are calling in our Indian language Gnana Bhandagar, the ocean of knowledge. Maybe the scripts are ocean of knowledge. So those things are not possible to get back. It is always very, very important. I think more valuable than Kohinoor diamond.
Oh yes, search for sure. Just on the topic of even the topic of the ordering of words in languages, it is true, as you say, that in many of the state languages of India, that verb will go to the end. And that is also true of many of the tribal languages that I have researched, but in different ways. Because if we consider the point that I made before about the need to put the marker of past tense or present tense onto every verb in a language like Assamese, you have to say, you know, kam or kabo or kaise or kaisu or kaisilu or something is there. You cannot just simply use the verb by itself. Whereas in Ahom, you can. And the other thing is that the order of words in the Ahom language has a lot more to do, it seems, with the context. And we need to understand what has been said before in order to understand what is actually going on. So there's a lot of interesting issues to be discussed there. But yeah, so that is a nice observation. And thank you for
really, you did a great job, sir. You deserve for Padma Awards of Indian government, the highest awards. Really, we will carry your work to the Prime Minister of India. is giving more importance to Southeast Asian studies. Even Professor Gayatri Goswami ma'am also. And last time they given Bharat Ratna to Bhupen Hazarika sir. Is a
Yes. Oh, I don't.
for
Look, I think
Assam only is the heart of Assam.
Yeah, there is a very great importance in promoting this kind of work, and actually, I am planning just now to meet with one colleague. That's which why I shall have to leave after 5 minutes because I have 2 more meetings. It's already late in the afternoon now in Australia. But my next meeting is to talk with a colleague in Myanmar, and we are making a dictionary of his language. We discuss over Facebook. And then with a colleague of mine in Switzerland, where they will now be waking up, where we are discussing further research on different languages. So one of the miracles of the modern age is we can do all of these things without even standing up from the couch where I am sitting.
Forgive us, sir, because of technical issue, we are unable to maintain the time. Next time we will follow strictly. This is our 56th program since June, sir. We are following time schedule and we need your blessings and your participation in our upcoming program. We are ready to do one program with your own university also, sir. We are collaborating around the globe. Thank you so much. We are expressing our gratitude from bottom of the heart because we have another meeting with on behalf of Chairperson Professor Gayatri Goswami ma'am. We are expressing our gratitude. Over to Gayatri.
Okay. Just I want to say, yeah. Actually, I want to just add, sir, I was working with you in 2008 in ITSL, the Thai Studies Center in Moran. So during the duration of MORAN, that time you were in instruction, sir, both of you were doing that time. So I was with you that time.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody, and I wish you well with the rest of the day. I cannot hear Professor, I think is trying to speak, Professor Gayatri Goswami. I cannot hear you, but thank you all, and yeah, I hope we will meet again sometime. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
So now we can have the second, if there is another paper presenter, the second paper presenter, Amar, the host.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Dinesh Bhatia, sir.
Yeah.
Over to you, Dr. Dinesh Bhatia, sir.
Okay, we'll have the time 12 minutes.
Second paper, we can do some other time. No problem. That is mine only. Because of time schedule, okay. I will present some other time. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Only one. Yes. Over to Dr.
What
Dinesh
is the time? Okay, 12 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes only.
Okay, right. Yeah. We'll stick to the time because I have an assignment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible, and thank you so much for organizers for inviting me for this talk, and Dr. Reddy and other team members. So my talk, I'm basically a technology person, and I'll be talking on digital healthcare for the latest upcoming tools in digital healthcare. I hope my screen is visible to you.
Yes, sir. Make it presentation mode, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, now it's there in presentation mode.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, so I'll be talking about digital capabilities for healthcare, and 2 of the important areas which are working now are blockchain and Internet of Things. So let's try to understand about this. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Biomedical Engineering at NEHU Shillong, and we are in the northeastern part of the country, and we are coming from East Khasi Hill, so the capital of Meghalaya, Shillong, and we have a potential for excellence university, Northeastern Hill University. And this is the beautiful campus and surroundings which are there. And if some of you, we would definitely invite you to visit us from Thailand and Australia and other places. So please do visit us at NEHU. So I will start with my talk. My introduction will be on, if you need that our healthcare industry, it is in the state of great despair because the healthcare costs are rising, the global population is aging, And new types of diseases, pandemic, epidemic are occurring every few years. They are coming every few years. So there is an increase in elderly population with longevity, and number of patients who require continuous monitoring is rising tremendously. And due to the enhanced cost, it is becoming that healthcare services, they are going out of reach for the common man and making them more unproductive and prone to chronic diseases. So the cost of hospitalization is increasing and the patient care global costs are increasing. Now, how we can overcome is that we can have some interventions for smart interface-based system for monitoring the health can be employed, which can reduce the stay in the hospital, which can reduce the weight on the restorative staff, the nursing staff and other people, doctor, physicians. Counseling time can also be reduced, avoid holding up of the records, and reduce of the insurance and social costs. So all those costs can be reduced. So now let's talk about blockchain. I think many of you may be knowing it. And if you don't know, then I'll just give you a brief overview. So it's basically a data structure which can be used to create a public or private distributed digital transaction ledger. And it can be shared among distributed network computers instead of having with a single provider. So key is that there will be no centralized authority to determine that what is right and wrong. And the consensus will be based on distribution among the parties. So it is entered into the ledger and then it can be assessed by anyone who has access or the rights to assess it. And when it can be confirmed only when the consensus is there from all parts. So distributed ledger, it can be used to store critical assets in our supply chain, and we can track the ownership or if there is any change of state. And data stored in the distributed or redundant fashion in the blockchain, and each node will verify, then only the transaction will be confirmed. So each block is an aggregate of a timestamp batch of transactions which can be placed in the chain. So it becomes difficult for any malicious party to attack, manipulate the data to their advantage, and it does not require a trusted central server, and it is often called as trustless. So this concept started in the year 2008 by Nakamoto, who started the concept of Bitcoin. Initially, it was only for cryptocurrencies and cryptographic signatures, but slowly it has penetrated. From 2008, I will show you in one of these slides that how it has enhanced and moved into all the sectors which we are presently dealing with. So each block is refers to the signature of the previous block in the chain, and it can be traced back to the initial Genesis block created in the chain. So basically blockchain works backwards. So we can see and we can trace from where the transaction has originated and whether the transaction was properly executed or not. So this is how a simple blockchain looks like. You have a transaction request, and the request can be sent to the blockchain cloud for verification. Then that it is verified that the user is verified, and based on that the new block is added to the blockchain and the transaction is complete. So this is how basically a transaction request in the blockchain architecture works. Then computationally it is impractical for anyone who are having less than majority consensus to go back and alter the history and in the blockchain. Now why it is important is basically in the medical field, what happens in sometimes the records can be altered or they can be manipulated. That scope is prevented. That is not allowed in the blockchain. So blockchain technology is holding promise to transform the data management in several domains, and it is developing like over different platforms, and applications are evolving in the numerous industries. And as I told you, started in the financial sector, but it has spread to commercial supply chain. It has spread to healthcare. It is spreading to building industries. So it is now system is more what you say, instead of a centralized system, it is a more of a decentralized system, and it is totally transparent to the users who are part of that blockchain, and they can incentivize the users for sharing their detail, and it can be extremely secure, and it supports up the incentives for users to share their data, and then they are given the rewards, micropayments or credits which are encoded in the smart contracts. So now I was telling you about the history of blockchain. So as I told you, in 2008, Nakamoto, apologize for the slide if it is not clear. So 2008, Nakamoto, it started this blockchain thing. And then slowly in 2016, 17 and 18, if you see, the work started in privacy preservation. So basically all these people, Azaria et al., Omar, Lee, G et al. And Zhang, they all started working in this area, and they started to provide the security and privacy in the network so that unauthorized users cannot manipulate the data. Then data sharing also started so that more people can be connected to the blockchain and data can be shared across them. And then finally, it started coming in 2018 in application by Kaur et al., Udin, Griggs, Aspeto. I have given some of the major people who worked in this area. So they developed the application base, so it can be used in multiple domains, as I explained to you in the previous slide. So you just see how it works. So you are having the hash of the previous this thing, and you are having a set of transactions. Those set of transactions, when they are approved, then it goes to proof of work 1, and then similarly the second transaction is happening, the set of transactions proof of work 3, and then hash 3. So if I want to see that how we reach the proof of work 3 stage, I can go back and trace to proof of work 1 that what was approved in work stage 1, work stage 2, and work stage 3, what is the final outcome. So that is why it is very, very transparent. And as I told you, in blockchain, it goes backwards. We can go back and trace from where it originated. So what are the features of blockchain? Why it is now coming as a big technology? Blockchain, Internet of Things, big data. I am not aware whether you have heard these terms or not, but these terms are now there in our all major fields, and it is going to come in the field of education also. So decentralized, the main feature is decentralization, because it is not depending on any centralized server. Then it is transparent, that all data it is stored in secured and transparent manner to all the nodes. It is open source, and then anybody can create this blockchain application. It is autonomous because every block can update or transfer the data securely, and it is the records are immutable. Immutable means the records are stored forever and they cannot be changed. They can only be changed when majority consensus is there. More than 50% of the people, they say that yes, the record can be changed, or there is an error in the previous entry, then only the record can be changed. It cannot be changed by a single person. And it is anonymous. The user can remain anonymous, and it can remain as a identified keys, like it can be user 1 or *1, *2. So the user is anonymous. So it successfully maintains the confidentiality and trust between node to node. So these are the major features of blockchain. Then this is how a typical blockchain looks like. So user, it has encrypt with a private key. So data is there, and then blockchain database is there. It can go to the database and retrieve information. Now, why I'm showing you this diagram is that mostly in the hospital environment and other thing, the data can be retrieved from the database via this secured method. And then once the user identification is authenticated and the user is identified, then only the data can be transferred. Over the public key, there is a limitation to what extent the user can go and access the data, and whether they can be allowed to go into the database. Only if they have a proper verification or code, then only they can see the this information. Because you know, people have different type of interest, and some people, even for fun or hacking, they want to hack the medical information. And medical information is basically personal between the, or any type of other information related to commercial or other aspect. Now you must have heard that flight details and their flyer member details, all those are leaked, and the data is this thing. So that these type of technology allow that such type of things don't happen, and the data is secured securely. So blockchain for healthcare, as I told you, blockchain is finding application everywhere, whether it is in banking, whether it is in retail, whether it is in supply chain, and now it is penetrating into the healthcare sector. So after it has taken the finance and the business sector by storm. So blockchain is now radicalizing the healthcare industry. And there is a massive interest shown by the healthcare giants to incorporate blockchain application in the healthcare sector. And blockchain is penetrating the industry, and there are numerous blockchain applications in the healthcare industry presently, which I'm going to explain to you. And also blockchain applications, they have adopted nearly by 55% of the companies by 2025. That's the target. It may be more also. And as per the BIS research, by end of 2025, the net worth of this blockchain in healthcare will reach 5.61 billion. And from 176.8 million in 2019. So it is growing very rapidly, and trying to, what you say, generate revenue. So why blockchain for healthcare? Why? This is the question. Because in healthcare, we are having vast amount of data, which is very critical data. It is mostly scattered and unorganized. So when we require data immediately for a particular patient or this thing, we are not able to trace it. It remains unorganized. So that is why to remove this type of inefficiency, this technology definitely helps. And the lack of proper and adequate infrastructure, it aggravates the issue with the healthcare providers. They are unable to assess the vital information when it is utmost required for the patient care. So absence of a centrally monitored administrated system makes healthcare data susceptible to breach and corruption. And if data is stored within the particular physical machine, then anyone who has access to it can tweak the data and misuse the data, and even try to manipulate the data. So that thing is avoided in the blockchain. Then blockchain in healthcare, as I told you, applications do not require any centrally administered system, but data is stored within the blocks on a distributed ledger. It is safeguarded through integrated cryptography, and it is not possible to manipulate or play with the data, and it will not allow any user to add any entry till it is finding the proper match and proper authentication is there. And in the healthcare scenario, blockchain applications not only helping in preserving and safeguarding the data integrity, but also in pharma companies, because we are having a lot of problem of counterfeit drugs or drugs which are not appropriate to be given, and we are not knowing whether the same drug is there or it is a like a fake drug. We don't know. So all those things can be improved, and that regulation can be there. Recruiting of patients for the clinical trial, facilitating interoperability with the IoT devices, and many more such applications are there. So blockchain is basically, as I told you, it is decentralized, distributed, immutable. It cannot be changed. Record once entered cannot be changed unless majority users they approve it. It is supremely secure, and it holds an immense potential to transform the healthcare sector by minimizing the operational cost, eliminate any kind of data manipulation, optimize the healthcare processes, and promote transparency in the system. So it reduces manual labor and the paperwork, which is there. A lot of paperwork is generated in the healthcare industry. So that can be reduced with the help of this blockchain. Now you just see, I have given you a figure. It shows that healthcare in data exchange and interoperability. So it can improve the coordination, identity of the patient, securing of information. It can help in claims and adjustment which are there, or insurance after the patient has gone out of the hospital. It can be done. Then it can be used for drug supply chain and minimize drug counterfeiting and theft, and improve the pharma supply chain. It can be used for clinical trials. We can recruit patients. Now we are giving vaccines, so we have to recruit patients before we can give it mass based this thing. So all those things can be taken care, and there can be faster regulatory compliance and approval. Like you have seen how our vaccines in our country have been approved within a very short span of time. Normally vaccine production till the approval takes a long time period. So that has been reduced, and quick approval by the different agencies which are supposed to give have been given, and that is why it has now reached that we have crossed over 100 crore vaccines have been given to our population in India. So it is a landmark thing. In a short period of time, so much vaccination has been done. Then cyber security and Internet of medical things, unique identifiers for medical devices and assets, secured and selective access to patient generated health data, smart medical asset management, and remote and autonomous diagnosis can be done with this technology. Then you see any insurance company wants to assess the patient data, it will ask for a request. That request will be verified by the concerned doctor or the health support staff, and only then the permission will be granted to access that database, which is over a cloud, which is not in a physical server, and that data will be assessed, and then only the record they can take if they verify their identity. And if they want to make any change, again they have to request. That request has to be approved, and then only in the blockchain they can. So just imagine, in the blockchain several users are there which are interconnected and which are communicating on day-to-day basis. So the process is much faster, and the speed is excellent to record, and you can record append the records of millions of people very, very quickly. You can again see that there are different users and patients, and in the hospitals, so you are having a single this thing, and multiple hospitals are there. So you have seen that hospitals, they are having different chains, or they coordinate among different hospital to hospital. So over a secure this thing, the data can be transferred, and it can be consortium of blockchain of hospitals. So all the hospitals, they are interconnected, and the data can be stored and retrieved and assessed. And even a private hospital, you can go and manage and go and get the information which you require for a particular patient, because sometimes medical expertise and experience is required. Then again, you have a client application. So this data consumer, he will give through a trusted program. He will give a secured key. Based on that, the transaction will take place, the consensus will happen, and the ledger entry will be assessed, or any changes will be made. And finally, it will be stored in the blockchain, this thing on a remote server. So this is how it is working. Then future of blockchain, it is used for sophisticated what you say EHR, that means electronic health record interoperability, for smooth, seamless, and secure this thing retrieval as well as transaction. It is being used for monitoring, administrating, and different healthcare providers, HSCPs is healthcare providers which are using that for data reconciliation, and it will become more convenient and cheaper to assess and receive the medical data. Then it is not possible with conventional methods because they are relying more on manual labor and discretion. So organization and efficiency is not good, and the blockchain presently is the usage is low. As per 2017 survey, only out of the 200 healthcare executives which they interviewed, only 16% were using it, but now that has improved significantly. So the potential is there, and although the acceptance is slow, but it is going to create a very lasting impact on the healthcare industry in the future. Then I move to the next part of my talk, and it is on Internet of Things. So Internet of Things is, what is Internet of Things? Is nothing complicated. It's all the sensors, electronics devices which are connected, which can be utilized remotely. And
the time also, time.
Sorry.
Dr. Bhatia, would you, 15
I
minutes,
think,
actually try to be a little brief.
I think Dr. Amma gave me another 10 minutes, I think. He's not taking his talk.
15 minutes, I have an assignment somewhere actually.
Okay, ma'am, but I will need some time. I mean, another 5-10 minutes.
Sir, we can take later also, sir. No problem. You can, because actually we are behind. We given at the beginning.
I'll try to end up in 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So often the technology that works together for enhanced functionality, and it has tremendously transformed and revolutionized the healthcare services, and also for remote and safe monitoring of patient health condition to empower the physician, and also increase patient-doctor interaction. So it is reducing the duration and length of the stay in the hospital, and also several applications in healthcare are there for hospitals, for insurance companies, and patients. So you just see through your mobile, you can connect, and you can connect to your pharmacist, you can connect to your medical supplier, everyone. And then these are the major components. So you have any device which is there through a gateway, it can connect to the cloud, and the user interface, and then analysis can happen, analytics, and that information can be provided to the user. So again, all these are there, but since time is limited, I will not this thing. So IoT, it's being used on daily basis in remote patient monitoring, in ingestible sensors, in mobile health, in body activity tracking, in fitness apps, in smart hospitals, in enhancement of chronic disease treatment. So you just see through your mobile gadget, you are connected, and also from your home, you are connected to your physician. Your physician need not visit you, can monitor you for over a distance, and that is being used. So all connected devices can be done, whether it is a remote pharmacy, whether it is a medical device, whether it is at a hospital clinic, whether it is at other places. So all that can be done related to R&D, customer service, manufacturing, or at the patient home. So all that can be connected via the Internet of Things. So we are using it in different applications, whether it is for our wearable computing smartwatch, whether it is for our home, smart lighting, smart appliances, whether it is for cities, smart parking system, whether it is for environment, whether it is for energy, whether it is in agriculture, smart irrigation, whether it is in industry. So all applications of IoT are there. And wearable computing is also there because it is giving computing powered devices and equipment. And wearable computers is there. It can be worn on the wrist as a fitness tracker. It can be hung from a neck like a necklace. It can be strapped to the arm, it can be strapped to the head, or located anywhere else on the finger or the shoe. And the features of these devices, it will give you consistent data, it will be persistent every day, it will record your activity, it will enhance your intellect and augment the senses, it will be convenient and aesthetic, it will look good, appear good, it will be unrestricted because you can do multiple tasks and need not be at one place. You can work in your kitchen or anywhere else, and the device will monitor you, and it can interact seamlessly with other devices. So you just see, we started with Ethowin in the 18th century, we came to the modern ECG, and now we are coming to handheld devices. This is how technology is evolving over a period of time from 18th to 21st century, and it is becoming even more smart and compact. So it is being employed in different purposes, for general computing, for sensory integration, for behavioral modeling, for healthcare monitoring, and for electronic textiles and fashion design. So IoT is there in different this thing. And this is one smart this thing which was used by Chinese police to monitor the temperature for those people who were critically ill. And it started during when the COVID started. And then this was used for monitoring And if they were identified as high potential fever or any other thing, then they were transferred to this thing and isolated from the crowd. And this is your mobile app, which many of you are using, and you can do all type of interconnectivity and whether related to health or even your social interaction with the outside world. So this is, I have explained to you about smart helmets. And then this is a Google Glass, which is also there, and which can, without even touching or this thing, you can view through the lens, and you can go through the different pages, and you can review. So this is also there. And wearable computing, only the technical issues involved, the size of the battery, the amount of heat dissipation, the wireless and personal area networks. And wearable technology is highly efficient because the only issues are data security, the trust, and regulatory and ethical issues. And it is a ubiquitous technology which is there in our smart healthcare. So you just see, this is a pill camera and smart pill. It can be inserted and taken by the patient, and it can tell about the monitor your ECG or other parameters.
Dinesh Bhatia sir, sorry to interfere. With the permission of the
fine.
chairperson, I will take your PPT. I will share with the participants, sir.
Yeah, definitely.
Extraordinary PPT, because ma'am has some assignment.
Thank you. Then.
Sorry for inconvenience.
No, that's fine. I understand. Thank you so much. So I'll just say that IoT, last slide, that IoT is definitely increasing. You just see in 2015, we had 46 million users. In 2020, we have reached 161 million users. It has increased more than 4-folds. So that is how the technology is expanding, and it is coming in our daily lives. So that is how IoT is their device installations. And it is all the major companies, whether Apple, Microsoft, all these companies, they are highly relying on these type of technology. So it can enhance this thing. And on the global scale, although there are some difficulties and peculiarities in the adoption of the technology, but still the technology is coming and playing a vital role in our life saving, in improving our health, and also massive technology progress. So I thank you, and I'm sorry, because of time limitation, I am not able to explain you the few slides, but I will share with you. So thank you so much for your time and attention. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dinesh Bhatia.
My pleasure.
It was something that we really learned. And I know that in today's world, how the healthcare is, there's such a lot of lapses in the healthcare system, especially, see the aging, gerontology, the elderly, because I'm very much associated with an old age home. The old ladies, the elderly people, they do not, when they're ill, they don't have the data. What happened? Because most of them are deserted by the family. Most of them are deserted by the family. And as we age in the twilight years of our life, we really have problems. So I find that how blockchain is an asset, a very important component of healthcare. That is a healthcare industry. Today you find even the electric gadgets the prices are coming down, but healthcare prices are going up. So isn't it, when you talk about the doctor, when you talk about hospitalization, you find that you have to be prepared, because unless you're prepared, well, you can kick the bucket anytime. So even a computer may be little cheap, but your healthcare is going. So, and today you find, recently my mom was not well, but we couldn't retrieve the data. We went to the hospital, but if this technology is used in the hospital, I'm sure we can retrieve the data. And one thing you have just mentioned, that why blockchain is needed for healthcare. It is so very, very important. And again, the features that you have just mentioned, it is transparency. We don't know we don't know, even the family members, we don't know what is actually happened. We rely on the doctors. We run after the doctors. Will my mom survive? Is this the actual picture that you have given? So the hospital data is appropriate, it is transparent, and everything is decentralized. Today, we give importance on centralization. Gone are the days when we keep everything to ourselves. So that is one important thing. And I have seen today in the hospitals or in the healthcare services, lots of paperwork are done.
That's what I wanted to
release for a patient. The patient is released at 12, but the doctor said you can till 12, it's okay, but you are released from the hospital at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yeah.
Why? Why the patient is ready to go home, but you're not allowed to go home because the paperwork takes lots of time. You have to get all the things done. So I'm sure this type of, blockchain will make things much, much easier. And today in this technological world, when we do not have much time, actually today I'm very sorry, we should have given you
No
time
problem.
actually.
Because
time, Amar,
one slide was
Sir
there
is
which I
always with
wanted
us, ma'am.
to, one slide
Sir
was
is
there which I
always with
wanted to
us.
show, because in that
Yeah.
the mobile healthcare is there. So even
Okay.
on our mobile listing app, we can download, and all the apps we are using for taking doctor appointment, for pharmacy visit, for any medical, and especially when you mentioned, ma'am, for elderly people. So elderly people, they are staying alone and nobody is there to monitor their health. So that can be done through these type of technology. And when any alarm is there, then the relative concerned can come or the doctor can be intimated and they can take care of this. And also when they are in the hospital, so when they are treated, so record transfer from one hospital to another can be much faster, because the patient is moving and the record is not moving. So you are losing the crucial time for medical treatment. So all those things can be done. So definitely, and I'm really grateful to all of you for giving me a patient listening, and I have tried my best to cover whatever I could in the 10-15 minutes. So maybe next time I will definitely try to
next
fill in.
time I think we for one, like in recently I'd gone 2 years back to Jaipur, one session only one paper. It's so nice. See, so we could give we could pay attention to the paper. Everyone could interact with the paper presenter. So
Will do,
next
ma'am.
time I would like
We will do,
to
ma'am.
give more
Yes,
paper
ma'am. I
presenter.
will follow that one. We will select only 10 papers for 2 days, 5 papers per day.
Yeah.
We will do in that way.
And per session too, but today actually we started late.
Yes, ma'am.
No, we
Because
started
of some
late.
issues.
Quality of speakers and as chosen by Dr. Reddy is excellent, and it is very nice and pleasure, because I was listening from last 2 hours, so I gained a lot of things in the other areas which I am not aware. So thank you so much for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh Bhatia. It was very nice listening to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have enlightened us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Amar. Thank you so
Ma'am,
much.
it's only 1 minute, ma'am. It gives me immense pleasure to present a vote of thanks to Professor Gayatri Goswami, ma'am, my senior sister, not mother, sister, because she is very beautiful and young, 65 years young, 62, I think, ma'am, Gauhati University. So always, ma'am is a very pleasant and interacting. Whenever I call, even though busy, always she come out of from the meeting. I am receiving my call, responding. So ma'am is evaluator of almost all my PhD scholars. We are grateful to you, ma'am. Nice to see you. We'll work together with USTM also, ma'am. Unity of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, because it is our own university. Thank you so much, ma'am. See you soon again.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I am requesting Chavalit Kotsiri sir, the chairperson of the second technical session, and Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav sir, special address, and Shalini Rastogi ma'am, SS Khanna Girls College, Prayagraj, and some of other participants here. Sisir, yeah, yes, one minute. Here, Sisir Kumar Rajabhamsi, but he is not joined here, I think. And Ethel Kikon, she is my scholar, second PhD is doctoral scholar, already awarded, but because of network issue in Nagaland, she is not able to. Actually, our time is based on Indian time, 12 to 1:30. So we'll finish before 1:30, no problem. Now I'm requesting Chavalit Kudseri sir, Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University, to chair the session. Over to Chavalit sir. Now Vaibhav Jadhav sir, are you there?
Okay.
Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav sir. Okay, so then I will, it is better Shalini Rastogi madam. Before inviting Shalini Rastogi ma'am, if something, sir is an expert of curriculum instruction, curriculum development and instruction. It is very, very important right now in India. NEP 2020, National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education, 2 years, 1 year. Ma'am Sungo is a member for 2-year curriculum, B.Ed curriculum program. So it is very, very important. So I want to request, I'm requesting Chavalit sir to share something before starting the technical session. Over to you, sir, please. Unmuted, sir, you can speak.
Okay. Yes. Just a minute. Just a minute. มันจะตัดขึ้นสายออกก่อน Okay. ครับ Good afternoon. นะครับ Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of your international conference. May I introduce myself? My name is Chavalit Khosili, Lecturer Department of Curriculum and Instruction, C&I, Faculty of Education, Chiang Mai RAJABHAT University in Thailand. Today, at the present conference, Chairperson Technique, Season 2. Today, I feel happy and welcome everyone. You with respect. At present, we are entering the digital disruption era. It is found that the COVID-19 situation causing us to have to adjust change whether it is new normal to next normal. The domination of education are the same. Instead, we found that there was a change in pedagogy. Actually, compulsory education and basic education in Thailand, the curriculum must be developed at the same time. Especially the current curriculum is a standards-based curriculum. The change to the competency-based curriculum. Thailand Revised Education 2013 towards sustainable goal develop SDG 4 is aimed to the inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. Thank you very much.
Most welcome, sir. Nice to see you. Because of I am also from education, teacher education, and I am teaching curriculum instruction and development, curriculum instruction and development. Your paper title is like this. So we are using both cognitive approach, behavioristic theories, Gestalt theories, social learning theories, and constructivist approach, many things. So it is very nice to, in the future, maybe we can work together. Now I am requesting Vaibhav Jadhav, sir. Are you there? Last call, please, Vaibhav, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please. Now over to Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav, sir. It is my duty to introduce Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav, sir. He did his postdoctoral fellowship from USA. He is a very good friend of mine. Since 2014, we met at the National Institute of Education Planning and Administration via workshop policy making in education organized by Professor Veera Gupta ma'am. That day onwards, we are working together. We organized since June three programs, two international and one national. We are on the recently last week. I delivered a lecture on 6 countries project Edu Reform, organized by Savitribai Phule Pune University and Education 4.0. Why I'm telling, in among Indian universities right now we have more than 900 universities. SPPU is one of the best state universities in the state of Maharashtra. It is in Pune, and they are giving finance, maybe financial help to government of Maharashtra. That is the status of education institution of Savitribai Phule Pune University. I got a golden opportunity to visit personally so many hundreds, maybe thousands of foreign university, foreign country students, especially from United Arab Emirates. Many students are there. Recently, I chaired, we conducted Viva. I acted as a external examiner. So under him, so many research scholars came out. Sir is doing many projects. So his expertise is very useful for our participants for by keeping for development of our overall development of the participants. I requested, he is a very busy person. I can maybe talk with the Prime Minister of India, but not with him. I'm telling on truth. So over to you, Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you. I am not busy, but the assignment given the higher authority to me are, always on top priority in all universities when you are working in a university and with the higher authority of the university. That time, you need to complete your first priority to complete with your university, and then you have to work with the affiliated college and just like other friends, for example, Professor Amar. Actually,
you
first
are allowed to present, sir. You are allowed to share your screen.
Oh, okay.
Participant, 1 minute. Participants are requested to fill the feedback form for session 1. Please fill the feedback form.
I hope my presentation may be visible to all of you. Amar sir? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yeah.
Is it visible, Maninda? Hello, is it visible to all of with all of you?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir. Please, please.
Sorry. Please, thank you. First, I would like to say heartfelt thanks to Professor Amar because who is giving me this opportunity to discuss this point with the large platform, we can say international platform, number of, I heard the big shot from the education and teacher education. So that is great for me today. And I would like to discuss, I'm not going to teach anything to you here because I would like to just discuss 2-3 points because this is not a paper presentation, but this is one of the not special address, but I want to focus on some two things only: digital literacy and digital competency. Is it, I think, audible to all of you? I could not understand because it is very difficult to confirm. So I request to, I ask maybe Professor Vaninda, is it visible?
Sir, visible and audible, sir. Please continue, sir.
Yeah.
If anything,
So when I had a discussion with Professor Amar, he gave me responsibility that we have to speak very precisely on very few topics. So I would like to speak on teacher digital competency framework. Nowadays, digital literacy, it is a become very vital term among the community of teacher. That's why it is very important we need to understand what is the status of ICT infrastructure and internet infrastructure in India. I would like to focus all of you that by the December end, you can imagine that 795.18 million people, they are using the internet connection in India. This percentage is growing nowadays. So why I'm trying to say that it is not, some people thought that yes, India is still facing the problem like the food and cloth. No, we are, yes, definitely we have a lot of problems, but in the era of the internet, we are trying to do the best. So we have a good position nowadays. We can use different kind of the initiatives. Government of India taking a lot of initiatives in the field of higher education with the help of ICT. For example, Swayam Prabha, National Advisory Depository, InflipNet, VLab, eYatra, Vidwan, GAN. Number of initiations taken by the government of India in the last decade. And this will be really grateful to all the stakeholders, those are working in higher education. Before pandemic, I just focus on one thing. Before pandemic, we have a national mission on ICT. And after pandemic, we can say that every teacher, all the teachers from KG to PG, they are quite busy with the handling of all kind of the devices to delivering or to using in teaching learning process. My concern here that how the journey of the digital literacy to digital competency, it is very important. And because of this framework, which is published by the Gary Fallon, who is the professor from the Sydney, Australia, who focus on that, how we can use this technology in teaching learning process. In India, teacher and teaching learning process are the very noble profession. We call it Guru, and Guru has a very vital figure in the society. So when we are using the technology in a classroom, we have to follow all the ethics. This is the behind how the journey start from the digital literacy to digital competency. So what is the digital literacy? Actually, the first time the word coined in 1997. And it means that the ability to properly use and evaluate digital resources, tools, and services for applying lifelong learning process. Suppose I am a teacher or I am a common man, how I can use all these things to make my life very smooth, well-being life. And that's why UNESCO is also on focusing on a digital literacy. And nowadays there are a number of names, that ICT literacy, information literacy, media literacy, multimodal literacy. But as a teacher, I should be understand, when I could understand the digital literacy, I should understand the digital competency. As a teacher, it is not merely understood that using the devices in a classroom and how to use the devices. No, more than we need to understand. For example, how I sensibly and healthy use of ICT for the particular imparting the knowledge and attitude among the class or in the classroom. That's why the legal and ethical aspect, privacy and security, as well as understanding the role of ICT in society and the balanced attitude towards the technology. Because when the digital information is coming as a common, nowadays see, all we are the teacher, all we are the stakeholders of the higher education. We have a huge information around us. With the help of one click on a Google, we can get it 1,000 in lakhs, in crores, we can get it the information. But so is it we can say, so searching such kind of information, is it a digital literacy or digital competency? Oh, it is only just kind of the awareness about the digital literacy. But when we are trying to understand that what kind of proper information which we need to for use for particular in teaching learning process, that time you have to be the very clear about digital competency. So as a teacher, we should be very clear about these two terms. Before discussing more about the teacher digital competency framework, I would like to focus on the TPAC. It is very common framework. Maybe all the teachers, all the teacher educators are very well known about the common of this TPAC. But just I would like to focus on the technological, pedagogical content knowledge are the heart of the teaching learning process in school education and any kind of the higher education or any kind of the school education. So technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge. When we thought that these are the three important aspects for a teacher, and when we are trying to combine all these three things as a TPAC, and when we are using this TPAC in a classroom. So nowadays we need to understand more about the TPAC. And what is the more about the TPAC? Nothing but the digital competency of the teacher. So when we combine all these three aspects and how you utilize these things, so we need to understand this digital teacher digital competency, which is already I mentioned about this Professor Gary, and who is focusing on this thing, that how we can integrate the personal ethical competency, which is basically depend on the digital competency, personal ethical competency and personal professional competency. These are the very important aspect to understand any competency regarding the digital area in the service of the teacher. We have to be very clear about these personal ethical competencies and personal professional competency. How? And this will be the integrated with the TPAC also, what I already mentioned. What is the personal ethical competency? How I can manage the personal presence with safety and well-being in my day-to-day life. Because if you search the digital citizenship, you know, we nowadays each and every country in higher education and school education is talking about the global citizenship education, and this global citizenship education is enriching because of the technology and leading the digital citizenship education. A person, that's why I'm here mentioning the exercising digital citizenship. What means the exercising? A person who is, for example, the stakeholder of the lifelong learning. I'm not saying only the person, only the teacher, only the teacher educator. Anyone, any citizen of any country who can use the digital or the devices or all the function of the devices for his well-being and safety life. So this is the responsibility of the teacher nowadays. When we are using the devices in a classroom, we have to follow all the ethical manners, ethical things in a classroom. That's why the third thing is that when this is the impact in a classroom. At the same time, the personal ethical competency is trying to say that this impact is not only in a classroom, but its impact on a people, on a society also. So my stakeholder, when I'm as a teacher educator, when I enter in a classroom and when I'm delivering or try to provide the content to my stakeholders, to my students, to my listener, that time I should be always think about the social. That's why, and then we can developing the digital and we can developing the digital citizenship among the all stakeholders, all the learners. And this is the important thing what I want to convey here. That's why this is the new in the new paradigm, in the new era. You know, as a teacher, I should be very clear about the personal ethical competency, which will depend on the digital devices or digital era. And the second thing is that how I can use all these things in my day-to-day life. For example, accessing and productive use of digital information. I always quote one example. I would like to say here that digital or devices never discriminate in a classroom. Professor Chavli, yeah, maybe he is the chair of this session. So in a classroom, maybe as a teacher, as a human being, I maybe made a mistake. I maybe made mistake on the, maybe by fault, maybe make a discrimination in a classroom. I am not sure, but sometime by mistake or गलती से हमारे से हो जाता है. But devices never made a mistake. Technology never made a mistake. Who are using this technology? That is important. That's why accessing productive use of digital information. When we gather the information from the Google, as a teacher, I need to transfer the entire information into the knowledge. And this is the main responsibility when we are handling And this is my concern that yes, I am the following, or I am fulfilled with the digital competency. When you are saying, when you are transforming the information into the knowledge, when you are transforming the information into the productive action, and this is the personal professional competencies, and this will depend on the digital. This is will depend on the teacher digital framework, competency framework. And second thing is a strategic productive engagement of the professional networks. Yeah, this is the, if anybody asks me the best example of this second pillar of the personal professional competency, the best example is the Nagarganti Amareshwaram. How we can make the entire global network with the help of this digital platform. And the best example of what in last 1 month he is continuously organizing small workshop, conferences, seminar with the various topics. So it is a responsibility of the teacher. Now it is a responsibility of all the stakeholders of higher education and school education. We need to create your own networks, own professional network, and digital competencies giving the opportunity to making such network. So, and third is that commitment to continue the professional learning. Before pandemic, I'm sure all my teachers, those are not ready to accept the intervention of the ICT in a classroom. There are some my students, my friends, those are the teacher in a school and higher education. They are not ready to accept this thing. But nowadays, after pandemic, nowadays everyone, every teacher, by interest, by rules and regulation, by the higher authority, by responsibility, as a commitment, everyone is trying to understand the intervention of the ICT in teaching and learning process. And this is the important thing. That's why the personal professional competencies are always helpful to professional learning. And this is the commitment. When I'm very work oriented, it means what? I'm trying to provide all the content, all the information as a knowledge to my student, to my learner, with the help of different kind of the ways. I know number of people maybe arise the question that what is the status of the access, internet connectivity. I know there are some problems. I know there are some hurdles, but it means not that we are not using this. We have to use whatever the availability of the technology, and we have to use all these things, and we can enrich the teacher effectiveness or we can enrich the teaching effectiveness in a classroom. So I'm not spending a lot of time, but how I integrated this teacher digital competency with the TPAC. Only within 2 words, I would like to say that to integrate into the subject related activities involving learning with, about, and through the digital technology. So whatever the design, whatever the already made by the design or different kind of the activities which are related to the subject, how I can cope up with the available technology. And this is the last thing which I would like to conclude with. I know it is a running late entire program, but I'm concluding with these 2 remarks that how this TDC, teacher digital competency framework in action. Again, I would like to say that when we are using these devices, because we had a lot of different experiences in the market. If I ask the question right now, each and every person maybe has his own experience using the credit card or something else, and they are facing a lot of problems. Personally, I know that in 2010, some SMS came to my mobile and I just click on particular link and I lost my 1,000 rupees from my account. So this kind of threats are available in the market business. So as a teacher, because this technology is not only made for the teaching, it is useful for in a business, corporate, in every sector. But when we are using this technology in the sector of teaching, because this is a noble sector, you know. So when we are using that time, we need to follow this teacher digital competency, and this digital competency required to function productively, safely, ethically in diverse environment, in any environment, school environment, higher education, and rural environment, urban environment, semi-urban, a tribal area. So it will depend on you how you are using this kind of the technology, and this will be definitely helpful to all the teacher. Those are basically, for example, Amreshwaran told about the Chavli, Professor Chavli, who is the member of the NEP 2020. So this kind of framework will be helpful for the policy maker. Those are involved, those have their involvement in policy making and policy decision. This will be helpful for them. It will be helpful for the faculty discussion. It will be helpful for the departmental enrichment. It will be helpful for making the different kind of the planning and action. It will be helpful for to design your own technological framework in your department, in your college, in your university. It will be helpful to producing the different and viable and the very productive graduate from your department, from your college, for the future classroom. So definitely this will be the helpful to all the teachers and all the teacher educators. So it is my only one remark with the with this sentence, that when we are talking about the digital literacy to digital competency, this is the very important journey. I say that this is we need to see that this is a very safe and sound journey, how we can make the literacy to competency, or we can say information to knowledge. So I wish to all of you, when you are using such kind of the TPAC framework, TDC framework, SMR framework, so I wish to you, don't forget to follow all the ethical safety rules. Those are designed by the higher authority and particular regulatory. So I wish to all of you, and again I thank to higher authority to give me this opportunity to discuss these 2-3 points with my all the listener. I thank to all those are the viewers, online teachers, viewers, and I thank personally higher authority about the Bangkok University and New University. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Amar, for giving this opportunity to me. Thank you very much. This is my contacts, and I will share already I share my PowerPoint presentation with the Professor Amar. He will provide definitely on a group. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to the chairperson, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zethe. Topic study on the digital literacy to a digital competency TDC framework. The development of its database is very useful in teaching at a high level. High level is can develop the potential of such student anywhere, anytime. It's a very interesting point. Your highlight presentation concept TPAC model. TPAC model technology, pedagogy, content, แล้วก็ focus by literacy and ethics. Literacy, competency, literacy, digital literacy, and 21st century skill and development at the future. Scenario as student, here TPAC model apply. Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav, sir, on behalf of
Thank you,
chairperson and our organization, 3 education institutions. Now I'm requesting Dr. Sir, next is Shalini Rastogi, ma'am. On behalf of the chairperson, I'm requesting Dr. Shalini Rastogi, ma'am. I'm allowing you to present your screen. Now you can present.
Hello, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yeah,
Hello,
yes, ma'am.
Amar,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. Audible. You can share your screen.
Okay, okay.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. On behalf, with the permission of the chairperson, I want to share say something about ma'am Shalini Rastogi, ma'am. To Rasmi Singh, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Prayagraj. We interacted many Mamta, ma'am, other Aruna, ma'am, many teachers. I think no in other colleges in India, entire India, they are coming forward like this and attending almost all the programs. I think these female teachers, I'm calling them as a devils, work devils. So it shows even now also in the international workshop conference, 3 from SS Khanna Girls College, they selected their paper. Neita Sahu, Rasmi Singh and Shalini Rastogi. Now over to Shalini, ma'am.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah. I'm sharing my screen. Is it audible? Is it visible to everybody?
Right now not visible, ma'am. Maybe you put
Oh,
your
yes,
cursor
yes.
somewhere. You
Yeah,
move
yeah.
your
I'm
cursor
connecting.
nicely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Now it is visible, but you are showing the meeting link only. You can minimize this window and open whatever you want to. Yes. Yeah.
Is it
Now it
okay?
is
Oh,
okay, but
yes.
make it a presentation mode, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Presentation.
Just press F5 or the down one icon is there. F no, don't do all those things. Simply click your PPT, click your PPT, minimize this window, click your PPT, press F. Here the down you have one icon is there. Otherwise F7, press F7 keyboard. First icon, ma'am, on the top, first icon from beginning, you click it. From beginning, you click it. Otherwise, you go through it, ma'am. If it is making it for you difficult, simply go through it. Yeah, you can go through it, ma'am. Go through it. Please continue.
Okay. Is
Yes,
it right?
excellent. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, okay, okay. So, Reddy sir, thank you so much for giving this opportunity because you are continuing this series of giving the knowledge to the people. And today, in the same series, we are having this, online teacher effectiveness and digital capabilities, that is keys for the quality education and research. And I have tried to give some views of mine related to the social life and educational life in this phase of digitalization. So, my topic here is digitalization of education in relevance of life. Actually, this topic I have chosen because I feel the last few months, not only few months, but last duration, it has brought havoc on the society, especially in the field of education. And it was felt on all the levels, whether it is the lower strata of the society or the upper strata of society. So I think life of human beings is not very long, but it is definitely precious. And because it is precious, it is directly related to quality also. I mean, quality of thoughts, quality of explained facts, quality of intellect, sometimes is peace and then joy, and so many other features of life related to that quality. Basically, all these are features of life which brings you capabilities, various types of capabilities. And when the capabilities are there in us, there is happiness also, joy also, bliss also. Now, when we talk of happiness, we see it in the form of choices also. Various types of choices we are making, various type of capabilities we are having, and then we are going to be happy. Now, there is stress in life, but we have to deal with it strongly, being realistic with these things. When we are supposed to be realistic, we are supposed to be very practical and courageous also. The devastation that was brought to us by COVID-19, it was mammoth, but because some restructures were there, some reconstructions were there on many fronts. And as a result, we gained a number of things also. One of such important field in education is education on the front of learners as well as on the front of teachers also, on the front of offline as well as on the front of online education too. Now, to gather authentic information, a survey was done by me on the sample population of about 500 people, 500 families, of two different localities. And localities, of educationally, economically, socially, and intellectually also different, and, rather substantially different strata of society. They were totally different, the background of economic prosperity, then they were different in the educational achievements, then socially also they were different. So they were substantially different regarding state of society. In this survey, 5 dimensions were covered, and these 5 dimensions which were covered by me are the following. Now, we see the 5 dimensions of the teacher effectiveness. And in these 5 dimensions, the first dimension was, that was related to the drastic changes. Drastic changes felt at 3 levels of the society in these families. In the upper strata as well as in the lower strata, in both the stratas, 3 levels were there where drastic changes were seen. And when I communicated to the people, when I communicated to the families, all these 3 fronts, became very vocal regarding their experiences, regarding their, sufferings, and sometimes efforts also which they were making to come out of the situations. The first front with which we are directly related to the topic is, college teachers and students. College teachers and, their students related directly to them or sometimes indirectly also. Then we had the second level, that was of the parents also and children's education, because parents were worried about their children's education. They were equally having, the thought process, worried about the education of the children, which was getting hampered by all the social disturbances. And the third level was regarding children and the school education. That was sometimes getting continued, sometimes discontinued, sometimes schools were closed, colleges were closed, sometimes they were open, sometimes we were interacting with them, and they were also helpers because they were staying in far of the villages sometimes they were in the urban areas, so some were having contact with us, some were not having contact with us. So on all the fronts, on the front of the children, on the front of the parents, and on the front of the teachers, we all the 3 stratas, all the 3 levels were having difference of feelings, difference of requirement of the changes. The second dimension was another one, that was regarding stress, and 3 dimensions of the stress. So this dimension was having a number of impacts on the people of both the stratas of the society. Either it was a lower one or it was an upper one. In both the stratas, there was a sort of stress, a psychological restlessness, and that was regarding number one, which I saw in them, which I observed in the young generation, that was regarding their career. And this career stress was equally felt by their teachers, by we people, because they were communicating to us, because they were communicating, they were continuously asking us, "Hey, ma'am, sir, what will happen to us? What is going to happen with the career? What is going to happen of progress in our life and the educational life?" Then there was health stress also. We just now before me, Mr. Yadav, before Mr. Yadav, there was some speaker and he was telling us regarding this health stress on the people and how the public and the society and the government, they were managing these health issues. So the health stress was discussed with me by these people at length. And the parents, the children, the learners, the teenagers, the youngsters, all were worried about how to survive in these circumstances. Then, besides career, where the career was a challenge for them, health was a challenge for them, there was another challenge also faced by all the family members. Especially, it was felt in the lower strata of the society, and that was the financial stress. We all know what happened that time. We all know that in that time when education it was an issue of the tension, health was an issue of the stress, thought process. Financial stress was literally working on their minds, on their psychology. They were losing the jobs, they were losing the resources. The people were shifting to their homes back in the villages. They were, managing the things both the corners like anyhow. So financial stress was also. So when financial stress was there, studies or the educational scenario, it was going to be hampered. It was definitely going to be affected. So it was a second dimension. Now in all these things, when in all this scenario, when digitalization of education was coming, when digitalization of education was coming to the people in both the stratas, it was making an impact. How? I will make it clear afterwards, just after seeing two or three more these dimensions. The third dimension was, it was regarding efforts enhancement factors. Now, when stress was in the people, educational stress, economic stress, health stress, when all these things are working on the mind of the people, as a reaction, as it always happens, efforts enhancement was also being seen because the young generation, it was working on the modern lines of online education and digitalization. The aged people, the aged generation of the homes, they were giving the motivation to them, working on the side factors, motivating them, strengthening them, and efforts were being made to get the online jobs by digitalization of getting the informations, making the people aware regarding the online working scenarios. So job stagnation where there was seen. On the other hand, job availability was also observed by the people of both the stratas. The senior strata, the upper strata, it was not that much handicapped, but they were also having the tensions. The lower strata especially was basically very tense because they were not having the resources to earn the money. Then there was academic stress also. Academic stress, sessions were getting late, classes were getting late, sessions were getting late. They were having the tensions whether the examinations will take place or not take place. So these were actually at the first glance these things look minor, but basically these things were not minor. These were literally working on the minds of the students as well as the minds of the teachers who were supporting them, who were guiding them, who were counseling them. And because I belong basically to the placement cell of my college, so I was observing that there was panic because I was getting the information. The girls are telling me, "Ma'am, we are no more in the job. We are no more getting the salaries. We are no more secure in the jobs in the schools, in the colleges, in the private colleges especially." So then I was guiding them. You just pull on the things. Is a matter of time only. You will get the job again. Don't you worry. Have the experience, online experience. Digitalization is there, so you will be getting the jobs. Now, closing of the coaching centers was another factor. Like we all have heard about the quota factory. Like Rajasthan, we are having the quota center where we are getting the coaching of the engineering and the medical courses, and we all know there is an achievement rate that is very high of the students. But because of the pandemic, because of the scenario, the students went back to their homes. Coachings got closed, and now, moreover, it was having an impact on the teachers also. The teachers in these coachings were, especially they are the IITians who are teaching over there. And when they're not getting the salaries, where they're not having the students, they're not having the coaching running in the centers, they were also jobless. So efforts again were being made by them that they were maintaining the communication with their students. Please don't lose hope. We are going to start the coaching as soon as possible. So we will be preparing for the coming session of GMAs or G Advanced or the medical sessions. So, continuity was there in the communication. By digital means, communication was being done between the students and the teachers. So efforts were being enhanced. And this enhancement was, of course, work. Fourth dimension, it was, as I discussed just now, it was the hampering of the education. We all have seen, the scenario when the families were losing the people. The casualties were there. The families were getting disturbed. Family disintegration was there because the family members were being lost by the families. Only children were remaining. Parents gone away. Children were also gone away. Then we were having, so many bad experiences that time. Social imbalance, a total social imbalance was seen those days. Every day we were getting the news of so many people, they expired and this and that. It just is not heartening to recall all these things because the sad demise says all these were. But even then, like when all the things were getting hampered, society was getting imbalanced, families were getting disintegrated, education was getting hampered. But then amongst all this scenario, amongst all these factors, there was this factor of digitalization, which was giving a relevance to life because it was connecting the people with the government agencies, with the teachers, with the colleges. They were having the communication, online communications. We were giving them the messages, condolence messages, the communication messages regarding the continuing of the
Shalini
education.
ma'am, sorry to interfere. How much time you need?
Just 2 minutes only.
Thank you.
Okay. So then the fifth dimension is the last dimension of all this, and that was the learning angles. Now, because of digitalization, we were having, these three angles of the learning. Now, teacher, parents, and education, and children. Now, we three were linking up with each other. Teachers were motivating parents as well as the children also. And so combinedly, we all were motivating and promoting learning angles to the students. So, on the basis of these above angles, the digitalization that took place, crossing all the hurdles through each and every, angle, it was a mammoth task. It was a huge task. We could sail through it because it fell upon us. We got surrounded, we got trapped in it. And this is the time when we are seeing the widening and opening of the numerous courses. And the numerous courses were, like the artificial intelligence, as we have discussed in the previous sessions also, robotics, then machine learning. And in each field, all these applications are being made in the engineering, defense, medical, commerce, everywhere these applications were being made. It was just the charisma of the digitalization. It was simply the availability and the enhancement, opening of the more and more courses for the students, motivating them, preparing them for the further life. On the basis of these, observations, all these observations in the two states of society, regarding digitalization and achievement, of the families, of the students, of the teachers, in all these things, it was a struggling period for all of us. And digitalization, it has been, it has been a must, but it was a difficult journey for all of us. Taking online exams, it is still a difficult exercise for many people. Like students are not adapting the ways. They are unable to adapt the ways. The students who are in the villages, they are having the network problems, and sometimes the slow learners also, in many cases, they are not adapting with the ways. So, in spite of that, we have emerged victorious. Even teachers are still learning. We are still learning. Students are learning. But then, in spite of all that, we have emerged victorious. Digitalization is a big leap towards technological progress. This is the final word for this presentation, that we have taken a big leap. And yes, and it was because of the digitalization only that we could progress, we move towards the technological progress. So that is all for this session, Reddy sir. And I think I have made just a presentation related to the students, and that was all what I had to say. And thank you, Reddy sir, and thank you, Chavalit sir. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Over to Chavalit sir, please.
Okay, Dr. Salini, topic digitalization of education in relevancy to the lives. In the past, every country gave importance to the development of skill and education of population with the 3R subject, namely reading, writing, arithmetic, and allows the world. The focus is a digital skill and literacy along with reading, writing, and mathematics skill. While digital skill, PIRA or the student emphasis on the giving everyone knowledge, understand digital, and happy right in the future world. COVID-19 has changed the world. Example, education, social economics, health. Doctors Serini presentation of 5 dimension of teacher effect, the 3 dimension is very interesting, and hopes that knowledge create a holistic change. Thank you very much, Dr. Serini. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very keen observation. Now I am calling the last paper of this second technical session. Saurav Mahato, over to you. You are allowed to present your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
If some noise is coming from your side, make yourself away from. Yeah, please.
Sir, is the
Saurav,
slide visible? Yes, sir.
Visible, but the noise is from your side or what?
Is there
Outside.
slide?
Please. No. Some sound is coming. Please ask your outsiders to keep silent.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Too much sound. Too much.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now, sir?
No. Is it too much?
Okay, sir. 1 minute, sir. Hey, sir. कविता ना सर बोल रहा है कि साउंड आ रहा है वहाँ थोड़ा बता दो। हाँ 1 minute, sir.
Right. Saurav Mahato is a research scholar from Department of Education Studies, School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Central University. I know he is a Omkar sir, is a supervisor from Telangana. Yeah, now he's okay.
Okay, sir.
So now over to Saurav.
Yes, sir. Respected Kavita.
No, Saurav, if it is like this, please you present some other time. Too much noise. It is disturbing a lot.
Okay, sir. 30 seconds, sir. Hello. Hello, sir.
Yeah, I am allowing. Wait, because you too much noise. That is not good.
Sir, now, sir?
Now also.
Okay, sir. Now, sir, I think no sound, sir.
No, sorry, Saurabh. I am going to present our paper. You can present some other time. Okay, this is too much noise.
But, sir, I think now, sir, no noise.
No, sorry. Okay, right. Sorry, actually, he is not able to. So I'm going to present our paper. Dr. Srutasini Gogoi ma'am and Vanida and myself. Saurabh, you will do later, okay? No problem, because it's too much noise. That is not good. Right. So now I am requesting the participants also to do the hands-on activities. In our workshop certificate itself, we did coordinator of the workshop like that. Why we did? In general, the conferences, first of all, sorry, is a good afternoon now in India to Mr. Chavalit sir and the chairperson of the today's session and coordinator Vanida ma'am, Dr. Srutasini Gogoi ma'am, and other dignitaries and noble participants. I'm going to present on digital capabilities for quality education and research. Here, education is all-round development, mental development, physical development, spiritual development, emotional development, A to Z. And the research, we are going to concentrate both qualitative, quantitative, mixed method, A to Z. How? It's a digital, the first capabilities is digital literacy. So with the permission of the chairperson, I am going to present something innovatively in the comparison, because the presentation slide are always passive. So if you do, according to John Dewey, learning by doing. So there is no hard and fast rule to do only like this, like that. Our main motto of education is learning outcome, whether learning is taking place or not, whether you are reaching your goal or not. That is very, very important. So with this, I thought, I am always following innovatively. My way of approach is different. Sometimes I'm asking the participants, please.
मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत मतलब एक
Just I'm removing the co-host. Yes, I done. Right. So this is new innovative. Whenever it's ready to think differently and innovatively. So Sir Chavalit sir is was expert of curriculum instruction and development. How to instruct? Just I'm giving 2 to 3 minutes oral presentation, because word gives single meaning. I'm always mentioning those who are attending our programs, they are aware of my way of presentation. Word gives single meaning, image gives 1,000 meanings, and video gives million meanings. There are so many good things are there. How to motivate the effectiveness, how it will come. There are so many parameters are there. Even classroom management, mastery in subject, ICT, the infrastructure, your attitude, your perception, your intelligence, your ICT, digital literacy, and competency and capabilities. So A to Z 360 degrees. So you need life skills, soft skills, communication skills, classroom interaction, interpersonal relation skills, hard skills, global skills. Vaibhav Jadhav sir is telling about the global citizenship education. UNESCO developed about so many things. Myself and Srutaswini Gogoi madam attended one international workshop conference organized by UNESCO, Tokyo, in the year 2020. So we are moving to how the world is moving. Maybe some teachers, they say some of them don't have network, they don't have digital device. So it is not good to do like this and continue like this. But sometimes it is our duty to concentrate both above average, below average, average, special children, gifted students. So we need different types of curriculum. But is it possible in our traditional classroom? Because we have only one type of instruction. So how to do it? Personalized learning. Education 5.0 is giving integration of human intelligence and artificial intelligence for personalized learning. So for that, we need knowledge, attitudes, skills, not skills, skills and capacity. So you need a capacity also. How to improve your capacity? Is it a one day, single day program? No. I am going to show you a nice video how you can. There are so many good things, but within I take only 15 minutes time. Now 40, 55, 155 I will finish, because at least we can start the next session at 2 o'clock. Here, our duty to think 360 degrees and empathy. Don't be selfish. Now, whatever you are getting is a philosophical way of life, and always be ethical, be moral. What I came to know by organizing this n number of programs, I'm sorry to say the truth, because today is a World Teachers Day. It is our duty to think about the negative education and facts also. Almost 40% of the participants, I came to know, they are not morally and ethically, those filled the feedback form are not correct. Without attending single program also, they are trying to get 21-day workshop certificate. Is it ethical? That, so we need a learning. So Doralo Dochaleru Dongal Etukaporu Batru Janamu Vachi Panchukoru. There is one poem in our Telugu language. It is not possible to take away from the knowledge, whatever you gained. Neither brothers nor friends, anybody. So it is only for you. So it is according to 21st century, sharing is knowledge. So I need, I think if Vanida madam is ready, we can, because instead of asking others, I can ask Vanida ma'am, one of our paper presenter, our co-author, to share her screen to do the hands-on activities. We are going to assess ma'am's how much digital capabilities, because we are sharing. If ma'am is available, Vanida ma'am, are you there? Because this one already done by Srutaswini Gogoi madam. That is why I'm asking. If ma'am is not ready, I will ask some other. I think Dr. Subhas Arya we can select, a very dynamic technical teacher, because now we are doing on digital things. Subhas Arya sir, are you there? Subhas Arya sir, now I'm allowing the participant to say something by himself or herself. Otherwise, we will take Dr. Shalini Rastogi ma'am herself. This is the best. Shalini madam, are you there?
Yeah, I am there, sir. Reddy sir, I am there.
Yeah, good. We are going to do experiment on you.
Okay.
Okay, now you can share your screen. This is a how practically implementation. In general, what is happening in conferences, we are sharing the information, but I hear, I forget, I see, I remember, I do, I understand. So digital capabilities, ma'am, topic is also there, dimension wise presented. Simply share your screen, ma'am.
Okay,
You are
just
allowed to share your screen. All other participants, those who are not done this one, please do by yourself. It is very good and extraordinary. There are so many things to share with you. Whenever time permits, we will share with you. Now this one takes only, ma'am, you can, it is better do little bit fast. Now just I shared the link in the chat box. Go to chat box. Shalini ma'am. Shalini madam, please save time. Please respond and save time. Otherwise, I will call some other. Okay, then I will ask Antara Day. Are you there? Now you are a co-host. Antara Day. Antara Day. So here. Okay, ma'am, Vanida ma'am, please share your screen. We will do by ourselves. No need to just share your screen. I allowed to present. You can share, simply share your screen, boss. Vanida ma'am, are you getting? I'm unable to unmute you. Vanida ma'am, am I audible? Chavalit sir, please ask. Yeah. Good. Ma'am, please share your screen. Vanida ma'am, share your screen. Just click share. There are option is there. Share your screen.
About my idea?
Yeah.
Yes, it's today is a conference. Is very good. The topics everyone
No,
share
ma'am.
the topic.
I'm asking to share your desktop screen, laptop or desktop screen.
Desktop screens.
Yeah.
How to share?
Okay, in the middle you have one share option is there, na?
Okay, share here.
Yeah.
Just a moment,
share.
please.
Yes. Click it.
Okay, this and share.
Share entire screen. You select your home. Yes, good. Ma'am, you unmute by yourself. Just to follow the instruction. I'm muting you. Okay, I'm muted. Right. Now go to chat box. Simply click the link. Click the link. Now I shared one link with all of you. Just click that link. Digital capabilities. Just now I posted in the chat box. Click that one. The chart under chart, you have just to scroll down, ma'am. Still no, scroll down, scroll bar is there. Scroll down. No. On the end, scroll bar. Okay, if you are facing problem, we will do again with the ma'am Srutaswini ma'am. Ma'am Srutaswini ma'am, thank you, Vanida ma'am. I think you are facing problem first time you are using Cisco Webex. Okay, Dr. Srutaswini ma'am, please share your screen.
Allow me to share, sir.
Yeah, I allowed. This is very important, sir. Chavalet sir, we are going to assess a person digital capabilities. Otherwise, there is no meaning of this work conference. Ma'am, go to chat box. Madam, otherwise you open my blog, ma'am. Srutaswini ma'am, open my blog. Go to Google. Simply go to Google. Open new window. Just type hamsareddy.blog. Already is there. Look up aim high. Click it on your home page. Maximize your screen. Maximize your screen. MSAREDDY .blogspot.com. Already it is there, but you are not selected. Do it fast, ma'am. So I'm requesting again and again to do this one. Please, all the participants, those who have laptop, desktop, you can do this one. Now I am going to show you, Vanida ma'am, all this information in your Thai language. Within a fraction of seconds, it can translate into Thai language. Go to translate. Translate is there now, ma'am? Srutaswini madam, translate. Above the followers, select language. Above the followers, select language. No. Please, scroll up. Madam, you don't be panic. Slowly scroll up, ma'am. Srutaswini ma'am, please scroll up. Yeah. Here, translate. First, you can reach me, search this blog, translate, select language. Yeah. Please type Thai, T. You type the letter T in your keyboard. Again, press TT again and again. Whether Thai language is there or not, you can check. No. Don't do like that, ma'am. Please click again. Language, you click T letter. If you type again and again, it will go one by one. Okay, scroll down. That is also good. Here, Thai, yes. Ma'am, Vanida ma'am, this is Thai language. So you can use my blog to your students, everything in Thai language, even though I written in English, but you can use it for Thai language. Now go to ma'am.
Yeah, okay, very good.
Now is October month, you can go through, scroll down. Srutaswini ma'am, scroll down. Yeah, here you can use 2020 or 2019, any month. You select any other post. Yes, scroll down. Good. See, ma'am, Vanida ma'am, all these are Thai language, but I did nothing. Only by using the blog and artificial intelligence of Google Translator. But that link will come in English, ma'am. Link will come in English, but you want to translate, come to my blog only, ma'am. Srutaswini ma'am. If you want all this one also in Thai, what you can do, copy and paste in your blog. This one we are going to present our next paper. Maybe my special address is there. I'm going to give tomorrow second session, blog-based learning, teaching and research and extension activities. There I will show everything. Now you come back to on the top, Srutaswini ma'am, show original. Click on show original. On the top bar, Google Translate and show original is there. Left side top. Otherwise, you can select English here. Left side top, show original. Good. Scroll down. So all other teacher here, Rastogi madam from Hindi belt. Those who are your some teachers are from Bengali language. Also, you can translate. Ma'am, scroll down. One more. Yeah. Here under assessment, wait. Please, little bit scroll up. Yes, wait. Digital capabilities under assessment, digital capabilities. Yes. This is very, very important. I'm sharing again and again. Why means many teachers are just still in skill only. We need to move from skill to competency, competence to capabilities. Now you select which of the groups do you mostly identify. You are a faculty, select faculty. Too fast, Srutaswini ma'am. Scroll down. How would you rate your overall digital proficiency? Whether intermediate or here, excellent. 4 is excellent, 5 is advanced. So whatever you feel yourself, you can select. Okay, good. Next, scroll down. Next, go to next. Click. Right. Ma'am, don't select. You are selecting. Yes. Ethical citizen. That is why I told be moral, be ethical. This is missing nowadays. That is why many crimes, many things, bankruptcy or crime, everything, cyber crime. Please now scroll down. I respect diversity when communicating with others, being careful to avoid offense. Whether if you respect always, you select always. Right. I strive to here maintain an appropriate use of technology. If you use appropriate always, you can select always. Third, I understand how personal data is collected, shared in different applications and use privacy setting accordingly. Especially my humble request to the here female students, female scholars and teachers, whenever you are using your Facebook, please log your profile. Nowadays, many people, unless and some male, what they are doing, it is my duty to share for the sake of as an ICT expert. They are keeping a female cover page and they are chatting with you. At the final day, you maybe they say, I am coming to your hometown, your country, please share this amount. You, this type of things are, and the phishing messages are there. Please don't believe, you don't know about your own neighbors. How do you know about far away from thousands of kilometers? Better be careful. If someone is not in a careful earlier, before COVID, prevention is better than cure. Now cure is better than care. It is your duty to cure it. Not only a health issues, even whatever body modification of your behavior also, your attitude, your perception, your intelligence, your skills, competency, capabilities. Next, ma'am. Go to next. Yeah, do little bit fast. Technological skills, scroll down. Here, I strive to develop an understanding of artificial intelligence and its impact on education, society, culture, and politics. Stephen Murray, sir, how used his digitalization of manuscripts. So you can select, ma'am, whether never, likely, or sometimes you are doing research also. I know. Scroll down. You little bit scroll down. Don't no need to read those things. You can read later. Scroll down. Srutasin, ma'am, scroll down. Yeah, select. Okay, I like learning about new trends here in technology and thinking about how they can be used to improve my learning and work. You select whether you are doing sometimes or likely or always. No need to think. Madam, Srutasin ma'am, please scroll down. Don't move cursor here and there. I think you are some tension because of my words. No, don't, just scroll down. Yes, simply select the option. Select options for second. Yes, good. I can easily figure out new technologies and applications. Select. Okay. I am able to write and interpret promoting code here, programming codes. I here encrypt, password protect or otherwise secure access here sensitive data when it is sent or stored. Good. I can install and update the operating system and applications on my personal computer. If you are doing, you can select. Good. I have an understanding of the computer components, understanding of the components of computer application network and the internet and how these interact with each other. CPU, RAM, I think you are teaching to your golden boy. I know how to locate a problem, search for solution on my own and apply. Good. Next, digital for learning. This is our related to our conference. After I learn a new digital tool or trick, I share it online with others so they can use it to support their learning. That is why we coming forward to organize this type of conferences, workshop, seminars to share whatever we have. I adapt digital tools and here materials to suit my students' learning preferences and access needs. Good. Scroll down. I think ma'am Srutasini Gogoi ma'am also her own blog. She is teaching for philosophy students of Moran College through her blog. I can identify and choose and participate in digital learning opportunities. Recently you attended one FDP. I think this is very important. Next, the fourth one, information literacy. This is very important. Scroll down. I normally look at more than the top 3 search results. Vanita ma'am, I did 4 MOOC courses from University of Leeds, how to search content in the internet. So many teachers are not aware. Madam Sutashi ma'am, don't select. Scroll down. I like more. I think every teacher is seeing more than 3 results. You can select. I know how to use a wide range of strategies when searching for information beyond Google, Bing. Good. I experiment with the different keywords if I am not getting the search result I am looking for. Here simply I am giving one search key result. Suppose you are searching about Thailand tourism. Put double inverted quotation, type Thailand tourism. You will get exact information. Select Srutasini ma'am. Self-assessment tools, no need to think. Only after reading the statement, whatever thought come to your mind, it is better to select immediately. Good. I have a method for organizing information using files, bookmarking, reference management software. Ma'am is also did more than 40 MOOC courses since 2019. So we are working together. I consider how different kinds of information have been designed for different audience, because 7 learning styles are there. We prepared a PPT for Chirapat sir, professor. We will share tomorrow. Right, ma'am, little bit scroll up. We want to see the title of these capabilities. Little bit scroll up slowly. Whenever you are sharing, it is very difficult to operate the system. I know that is why you are facing problem. Little bit scroll up, ma'am. Scroll bar is there now. It is better to use it. Yes. Collaboration is very, very important. That is why we came forward and we requested Vanida madam, ma'am, we have this plan to do one program with you. So we are grateful to madam and Dean sir and your friend. Without your help, maybe this workshop is not possible. We can organize by ourselves, but we want to extend our scope of learning. Collaboration is very important. Scroll down, ma'am. I share digital resources with others through online communities and networks and collaboration platforms. Good. I know how to select the appropriate digital collaboration tools for my own needs and according to the context. I am mindful of how I interact with the people I collaborate digitally with a strive to clearly understand my role as a part of the group. I afford to use my digital skills for the benefit of my team. Whenever you are working in the team, it is our duty to. I use digital technology to foster and enhance learner collaboration and to enable learners to use digital technologies as part of collaborative assignments. Here, maybe now it is not possible within because we are crossing our time. You go to next, ma'am. There are 101 teaching tools, 300 learning tools, 75 assessment tools. There are so many things. Because of by doing so many MOOC courses, we came to know communication. Now we are very much happy. Maximum resource persons are keeping their video on, but some of programs audio only. So because of this category, I'm not inviting one of the resource person again and again. He's an extraordinary person, but always keeping his video is off. Non-verbal communication is very important. I understand the effects of communicating through different styles of media, correctly interpreting the tone of the text versus a video or phone conference. Here, my humble request to the participants, whenever you are going to interact with your family members, make a video call instead of audio call. Whenever you are going to interact with unknown person, you can go for audio call. And another thing, if you are going to interact with maybe we never met, if you are calling, better don't. If you want to call back, don't call through normal call. Nowadays many people are recording your voice, so better to use Telegram audio call or WhatsApp audio call, like that, because it one is not shareable to others, encrypted. So that is very, very important. Go to next, man. Chavalit sir will take only another few minutes only. Now we are very near to end. Producing content. Not only now, Vanita ma'am, we are telecasting our conference through our YouTube channel Smart Education. So now almost more than 5 hours is live since almost 9:10. So it is maybe all the participants, if they want to see again, they can go visit our YouTube channel. They can watch it. So this is a producing content. I know the pros and cons of different media types and can choose the best one. Ma'am selected. Okay, good. I am able to. Third one, ma'am. When creating new digital content, I know how fair use and copyright. There are 6 types of copyright issues are there. Creative Commons, some things you can't edit. Wikipedia is the best example. You can edit it, you can use for commercial purpose. So certain videos, suppose our Nehu website, you can use, share it, but you can't edit it, you can't make for commercial purpose. Next, the 8th, yes, inclusion and diverse needs. Because you know about, you are always celebrating the International Day of Special Children. They are visionary challenged, hearing impaired, physically challenged, some maybe abnormality. Maybe gifted students are also abnormal. Those who are not in the middle, maximum, general, are all abnormal. So here I analyze accessibility constraint in order to assess how useful specific tools. Walk stick. If you see the Google, those who are not able to type, they can press, they can speak automatically. You can search the content. I don't know how many are using it. You can speak just even those who are using Apple phone. You call something, automatically it will type and it sets. So it is better to use those type of things. I consider the suitability of a tool based on the needs. Next, good. Next, personal development. This is very, very important. So personal development, I am aware of my digital knowledge has gaps. Therefore, I continuously explore and learn new technologies that support my professional development. Yeah, I mobilize digital tools and resources to undertake and carry out a project here independently. Just 1 minute, ma'am. Suppose someone is using WhatsApp. If you want to make your text into bold, simply put a star before typing and end you put star. Automatically, it will come to bold letter. Italic is underscore. There are so many options are there within WhatsApp. So it is your duty to learn. Now in India, we can make payment through WhatsApp. You can make payment through Phone Pay. So many apps are there. Go to next, ma'am. But my humble request, better don't to download many apps because they are collecting your personal data. Don't store your bank PIN number, some important things. If possible, certain things you can use on mobile without internet, only call purpose, some secrets. But if you use internet, there may be a chance to collect your data. I use digital tools and resources to adequately represent a complex problem and develop. Here I want to share one information. In India, we have 4 tools are there. Public grievance is public portal, interact with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and RTI, online RTI, and President Secretariat. If you have any problem, you can contact. I solved many personal and professional problems through these tools. I sometimes seek information from a digital community discussion. Yes, this is important. I'm recently some organization in Guwahati is participated for FDP, IoT, internet. Well, next. Go to next. Problem solving is one of the life skills. Critical thinking is the another life skill. We need, as a philosopher, ma'am also, myself also, we are philosophy background. I assess the here trustworthiness of a claim made on a website or social media using a reputable sources before sharing it more. Here I want to share, ma'am, you do, I am just sharing. What happened in India, some person, they collected the date of birth in the Facebook, account number in other LinkedIn or somewhere. They tried to withdraw money. So please, whenever you are creating any social network, don't give your original date of birth. And your official date of birth also don't give. And according to study, I did 8 courses on digital learning, how digital online learning, mobile, online learning, social media, digital learning, social media. 90% of the users are giving false information, not true. Whatever you are sharing, getting through social media, those informations are not true. Please, better to avoid your personal images to share. Better. If you are already sharing, it's okay, but now onwards, don't share your personal images and your family photos, birthdays. One of the teacher in Guwahati, She posted in the WhatsApp. She is going to home. She locked her door, and in front of door, she is taking selfie and kept in the status bar. Maybe a thief can identify, oh, this owner is not here. These days, it is better to go visit that home. So why unnecessarily someone is flying, they're giving information in the Facebook. He is flying from so place to so place. Please, this all is, I think, nonsense. Maybe celebrities or someone, it is good for them, but not for a common people like us. Next, ma'am. The last click. Good. One more is there. Yeah. Innovation and creativity. Be creative. I think by seeing the Facebook images of Anida ma'am, I came to know she is very creative. Ma'am Srutasri ma'am also told she is very creative. So something is, but I just I provided few minutes, 1 minute back. Better to don't to share personal images. Many official is okay. Whenever you are in an individual photo, please don't share. If you are in group, somehow is better, but individual photo, please. Maybe some other reasons are also there. I like to investigate new and unprecedented ways of accomplishing tasks with the digital tools and processes. There are so many tools. You can use it, digital technology. Shockguide.net, one website is there. It can provide A to Z. I take advantage of technological opportunity to develop and express my own creativity, potentially feed others' creativity as well. Creativity, what is creativity? Innovative and productive. So I am open to trying. Okay, next, finish survey, ma'am. So now we are going to see what type of digital capabilities you have. See, something inclusion, you are in 100%. So information literacy 90%, collaboration is 100%, communication is you can download result. Scroll up, ma'am. Little bit scroll up. Download result. Open that PDF file. Open that PDF file. Now I am sharing the feedback link for the second session. Please fill up it. You will get a certificate after 8 or 9 today, 9 p.m. Please fill up. This is the second feedback session of. Scroll down, ma'am. Here the tool is giving resources also. Suppose somewhere you are lagging, how to enhance your, see, just click on blue color text, ma'am. Anywhere, yes, anywhere. No. You might be interested. You might be interested under following resources. Under resources, you can give anything. Yeah, ebook, ethics for a digital era. Good. Click it. Automatically, one book will open. If it is free of cost, you can download it also. So this, see how nicely the tool developed. This is developed by University of Concordia. Yes, you can view ebook, man. Click view on the top right side, top view ebook. View ebook. Or I'm Srutashin, ma'am. On the right side top, or access options. View VIEW ebook. No. There is only, ma'am. Top right side. VIEW view ebook. Click. Yes. Okay, no problem. It is asking the account, but if you can create, if it allows. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing. I'm stopping sharing for you. So now I will take only 2 minutes for the permission of the chairperson. Any queries if you have? This is about digital capabilities. You can ask, sir, how we can use it for education and research. For research, it is your duty to be critical thinking. You are always critic and innovative. Otherwise, who will? Whenever you are going to purchase any product, you will see whether this product is good or not, whether when it was manufactured, what is the price. So what about the durability? So these things, in the same way, it is your duty to make yourself is more, your scope, your competency, your capabilities, knowledgeable, open mind. Steve Jobs, Steve, one book is there, you can read it, Steve Jobs and Jeff Keller, Attitude is Everything, N.R. Narayanamurthy autobiography, and 10 best teaching practices, Donna Walco, best national and international books, many things. Any queries? Now I am allowing the participants only for maybe we are lagging behind, but some of participants are absent in the third session also. We can manage, but we are going to stop at exactly Indian time 3 o'clock. Anybody, anyone, any query? Okay, over to Chavalit sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please, over to you, sir.
Sir, I want to ask that what you instructed, that we heard, sir. But if the instruction in what paper form you have given, then we can use the instruction in our research work and education.
No. Actually, you are again go to the old method only. See, whatever I am sharing, it is already recorded and video is available in my YouTube.
Okay, sir.
Word gives single meaning, image gives 1,000 meanings, video gives million meanings. Go to video. That is the
Okay,
context. I want to change the mindset of the scholars to use the resources.
Okay, sir.
Because text communicates only 10% of the communication. So video, I am already recorded. It is available in my YouTube channel. If you want, I may show you.
Yes, sir.
Just
Yes,
1
sir.
minute. See. So this is about my home page. This is my YouTube. Now live, you can see, I'm going to show you the live already is whatever we are recording. So if you click here, this is my YouTube channel. Yes, some participants, I will allow them. Yeah. See, now this is international live now. See, whatever I am speaking, it is available now. So if you want, what you can do, go to simply my YouTube channel. So see, whatever I am sharing, it is now. This is my YouTube this channel. Way of approach is good. Instead of reading the text. See, now always whenever you want to do something, it is always better to do through videos, watching how to create blog. Many things are there. Saurabh,
Yes, sir.
be
Yes,
ready
sir.
to present in the next coming session. Please
Yes,
make
sir.
yourself away from that crowd.
Okay, sir.
Now also coming, voice is coming from your side.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any other?
Sir, Amar sir, when is the third technical session start, sir? Time?
Now immediately, ma'am. Now immediately.
Okay, sir. Okay.
No break, immediately. Okay, over to the chairperson, sir. Chavalit sir, over to you. Sir Chavalit sir, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Over to you, sir. Now I'm going to make a call for next resource chairperson. You can give your comments and you can speak, sir. You are unmuted. You can speak.
Excuse me, sirs. Maybe the network. We are here. So maybe you have the strong. Maybe the network maybe is error or busy. Can you continue And the next presenter, please.
1 minute. With your permission. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, please, ma'am. Anita, ma'am, please. You are sharing something?
Sharing something? Okay, it is about you show me that this program is very good. For many people all the world can to study about this and to take this program. It's very good program once. It's very good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, Chavalit sir, please your concluding remarks. Then we will start the third technical session. Chavalit sir, over to you. Sir, now I am unmuted, sir. You can speak. Yeah, please, sir. You are audible, sir. Ma'am?
There may be some network issues.
Okay. Then I will start the third session immediately with the permission of. Yeah. Now, actually, Professor Uma Shankar sir is also on the way to his office. Now, the third technical session, Professor Uma Shankar sir and Navdeep Kaur. Yes, ma'am. Now, Chavalit sir is available. Sir, Chavalit sir, please, you can make your concluding remarks.
Okay. Next. Hello.
Yeah. You are audible, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, sir, two paper presenters are absent, so because of that, I'm already
yes, sir. There is actually one Saurav is there, but we can accommodate some other time, other place. Now we are going to conclude that second technical session, sir.
Okay. Next, in which.
Now you give your concluding remarks of the session, sir. We are closing this session. We will start the third session after 5 minutes.
Education today, digital literacy and ICT, you know, the future innovation, education, active learning and digital disruption. Digital disruption and development hard skill and soft skill person competency based example and person pedagogy and curriculum เป็น philosophy activity today structure in a conference innovation research development R&D research and development summary teaching he development as 21st century skill 3R 7C ER 7C and change and change the world and change in the world. Course online before LMS learning management system. Now then move massive open online course in the world. Open everything anywhere anytime. And idea main concept conceptual framework and research. Backup theory and education technology and competency. In the Thailand TPAC modelเป็น base. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We moved from competency to capabilities. Capability is equal to knowledge plus attitude plus skills plus capacity. Competency is competency. There is no capacity, only knowledge, skills, and attitude. So skill is an ability to do anything. So that is why we are moving from skill to competency, competency to capabilities. Wherever I'm going, I'm now introducing education 4.0, 5.0, the MOOC, OER, artificial intelligence, many things are there. So it's a never ending. Learning is taking place. Always a continuous process, lifelong learning. It is our duty to be alert. Just like a soldier. If soldier no weapon, he may lose his life. So it all learning, knowledge, attitude, skills, competency, capabilities are our tools. If you have more, you can survive. Otherwise, we may be just like a runway. It is our duty to move. It's a dynamism. So these words are really, we are grateful to you, sir, for chairing this session. And we are sitting since morning along with us, 9 o'clock. I think it is lunchtime for already we crossed lunchtime here. I think there is now 2:30 means 4 o'clock. In Thailand, 4 o'clock already is the evening. So without further delay, I'm expressing my gratitude from bottom of my heart on behalf of Moran College and Nehu, Northeastern Hill University. Thank you so much, sir. And see you again, because you are going to maybe in the tomorrow also. Our Dean sir is giving special address. And we will utilize your service. Be with us for tomorrow also.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, now one more session is there. We will continue. No problem. Now in India, it is only 2:30. Now I am requesting Dr. Navdeep Kaur. Are you there? Please, I'm allowing the participant to speak. If you are there, I can make you co-host. Navdeep Kaur, are you there? Maninder Pal Kaur. Maninder Pal Kaur is there. Yes, I am making you co-host now. Yes, I think you have 2 ID. I made both 2, and other is Priya Madam. She's from Salem. Priya Madam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I made you co-host. No,
sir,
no need to speak anything, ma'am. Please be silent.
Sir, you give co-host to Dr. K.S. Ramakrishnan, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am. I met sir in 2009 in IGNO along with Dr. Panir Selvam. I know him. Dr. Antara Day.
Yes, sir. I'm present, sir.
Okay, present. I'm making you already you are co-host. The last one, Jagadishwari.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, now every time I think it is better you take within 10 minutes, try to finish, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Please, now I'm calling based on our one order is Maninder Pal Kaur, over to you. For today's session, actually the chairperson, Professor Uma Shankar sir, senior most professor in Northeastern Hill University, Department of Botany, is a very well-known friend of mine, a senior friend. So now over to you, Maninder ji. Sat Sri Akal. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please. I am allowing you to share your screen. Just 1 minute. Yeah. I am allowing you.
Okay.
So, now whatever you are speaking, this one I am allowing you. Yeah, you are allowed, ma'am. You can present. Now, 2:30, ma'am. Please try to finish within 2:40, ma'am.
Sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Give me some time, sir. I want to share my screen from the.
Yeah, it is coming. Just wait for. Yes, ma'am. Now you minimize this window. Go to your slide. Minimize this window. Click. You are not clicking. Click. Minimize.
Is it?
No, not visible.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yeah. Now visible. Now visible. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself is Maninder Palkot, JRF, Department of Education, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. I prepared this paper under the supervision of Dr. Navdeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. And the topic of my paper is COVID-19 and effective implementation of online education, its pros and cons. Introduction. There has always been substantial pandemics occurred in different times globally, including influenza, severe acute respiratory syndrome, and tuberculosis, which has had an effect on various spheres of human life. Education is not an exception, and any kind of crisis in a country influences this field directly or indirectly. For example, Spanish flu killed about 20 million people globally and has been explained as the most destructive pandemic occurred in the whole. Presently, the whole globe is passing through a critical time due to hazard crisis since World War II. It is COVID-19 pandemic emerged by the end of 2019 and early 2020 in China and has drastic influence. Making the people isolate and put them to quarantine is not infectious disease. Rather, more comprehensive measures of community-wide containment are required to be adopted. For example, social distancing to cancel public gatherings and community quarantine. As an impact of COVID-19, on March 6, 2020, 26 nations among 3 continents had announced school closures, UNESCO 2020. This shutdown will hamper the education of 291 million and 471 million children and adolescents respectively. As a consequence of COVID-19 emergency, an emergency policy initiative called Suspending Classes Without Stopping Learning was launched by Ministry of Education in many countries, including China, to convert teaching learning activities into digital education at the time of school closures. Its main purpose is to enhance students' learning through the mode of digital education and eliminates the need of offline teaching learning activities to check the spread of COVID-19. Online learning can be defined as learning experiences in synchronous or asynchronous environments utilizing various devices, example, smartphones, laptops, tablets, etc., with internet access. In such type of learning, learners can learn and interact with the tutors and other colleagues at any time and place. Now I will describe some of the prerequisites which are essential for conducting online education. The first one is trustworthy network infrastructure. It is crucial for conducting various teaching learning activities. For example, synchronous cyber teaching using video conferencing, asynchronous cyber learning by availing downloading learning resources. Appropriate learning tools should be easy and quick. To assist teachers to manage resources and students efficiently, help learners to take participation in learning activities effectively. Students and teachers can interact virtually. Assist schools, parents, and teachers to organize school-home interaction timely. Next, there should be appropriate digital learning resources. It should be according to the design of online learning activities. Ostermeyer and Bonk asserted that it is a difficult task to find out high quality educational resources for millions of students. So, it is a primary duty of teachers to select qualitative learning resources to use by referring to well-known national and international repositories. Next is instructional organization. A variety of teaching learning activities can be utilized in online learning environments to make flexible instructions. For example, lecture, case study, debate, discussion, student-led discovery, experiential learning, academic games or competitions, brainstorming, drill, and practice are the varied instructional methods used by a teacher. Better support services for teachers and students. These services can only be available to educational institutions, enterprises, families, and society. Technical services for teachers. Teachers of the day should be trained to make use of synchronous cyber learning software, utilization of learning management system, and the implementation of learning activity design. Further is learning sports for students. It involves the creation of personalized learning systems for students, utilization of cloud classrooms to provide e-textbooks, to broadcast and TV channels to meet the requirements of students living in remote areas where there is no provision of internet access. Further, I will define some of the difficulties which come in the way of conduction of online education. The first one is that online education is, as per a CCTV, approximately 2% of learners have no access to online live teaching in China. Even many of the children who live in mountainous areas have to walk so far to locate places with good bandwidth signals. Further, online teaching resources are not completely efficient and proportionate. Before the pandemic or the online courses were only acted as minor replacements to offline education. Moreover, there was existence of regional differences, inter-school differences, and subject differences in the quantity of selected quality courses. Next, effectiveness of online education depends upon teachers' online teaching ability and experience. There is lack of skills among teachers to handle online teaching. Next, do not have positive attitudes towards the use of online teaching learning in education. Difficulties of learning spaces. It is not easy for teachers and students to teach and learn at home due to school closures. Most of the teachers were busy at home to perform their household chores like to look after toddlers. As a result, they have less time to conduct their professional duties. Ambiguity regarding the best teaching mode and pedagogy for online education. The success hasn't been achieved yet due to uncertain decision that which teaching method and pedagogy is best for online education, whether it should be conducted synchronously or asynchronously. Now I will describe some of the suggestions for improving online education. First one is that governments must develop the educational information superhighway and must assess its functions, as well as make sure that it will fulfill the demand for online teaching during emergencies. Next one is legal regulations must be adopted to prioritize the educational use of high quality broadband. Further is teachers should be equipped with the standardized home-based teaching equipment, especially standardized electronic to complete the requirements of online teaching and individualized tutoring remotely. There should be provision of adequate training for teachers. Effort should be made for professional development of teachers by getting legal, financial, and administrative support from governments. Last one is research should be encouraged in the area of online education nationally for the innovation of novel online teaching learning strategies and platforms. To sum up my paper, I can say that there is a long history of pandemics occurred globally on different times, which had impact on various aspects of human life, including education. Recently, the world is passing through a critical situation due to COVID-19 pandemic. School closures are one of the outputs of this outbreak nationally and regionally. So many countries are trying to maintain undisrupted learning through the mode of online education, which is conducted synchronously and asynchronously. There are a number of prerequisites for the successful implementation of online education, such as adequate infrastructure, provision for learning tools and digital learning resources, support services for teachers and students, and so on. However, lack of trained teachers, poor bandwidth networks, non-availability of learning resources, and others are some of the problems in the way of online education. Besides this, these problems can be tackled by creating a close contact between government, schools, teachers, and society, and with the use of in-depth investigations and through the professional development of teachers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. On time, you managed time exactly 10 minutes. Thank you. I know you are a guide since 2017. I met in a GNDU. I came to attend the RC program. Thank you, Gupta ma'am, your ma'am,
Okay,
Deepa
sir.
ma'am, all. So it is very nice university. Why I'm telling this one? Institutional infrastructure is playing a major role. So I think
Yes, sir.
GNDU is one of the best universities in India. It is moved from national to international standard university. Now I think Professor Sandhu sir is the Vice Chancellor. So he's a former UGC chairperson, secretary. So with
Yes, sir.
global leadership, you are doing nice. So here you followed very nicely everything. So because of the time things, we will take care of tomorrow. Even though you presented today, I think one more paper also your ma'am is tomorrow. We'll
Yes, sir.
discuss. Thank you so much, Kaurji.
Thank you,
Now
sir.
I'm inviting,
Thank you.
welcome, most welcome. Right. Now I'm inviting the second participants. Just 1 minute because I have technical session 3. Yeah, right. Priya madam only it came to my mind, but I want to confirm. So was Priya madam from Salem, Tamil Nadu. I met her in the year, I think almost 4 or 5 years back.
Yes,
Along with Dr. Rajendranath Babu for one national seminar. They invited us as a resource person. And Ramakrishnan sir, I met in the year 2009 and 10. Sir,
Yes, sir. I am very.
good afternoon.
I am available.
Yes,
Am I
yes.
audible now?
Yeah, you
Sir,
are
am I
audible.
audible? Yes,
Yes,
very
yes,
good.
yes. I still remember we shared in IGNO guest house.
Yes, yes, yes.
Pandira Selvam sir and me one room, but you asked me to exchange the room. Still, I'm
With
sharing.
Pandit
Why I'm
Selvam.
sharing always all these things. Personal touch is very important for relationship and memory also. Is playing a
Yeah,
major
that's why
role in
that's why I'm
education.
very happy that I am joining you again. Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much and welcome. Now over to Priya madam. You are allowed to present your screen. Please go ahead, ma'am. Most welcome for both of you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. Priya madam, you can share your screen.
Priya madam.
No, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am sharing.
Okay. Till that time, I'll just start. I welcome all of you and myself, Dr. Ramakrishnan, Tamil Nadu Open University, Chennai. And the topic, assessment of techno-pedagogical competency among prospective teachers. So
Sir,
it's a
is
joint
this
paper.
visible, sir?
Yes.
Sir. Yeah.
Ma'am, please tell me, ma'am. Already I allowed you to present.
Yes, yes, sir. My screen is visible, sir.
No, not visible, ma'am. Not visible. You
madam.
stop it again. Do again.
Okay, okay.
Please.
Sir, now, sir?
No.
It, ma'am. Please
No,
stop
no.
sharing. It is not only one small, actually one small thing. Dr. Deepima Borgohain, ma'am, Priya, ma'am, please wait for a few minutes. Just.
Yes, yes.
So, Deepima Borgohain from Jilin University, China. Actually, ma'am is a well-known resource person. Because of time schedule, I think I thought I can utilize later, but now just I got ma'am still waiting. I thought that ma'am left. Now I think ma'am is still here. So because co-host always available on the top. Sorry, ma'am, Deepima ma'am. Now you are audible. Actually, I'm seeing the co-host. So your name is not there. Then I thought it is not good to invite. That is why I kept silent. Otherwise,
it's
I
okay.
supposed to ask you. I'm sorry for inconvenience, Ramakrishna sir. Actually, in each session, we are keeping one from Australia, first session, second session from India, third session from
Okay.
China. Ma'am, I am requesting Deepima ma'am to give your special address. And sorry for inconvenience of all the participants because of us. Now over to Deepima ma'am. I am sharing, allowing you to share your screen also, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Hi.
Yeah.
Good
Hi, ma'am.
afternoon, everyone.
Most welcome and good afternoon, ma'am. I think you are in India only now, so I can say
Yeah.
good afternoon.
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, let me know if it is a bit noisy because the house next to mine is being renovated, so a lot of people are working there. So just tell me whenever you feel there's noise.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, okay. Okay, now you can see, I guess, my entire screen.
Yes, ma'am. It is coming out within. Yeah. Now make it a
Okay.
presentation mode only. Yes, excellent.
Great. Before I start, I wish all of us, each one of us, a very happy International Teachers' Day. It is our day, so I think we should celebrate. And what better than sharing our own thoughts and views on effective teaching today. So without much ado, let me just start because I understand that we are already running a bit late. So I won't take much time.
No problem, ma'am. Our Indian time, we can extend up to 4 p.m. Earlier, we decided 3. Now I can extend up to 4, ma'am. Only for
Okay.
today. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about teacher effectiveness in higher education, which is we are already familiar with. But I will be just adding a little bit on how we can optimize digital prominence, digital proficiency to it. So when we talk about effective teaching, I believe as teachers, as educators of higher education, I believe there are 3 things that are very important for us or very relevant at the current time. One is content expertise. Then we have teaching method implications and learning environment facilitation. So basically, when I say when I say content expertise, I mean to say what we exactly teach or what are the contents that we follow, or what kind of knowledge we are supposed to share with our students, with our learners. So I believe as educators, we should be really up to date. We should be really updated on the subjects that we teach and the knowledge around it. So when we say a subject or a knowledge in terms of higher education or in terms of learning in general, we always have to be updated because learning itself is a dynamic process. So even though we have we do develop a syllabus, we do develop a curriculum, but then we need to make sure that the content in it is updated from time to time. So appropriate subject knowledge is very important for us as educators. And then I believe, since we are talking about educators in higher education, so not only the subject that we teach is what we need to be familiar with, but also the research practices, the current research practices, the methodologies, the research tools. Those are also important elements for us to be familiar with and updated about. So that's why I believe, in terms of content expertise, we need to be familiar and updated with two things. One is the subject we teach, or the area that we educate learners in, and number two, the research areas, the relevant research areas where our expertise is contributed or where we try to put our contribution. Next one is the teaching method implications, which means this is the content, this is the what of effective teaching, and how do we impart that education? How do we impart that knowledge or share that knowledge with our students or with our learners? So we need to be familiar with the methods of teaching or the techniques of teaching. In that context, we should be familiar with how to engage our students, or what kind of assessment we give them, what kind of assignment we give them, or what kind of activities we create or develop for our students, and what techniques we use. Because when we talk about teaching in the current times, it is, the learning population, the learners that we get these days, it's a very changing population. So we as educators also need to learn along with our students, because because of, I would say, mainly technology. Our students, most of our students are from the age of technology. We maybe as educators belong maybe a few years before that, before technology actually happened in our daily life. So because now it is there, and it's a necessity rather than an addition. It's a necessity that we use technology in all sorts of in all walks of life. So in that case, I believe we as educators should be really familiar with how to engage our students, how to interact with them, what kind of skills our students have, how to identify that, and what methods and techniques do we use or can we use to identify their skills, at the same time to help them improve their skills or competence. And along with it, I believe, since we are talking about a changing population as learners or as students, we also need to practice constructive feedback. That means we need to know what our students want from this education system or this mechanism. And at the same time, our students should also know what we are giving them in terms of this entire educational mechanism. So constructive feedback, I'm saying this because I believe feedback has to be mutual, because we as educators should also learn, because it's a dynamic field anyway. So we also need to learn, we need to know what are the new or upcoming methods or techniques of teaching, or how to improvise the teaching learning environment in higher education in the current time. And along with this, I believe, since this ongoing pandemic situation is actually giving us opportunities, endless opportunities to explore the digital world or the world of technology, so that we can use or utilize and optimize maximum of it in imparting education, in creating a very interactive teaching learning environment. And lastly, the learning environment facilitation, as in how do we, as part of effective teaching, how do we actually incorporate this overall learning environment? How do we improvise this or enhance this overall teaching learning environment? We need to be clear about that, or we need to explore actually in that sense the digital prominence. How much of digitalization can we use in teaching? How much of digitalization can we use not only in teaching but also in learning for ourselves, as to how to impart education, how to impart learning, how to share learning with our students. So digital prominence for us as educators is important, I believe. And for that, we can use, there are a lot of online platforms that we can use appropriately. As Reddy sir already said, he shared a lot about it, and the other speakers as well. So it is time, and I think COVID, this pandemic situation has given us time enough to actually explore the availability and the usability of online platforms to optimize learning, teaching and learning environment. So I'm just going to touch these topics here in the next slide. Now, when we say we need to be familiar with the appropriate subject knowledge, that means we have to be updated about the current topics in our subject. So whatever is trending or whatever is coming as the new learning area, we need to be within that subject. We need to be familiar with that. So we need to be updated. And how do we do that? Maybe by joining academic professional networks, or even sharing our ideas and exchanging views and opinions about such things in conference like this one, like the one we are having right now. So I think this kind of interaction is very important these days, and it's very relevant for us to stay updated about the what is going on in the current scenario, what is going on or what is new in our own field. So network building is important for us to stay updated about the current topics in our subject area or in our field. And of course, we can explore the offline platforms, but right now, I think checking or exploring the online platforms will be more relevant for us because of the restrictions that many of us are going through because of the complications of the time of the situation. So I believe exploring online platforms will be more important or more relevant for us these days. And then whatever input or whatever knowledge we can acquire from these network building sessions or from these platforms, we should include as much of it as relevant to our teaching, to enhance our teaching learning environment. So only the knowledge of the topics or the platforms, the resources is not enough. We also need to know or learn how to implement those, how to implement that knowledge or how to implement the resources, and we need to make it a practice. So I believe because of the use of technology in everyday life, it is also a necessity in our education system. Use of technology is a necessity in our education system. So these days, I mean, it's not new actually. It's not recent. It has been a bit old now. The practice of interactive teaching modes or the practice of interactive teaching and learning environments is very important these days, not only to share our knowledge about the subject, not only to teach our learners about the subject, but also to understand this new generation, this tech savvy new generation, what they want, what sort of skills they can actually develop, and how do we identify that? Because when we talk about students and teachers at the current time, there is a huge gap between us, between generations, I would say. There's a huge gap, again, mainly because of technology. Our students maybe know a bit more than what we know in terms of using technology. Maybe we know about technology, but maybe we do not know much about how to use the applications. Or maybe our students know more about it, but then they don't know how to utilize it. So use and utilize. So maybe they don't know how to utilize it in terms of learning new things. So maybe they use it only for entertainment or just for communication, but not exactly for learning new things or acquiring new knowledge. So to make it more interactive, to make this teaching and learning process more interactive, we also as educators need to be more familiar, need to be updated, need to learn new technology and how to use it on new topics, new areas teaching areas or new research areas in our topic, in our subject. So we should be familiar with that as well. Now, as I said, apart from teaching, we also need to be familiar with the research methods, the research topics in our area, because we as academicians, we also would like to develop our own professional career in it. So the demand of the current time is there are a lot of upcoming research topics, trends, upcoming methods, upcoming tools, and upcoming technologies and techniques that we can learn. How? Maybe by exploring new research areas in terms of getting more knowledge of it, as well as to expand our own expertise, in that terms. Now, we can do it in maybe mainly in two ways. One, we can develop our own network building. We can work on that, and the platform like today's webinar is one of those platforms where we can actually do that. We can build our network. Now, building our network can also help us in terms of collaborating. Now, how specifically in terms of science and technology, in those areas, I believe they practice it. Research collaboration is a very known practice, very familiar practice. Maybe in humanities, we do it, but maybe not to that extent if we compare our research collaboration activities with the activities of different disciplines other than humanities. So collaboration in terms of research is important for us, I believe, and we should work on that as well. And again, the pandemic is actually giving us time and opportunity to work on our research collaboration efforts. So I believe we should keep doing that as well. And when it comes to new research or just current research modes, we also need to be familiar with new tools and techniques. And maybe one way of doing it is to explore professional networks. Like in ResearchGate, we find a lot information about new research tools and techniques, because our fellow researchers, our peers, keep sharing about their research activities or any new research development. So we can check professional networks like this one. Again, the overall idea is to keep working on collaboration in terms of research, as well as in terms of learning new teaching methods or teaching learning environment facilitation modes. At the same time, I believe we can also explore funding opportunities, because in terms of conducting research, in terms of pursuing research, higher research, even for teachers like us, there are lots of opportunities which we can explore and work on. So funding opportunities, internet is the best friend in terms of looking for such opportunities. So that's why network building is very important for educators, and it can actually benefit us in all the ways that I have mentioned here. So I'm not saying this is the way, but this is one of the ways, and these days this is the relevant way to develop and rebuild, in some cases, rebuild our academic profile. Now, the second point where I said we also need to be familiar with teaching methods. What sort of student engagement activities, or what sort of modes can we use in terms of assessing students, or identifying their skills, or engaging them in learning environment. For that, again, we can explore the latest practices. Most of us actually use different online platforms for our classrooms. Let's say, just to begin with, we use Google Classroom, we use Moodle, we use MOOCs, and there are endless platforms, actually endless opportunities to explore, where we can find interesting ways or interesting modes of keeping our students or keeping our learners engaged in their learning activities. So maybe we can explore that. Maybe we can also explore research papers on it, because our peers are already writing and already producing research papers on such on this aspect. So we can check that as well in journals, or different organizations are also because I think these days almost all the organizations are with they are active with online learning, online teaching learning mode as a normal practice. So in that case, we can share or we can explore what other institutions, other organizations, colleges or universities are practicing in terms of keeping their students engaged and assessing them well or appropriately. So we can check, we can explore those practices. We can share, maybe we can have sharing session like this one, uh, just to be just to update ourselves with the latest activities, engagement activities or assessment methods or assignments, or other teaching learning techniques. Then yeah, as I said, sharing sessions. So I believe this should be a practice, a normal practice in all my previous workplaces so far. We have always been active in terms of sharing, in terms of conducting these sharing sessions with peers, as in one teacher can be using different methods depending on what sort of classroom they have, depending on what sort of course they have, or what sort of student population they have, and their skills and proficiency levels, and there can be so many criteria for that. So we can have regular sharing sessions with our peers in terms of learning new learners engagement techniques or assessment methods. As I said before, that constructive feedback is also important. So now this one also is shared by or practiced by most of the organizations these days. We have, just like in this conference, we have a feedback form at the end of every session. Similar way, we should have a feedback, some sort of feedback form or a feedback session with our students, maybe at the end of every academic session or academic semester, because that way it helps us understand what sort of learning requirement our students need, or where we lack, or where we can improve more, or which one we already have, what kind of techniques can help us even get the students engaged more in their learning environments. So exchanging feedback with students is very important for us, mainly to understand our our students of new generation, I believe. And at the same time, exchanging feedback with our peers is also important, because as I said, different teachers, our peers, use or optimize different teaching methods, different teaching techniques. So if you want to be aware of what's going on in terms of using different teaching methods, we should share our own views and thoughts with our peers, and we should have an exchange session about this, I believe. And now about the overall learning environment. As I said, digital prominence is very important, and in the current situation, this is the need of the hour, because most of our colleges and universities are not even open yet, and we are using the online mode of teaching learning. So digital prominence is important. Now, when we say this, we also should update ourselves with the new technologies that we can use in terms of maybe teaching, or in terms of assessing our students, or maybe in terms of conducting research on our own. So in terms of all these aspects in academia, I believe as an educator, to become an effective educator, we should be familiar with the digital technologies, the upcoming technologies. We should learn. So once a teacher is once a learner is always a learner, I believe. So even if we become teachers, I think we should still have that learning mode on, because it is a dynamic process, as we all know. So learning more, the more we learn, the more we can teach actually. So that is the basic principle, I believe. So we should learn and we should explore more about what sort of technologies we can use in teaching and in terms of conducting research. So for that matter, we also need to have a digital visibility of our own as academician. So we need to have our own digital academic profile. This can help us in developing the network building that I was talking about. So that we become familiar with the teaching methods, practices, the best practices in academia that are practiced in other parts of the world, in other institutes or organizations of the world, across the world. So having a digital academic profile will help us not only in that, but also in our professional development, professional growth. So because we want to be digitally prominent, that means we should be able to use more and more online platforms or utilize them in imparting education, in sharing learning, and in improving or enhancing the teaching learning environment, not only for our students but also for ourselves as academicians. So in that case, I think we can utilize the social media platforms for teaching, be it Facebook or be it Twitter. I guess we can all, we can utilize all of them in some way or the other. We just need to explore how. Or maybe we can, explore the free domains where we can create our own account or create our own educational website for free, or or just have a blog. I mean, that's the easiest way. So we need to explore the internet, the online platforms really thoroughly, so that we can find what is the best way to impart education, what is the best way to share teaching and learning modes and methods and practices with our students as well as with our peers. And because interactivity is the key word in terms of teaching in higher education, so developing an interactive teaching environment is very important. And in that case, online resources can be really helpful in today's time. As the previous speakers have already shared a lot of information on that. So I believe by now we are pretty familiar with what online resources can be, or how online resources can be relevant for us in terms of using it for teaching learning environment as well as for our own research purpose. Now, while we are talking about this digitalization, or using digital platforms for teaching, we face a lot of challenges. Now, here I'm putting some of them which are already challenged for us, because even if we are not using digital platforms, we still have these issues. Let's talk about curriculum design. When we design curriculum for students, or the syllabus for students, sometimes we do not have much clarity about what kind of instructions can we give. This is because the student population is changing, and it's changing quite fast, quite rapidly. And that's why we need to be very clear about what sort of instruction we want to put while designing the curriculum, or while designing the syllabus, let's say, or developing the content for it. Are we going to make it skill based, so that it can help us identify the skills of the students, or are we going to make it task based or something else? Or are PO and CO aligned? That means there can be a program outcome, there can be criteria for course outcome. So if the subject is, let's say, English, but within English we have lots of other courses, and so we have to see the alignment properly. If are we able to give what the students want, or are we able to actually give what we are putting in the syllabus or in the curriculum? So we need to be really clear about those things. And I believe in terms of this digital, using digital platforms, or having gaining knowledge out of digital resources in terms of making this work will be really relevant for us. At the same time, since I said we have a changing population in terms of our new students, We also need to know how to identify their skills. The population is no longer limited to the specific skills that we used to read when we were students, because the students that we were years ago are completely different from the students that we have right now. So that is why we need to know or we need to explore the ways of how to identify new skills, or what do we actually want to elaborate in terms of imparting education to our students. Are we actually focusing on identifying cognitive skills, or are we trying to focus on the interpersonal skills? So the course that we have, what kind of skills does that course actually focus on? We need to be very clear about that. And then student retention is another issue, I believe, because again, because of the changing population, now most of us as educators, we are not really familiar or aware of the changes that our students have as a new generation of learners. So what happens, and along with this, also we have more and more number of academic institutions coming in. So in that case, we do have the sense of a very strong sense of competitiveness or competition. So it's really important for us. That's why it's really important for us to understand who our students are, or what kind of needs they have, learning needs they have. So it's very important for us to understand that this population is very different from us. So we cannot really handle them the way we were being managed by our teachers, because of the differences in or gap in generations. I would say, again, technology is one of the factors affecting or influencing it, rather. Along with that, since we have more and more students and the sense of competitiveness is there, sometimes it ends up, or maybe most of the times, it ends up in low quality of education, and we do not want to fall on that. So that is why we need to focus on what sort of new learning modes or teaching modes we can use or utilize to engage our students, engage our learners, as well as to improve their skills, identify and improve their skills. So new technologies, as I said, because it has to be an interactive teaching learning environment. That's why maybe currently we can utilize, realizing the current situation, we can utilize online platforms more and more to learn new technologies and to practice that in our teaching methods or teaching techniques. So the quality of, not only the quality of teaching and learning has to be improved, but also the quality of research and funding has to be improved, or has to be focused on. Now, in terms of the quality of teaching and learning, I believe, of course, we do practice the traditional methods of instruction. We have exams, we have midterm, we have final exam, and the structure of, or the traditional conventional structure of giving them assignments and tests and all. But I think we should not over rely on it. We should explore and utilize new methods of it, new interactive methods. For example, if we talk about, let's say, testing the skills of our students, let's say the communication skills, maybe we can conduct, let's say, debates in our classroom. You give them a topic and ask them to speak on it, or maybe we can have, let's say, RPGs or role-playing games as activities to give our students more and more opportunities, more and more scope to learn and to be part of that learning environment. So that is why it is important for us to know what our students need, or who are they actually. We need to really be very familiar with this, with our students. And along with that, I believe the assessment variations should be there. So yeah, of course, we do have tests, exams, but along with this, I think we can utilize online, let's say, activities like Redisa has shown, the survey, let's say. So we can have activities like maybe games on Kahoot or on different other platforms, online platforms, So we should explore them and we can utilize them. So the idea is not to be over reliant, not to have over reliance on the conventional methods of instruction. Same with the quality of research and funding. Usually when we talk about publications, our publications, most of us feel like it is very tough. Obviously it is very difficult to get published in higher index journals or referred journals. So in that case, sometimes what happens is we do not have higher aspirations, publication aspirations, but we should have that, because only then we can go up the ladder in the academic profile that we are creating and developing for ourselves. So I believe our publication aspirations should also be an important point that we should consider seriously. Now, one problem can be maybe inaccessibility to larger databases, because when we want to want to do conduct research, then we need data. Now, for databases, I believe what happens is organizations, as in universities and colleges, have maybe limited databases, so that can be a problem at times. This can be a challenge at times, because they have to we do not get open access most of the times, or maybe there can be issue of with the organization itself, maybe they are not having the membership of it, or there can be n number of reasons or factors that can lead to inaccessibility of larger database. So now on these aspects, I think I'll just briefly say, I think this is the last slide, so I won't take much time. So when I said curriculum design, I believe when we develop our curriculum, and now this is also true with developing our content for the course, whatever subject I'm teaching, if I'm developing the content, then I should focus on if it is about a specific task that I want to develop my content with, or is it a specific skill that I want to identify and work on it for students, or is it a performance based content or activity that I'm going to develop. So I need to be very clear about this while developing the curriculum or developing the content for our courses. Now, as I said, our students are a changing population. We also need to be familiar with how to identify their skills and how to accommodate new skills, or let's say new interactive platforms. So for this, we need to explore whatever online resources we have. And student engagement is very important. So in one class itself, we get actually students of different let's say socio-economic backgrounds, with different proficiency level, with different creative thinking abilities, with different creativity level. So there can be differences in terms of various aspects. So teaching a class does not mean we have to treat them equally is every student needs different levels of every student has different levels of proficiency. So in order to meet the requirements of all the students, we have to prepare our teaching content, as well as the learning modes accordingly or appropriately. So that is why we need to focus on our learners needs. We need to focus on their proficiency. We need to know how critically able thinkers they are, so that we can prepare the tests or the assessments or the assignments or activities accordingly. So this is very important, I believe. For me, I always for the first week, or let's say the first class of the academic session or the academic semester, I always focus on what sort of requirements my students have, because every semester you get a new bunch of students. So I do give them a feedback form, just to know what they aspire or what they expect out of this particular course that I'm going to teach. So I always do that at the first class as well as the last class. So if I have both the feedback from the first class and the last class of that session, that academic session, then I get a somewhat clear idea of what exactly students are are in the need of learning or developing or improving. So that is why this is important. At the same time, we should, because we want our students to be engaged with the learning program that we have, so we need to use maximum interactive teaching options or modes. I have just given here one example of flipped classrooms. So I think this is not new actually. This has been practiced by a lot of academicians. So if you can use, let's say, the method of flipped classroom, let the student, one of the student, randomly choose your student to become the speaker of one class. Let them explain the topics. So that can be one example of how to practice flipped classrooms. Or let's say you use an RPG, use a role-playing game, and engage 2 or 3 students in a group, use role play, and then give them a situation, and then you develop the course content accordingly. You involve the students as well. So and there can be other such interactive teaching options as well. Along with that, digital proficiency is important for us as educators. As I said, we can explore social media platforms for teaching, and most of us, we already have our YouTube channels as academicians. I mean, we have our own blogs, own vlogs, own podcasts. We can utilize these platforms or these options, choices, to help our students in the learning environment. Since we need to make it interactive, I believe our whatever we practice, whatever teaching learning mode we adopt, it should be more and more learner oriented, because it is what is going to help them. So that is why we need to know what the students need, and that is why we need to have their feedback, our students' feedback, because otherwise this gap between us and them, since they are from a new generation, they are born with the use of technology. So to know them and to reduce that gap, we need to have more and more learner oriented teaching, and for that we need to have our students feedback. Of course, there are so many domains, domains that maybe we haven't explored yet, and those can be used for teaching platforms. So right now the objective is the purpose is to explore them all, and then whatever we can, whatever platforms we come across, we should explore them, and we should think how we can utilize that in terms of using in our teaching learning environment. Along with that, since I talked about the research aspect as well, so I believe we should always aim as academicians for higher index journal publications, and for that we need to have more and more network building, and more and more we need to explore more and more research opportunities. As I talked about databases, we should maybe have open access databases. We should explore those that we can find, that we can come across online. And for me, I would say we can make our own classroom our data set, or we can utilize Twitter as data set. So the databases are actually many. All of us need to do, what we need to do is to explore and see how we can utilize them for our own, not only for our own professional growth, but also for the improvement of the overall teaching learning environment. So I believe that's all for me. I believe I didn't take much time, although I'm not sure if I have taken much time. That's all for now. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You are not taking much time, because no problem. The participants are texting in the chat box. Is a very wonderful session like that, because we have a ma'am is a in the beginning. It is my duty to share about very less only. If you go through the CV, ma'am, Dr. Sotosuni Gogoi ma'am shared about ma'am's CV, how you can reach. Even we invited ma'am as a resource person for our faculty development program. So extraordinary. Ma'am has a international experience, Malaysia, China, and some other countries. You can view ma'am through LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, some other academia, ResearchGate, all these social networks. I'm going to share with all the participants. Ma'am is using ICT very extraordinarily. So, and bringing the Assamese to the global level, not only developing by herself, she's sharing. Even sir, ma'am motto, my motto is also same. We are always sharing whatever we have. That is my motto. I never keep anything, single information also, ma'am. Whatever I have, I'm ready to share. Otherwise, I am not in a position to get new things. So always keep on learning. That is the only mantra for successful life and professional development. Professor Uma Shankar sir is here, chairperson of the today's session. Over to Professor Uma Shankar sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me, Dr. Amar?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Extraordinarily, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for confirming. And good afternoon once again, all the people connected here, honorable professors and researchers from across the country and abroad. This is my privilege to be here with you today afternoon. Although I am a completely misfit here, and Dr. Amar always thinks that that I can fit in well. I do not know. We were supposed to start, I think 1:30. I had some work, so I apologize for late joining. And as this program on teacher effectiveness, digital capabilities, key for quality education and research goes on, I am going to learn quite a lot. And with the presentation of Dr. Tipima Buragohain, I am really illuminated and learned more. As she said very rightly in her presentation, that we should always remain as a learner, at least to some extent, even if we become teacher in our career. I tell you this, I really practice it. I still feel that I am 90% of a learner and 10% of a teacher. So I am not really a fit person to talk of the teacher effectiveness, which Dr. Amar thinks very wrongly somehow. Dr. Amar, as a chairperson, what all I need to do right now? Please tell me first.
Now, yeah, thank you, sir. We are expressing our gratitude to Ma'am Deepima Bagahain for her wonderful presentation. Ma'am, thank you so much. From bottom of our heart, we are sharing our gratitude. Now I'm going to invite the paper presenter. One paper presenter already done, sir. Before inviting Ma'am a special lecture. Now I'm inviting Priya Madam and Ramakrishna sir to present their paper, and you can take 10 minutes. Priya Madam, now I'm going to make you as a presenter. I allowed, you can present now. Please share your screen.
Sir, am I audible?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay.
Question from Tamil Nadu Open University, sir, and Professor Dr. Priya Madam from Salem, Sharada College of Education, oldest college in.
So, very thank you for providing me the opportunity. Priya Madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sharing. I'm just going to share.
Sharing of ideas.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible, sir?
No.
No, not yet. Not.
Sir? Now, sir?
No.
No, the screen is.
You are not sharing, ma'am. You are not sharing. What happened to you?
Given, sir. I have given the share.
No. You are not shared at all. Still, your name only appearing. How to share? Do you know, ma'am?
Yes, sir. But
you minimize. After sharing, you minimize the screen and open your PPT.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Others, they shared very nicely, quickly, na ma'am. I don't know why it is taking time for you.
Okay, sir. Please.
Otherwise, you can continue for oral presentation. No problem.
Okay, sir. Now, sir?
No, ma'am. Not at all. No change on your screen.
Sir, Ramakrishnan sir, are you able to share?
No, madam, it is not coming here.
No,
It's
no, no,
not
I will
coming
allow
here.
you. Don't worry, sir. I allow you. Ramakrishna sir, now you are allowed to share present, sir. You can present now, Ramakrishna sir. You can present. Yeah, you are allowed. Ramakrishna sir, you are allowed to share your screen. The participants will get their feedback link around 4 o'clock. Only two papers are there. We'll finish.
So, okay, I'll make it as an audio presentation because it is not coming now. So I'll go as a audio presentation.
Please, sir, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, my topic is assessment of techno-pedagogical competency among prospective teachers. So that is the topic now. So introduction, the development of techno-pedagogy has brought a drastic change in the field of education. Actually, I am going to talk about the TPAC theory that many presenters today morning that they have already talked about. And actually, we have done a small research in that. That's what I am going to explain. And the pedagogy refers to the art and science of teaching, that how we are teaching, that is the pedagogy. And techno refers to the skill in handcrafting, the derived from the Latin word texture, that is to weave or fabricate. Techno is a qualifier and it is intersecting or crosses the meaning of pedagogy with its own content. And now, what is the techno-pedagogy that I try to simply explain? Techno-pedagogy refers to weaving the techniques of teaching into the learning environment. Actually, it is a two-word. One is the techno and another is pedagogy. Actually, it requires the conscious recognition of mediated learning environment. Actually, the mediated learning environment, that is very important. Actually, the teacher is a mediator. And here, what is mediating? Sir, am I audible now? Sir?
You are audible. You are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Actually, it requires the conscious recognition of mediated learning environment to maximize ease and clarity in information transmission. Actually, the techno-pedagogy involves two terms, techno and pedagogy. Actually, the mediators, they are the teachers in the classroom for maximizing ease and clarity in information transmission. Actually, the teachers are needed to see how some conceptions are interconnected across fields and related to everyday life. And this type of knowledge on the part of the competent teachers provides a foundation for pedagogical content knowledge that facilitates teachers to make ideas accessible to others. Actually, it is based on the TPAC theory. The TPAC theory incorporates three domains. One is the technology, and another is the pedagogy, and another is the content. Actually, these are the three domains. Actually, we can visualize, as the PowerPoint is not working, we can visualize three circles by a Venn diagram. One side is techno, another side is pedagogy, third side is content. Some people may be experts in content. For example, the research scientists, they may be expert in content. But at the same time, whether they are expert in pedagogy or not, that's a great question. And by some others, they may be expert in the technology. For example, all the youngsters, they are all very good in technology, but at the same time, whether they have the content, it is not possible, or it is not the thing also. And the third one, that is the pedagogy. There are some very best teachers, but if they are not having that much content knowledge, then that is also a big problem. And therefore, the techno-pedagogical content knowledge, it has around some seven dimensions. One is the techno, pedagogy and content. and the intersection of the techno-pedagogy, techno-content and pedagogy content, and more, and the last one, the interjunction of all the three domains. And therefore, the TPAC theory or the techno-pedagogical content knowledge that has around some 7 dimensions. And this theory was propounded by Punya Misra and Kohler in the year 2011. And after that, it is very widely tested and widely utilized. And it is very much useful for the technology integration in the classroom also. And now I want to briefly about the computer assisted instruction. In the 1980s and 90s, it was very popular, the CAI and the CMT, CBT, etc. and all. But actually, they were unable to yield the proper results. What is the reason for it? Actually, they were totally depending upon the technology, the technological aspect alone, and therefore they were not yielding the proper output. But that is the need for the propounding of this theory, that is the TPAC theory. And so, mere introduction of technology to the educational process alone is not enough. We must ensure that the technological integration is effective, and the technology by itself will not lead to a change. Because I have gone to many schools and universities, in most of the places, the ICT lab, very beautiful ICT lab, and they have all the instruments and gadgets. But the problem is that even one college that I have seen, they are using the whiteboard as a blackboard. That means that they are writing with a marker pen on the whiteboard. I asked why you are using the whiteboard as a blackboard. They told that, sir, this whiteboard was installed, but we don't know how to use it. And therefore, we are simply using it as a blackboard. And therefore, the technology alone is not enough. And we have to practice them, and we have to integrate them in each and every aspect of the day-to-day learning. See, for example, one small example that I can give. For example, when we were watching the Dr. Naraginti's PowerPoint presentation, he was speaking at the same time. During that process, we integrated so many small technologies, polling or this PowerPoint presentation or blog or so many small technical apps or the gadgets that he has integrated. And therefore, that session was very lively. Otherwise, what will happen? If I go on speaking for 15 minutes or 20 minutes, then the people are getting bored. And therefore, whatever I speak, it may not get into the mind. And for that reason also, the technological gadgets, they are very much essential. So now the technological integration in teaching education, the way in which the teachers integrate technology has the potential to bring changes in the education process. And attitude and competence of BEd student teachers towards technology implementation plays an important role, because the attitude and aptitude, these are the two magical words. First of all, the teachers should have the attitude, and second, they should have the aptitude. And many of the teachers that I have seen, they have the technical know-how and everything, but they do not have the attitude for using the technology. And the second thing is the competence. And the competence is how efficient that you are capable to use the technology. In order to become the fluent in the use of educational technology, the student teachers must adapt themselves with the latest tools and devices. And now the techno-pedagogical content knowledge, that theory only that we have used. And now, what is the effective technology use? The effective technology use includes such activity as linking curriculum outcomes with various technology. The previous speaker has already talked much about the curriculum and how to link with various technology. And second, establishing a learning content of discovery and process in the use of technology, because we have to discover new things, and therefore that we have to establish a learning content of discovery and process. And third, collaboration. So the collaboration is very much essential. We are all here. I am from India, people are from China, Australia, and so where. And so we are all collaborating. So we are getting the knowledge of others, and therefore the collaboration is very, very essential for the 21st century. and the face-to-face knowledge or face-to-face teaching is needed. At the same time, the virtual teaching is also necessary, and simulating real world environment and assessing outcome, because we have to link the classroom with the real world. That is very essential. Otherwise, what will happen? The classroom will be in one way and the real world will be in another way, and therefore there may not be much linking. And so this TPAC theory, that is the magical theory which is incorporating or which is linking all these aspects into a single theory, and therefore we have taken this theory for our research. And what are the objectives of the study? It's a very large study. We are going to present only some glimpses of that research here, and all else that we are putting in our paper. And first of all, to assess the techno-pedagogical competency among the prospective teachers. That is the first objective. And the second objective, to find out the difference in techno-pedagogical competency among the prospective teachers with respect to gender, locality, type of management, and some other parameters. And what are the hypotheses? The level of techno-pedagogical competency among prospective teachers is moderate in nature. Moderate that we are defining, that is the average plus sigma, which are beyond or which are more than plus sigma, they are called above of average, and in between minus sigma and plus sigma, they are called the moderate, and who are less than minus sigma, that is average minus sigma, beyond that level we call them as the low, and therefore these are the meaning for them. And the second hypothesis, there is no significant difference in techno-pedagogical competency among prospective teachers with respect to the gender, locality, type of management, and another thing. And the third one, what are the correlation? Even though the TPAC theory, it is well correlated between all the 7 dimensions, anyhow that we have to recheck it again, and therefore we have taken that into one of the hypothesis. There is correlation, positive correlation between the various dimensions of the TPAC theory. And now come to the methodology. The sample in the study, that sample refers to the students studying in B.Ed course from government, government aided and private colleges in Salem and Dharmaburi district. Actually, this study was conducted in 2 districts only. And second, the sample size, we have taken only 325 sample from the B.Ed student teachers, and the sample was taken stratified random sampling, and therefore each strata like gender, age, or so on and so forth, and according to their percentage in the population, accordingly that we have taken the sample, and therefore the stratified random sampling method that we have used, and the researcher used the sampling method like that. And what are the research tools that we have used? The personal data sheet developed by the researcher, and techno-pedagogical competence scale developed and standardized by the researcher. Actually, why we have standardized this tool, TPAC tool? It was designed and developed in United States in 2011. After that, they were slightly modified, but we wanted to check in India what are the changes, and therefore what we have done, we have taken the factor analysis again, and according to the factor analysis, if some modifications were done, and therefore some 1 or 2 terms were added or subtracted, and but incidentally there was no much difference in the dimension. All the 7 dimensions were intact, only some slight modification within the tool, and therefore that's what we have mentioned, that they were standardized by the researcher. And now, what are the statistical technique that we have used? The percentile, mean, and standard deviation, and the ordinary technique like t-test, ANOVA, and factor analysis and correlation. So these are the various techniques that we have used. And now, what are the major findings of the study? The result of the study reveals that most of the B.Ed student teachers have a moderate level of techno-pedagogical competency. Actually, we have to thank the proliferation of mobile technology, and we have to thank the pandemic also, because for the past 1.5 year or 2 year, most of the people, the student and the teachers, all they are very versatile and they are very comfortable with most of the technology gadget, and therefore that resulted in most of the student teachers have a moderate level of techno-pedagogical competency. Actually, in the pandemic period in Tamil Nadu and most probably in India also, most of the teaching happened, but through online only, and therefore the people, they have learned by themselves how to use technology, how to deliver content, and how to, that is, update the content also, because by using the internet and all, and therefore that resulted in the moderate level of techno-pedagogical competency, and there is no significant difference in techno-pedagogical competency of BEd teachers based on gender. So as far as gender is concerned, there was no much difference, because it is obvious that nowadays male and female all are capable of using the technology. And other finding, the urban college BEd student teachers, their techno-pedagogical competency is slightly higher when compared to the rural college BEd student teachers. And the another result, there exists a significant difference in techno-pedagogical competency among BEd teachers with respect to the type of management. Actually, we have taken 3 types of management. One is private and government aided. And in that, the government, that is the private teachers, they were very versatile. For example, this Narayana Techno School, like that, there are very good number of schools, they are very good infrastructure in technology, and therefore the private schools stopped and followed by the aided schools, and ultimately the government schools, and they are struggling with the technology, and therefore the type of management has resulted that the student teachers from government colleges, and they have fared slightly lower than the other 2 groups. And the third one, what are the intercorrelations between the 7 aspects? But for that we have used the multiple correlation. Already that factor analysis that we have done, that resulted in very less correlation. If there is a correlation, then what will happen? All the 7 dimensions are intercorrelated, and therefore that will result in some 6 or lower dimension. But actually we have applied the correlation also, and the correlation, there was not much correlation between the 7 dimensions of that TPAC theory. So these are all our findings. And now what are the educational implications? There is a need to arrange proper training or workshop to improve the techno-pedagogical competency among the BEd student teachers. And several techniques and strategies have been innovated and applied to make the pre-service teacher education more effective. During the course of training, apart from academics, various skills required for enhancing their teaching abilities should be made mandatory in the BEd curriculum. Actually, the previous madam has told how to incorporate the technology into the curriculum. Actually, we have to make it mandatory for all the teachers, because many of the teachers, they know the technology, but because of the laziness or some other factors, they are not using it. And therefore, we have to make it mandatory that they have to use the technology. Sometimes what will happen, see the present situation, actually I am using the technology, and the Priya madam also, but the problem is that because of the network problems and all, so we are unable to use the PowerPoint presentation. So these are all some of the factors to unable to integrate the technology that is effectively into the teaching. And some more educational implication, teachers are expected to know to successfully integrate ICT into their subject areas to make learning more meaningful. The knowledge development during pre-service training has gained much importance, with the notion that exposure to ICT during this time is helpful in increasing student teachers' willingness to integrate technology with the classroom teaching. Using various technological tools and gadgets in the classroom instruction should be made mandatory, and better teaching was not done merely introducing ICT as a compulsory subject in schools and teacher education curriculum. The technology centers in teaching and learning should be started in all higher educational institutions. Actually, it is sorry to say that most of the aspects they are already there, but the problem is that their utilization is somewhat that is in a nascent state, and therefore, so even though that we are saying that the technological centers, see for example, most of the diets they are very much very well equipped with all the gadgets and all, but their utilization, that is one of the major problem. And
Sorry
so
to interfere,
now
Ramakrishnan sir. How much time you
yes,
need?
sir.
How much time you need
Yeah,
to finish?
hardly 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, please.
2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. I won't take much time. See, I am in the concluding part. The techno-pedagogical competency is very much needed for teachers in their learning space as it facilitates teaching and learning. The techno-pedagogical competency is the ability of teachers to make use of the technology effectively in teaching. The pre-service teachers need to provide opportunities to get practical knowledge and skills to use the current technology during the training process, and for that courses techno-pedagogical knowledge need to be added. And now I am concluding with the remark, technology won't replace the teachers. Actually, it is again and again said that the teachers will be replaced by technology. The technology cannot replace the teachers, but the teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who do not. And therefore, we are at the crossroads. So it is important to recognize that the teachers should use the technology. Otherwise, we are simply replaced by the teachers who are using the technology. So finally, I'll quote the famous quotation of Isaac Asimov. He told that I am not afraid of technology, but the lack of it. And therefore, we should not fear about the technology, but we have to use them and integrate in our practice. So with that concluding remark that I conclude my topic, and I am extremely sorry because
No, sorry, sir, please. Yeah.
No,
No
sir,
problem.
actually, here I am very much apologizing all of you. So without even it is a very technology session, without even a PowerPoint session that I have,
No
I have
problem.
given.
Sometimes oral presentation is also very important. We need a different types of presentations.
So you are, that is including me in that category. Am I right, sir? So any questions, sir?
Thank you so much, sir. We will go for at the
Okay.
end, sir, at the end then.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So,
Thank you.
Umasankar sir, may I invite the next third speaker?
Yes. Thank you, Professor K.S. Ramakrishnan sir. Without the use of technology, you have been very, very effective. And your one line I will pick up from your presentation is that teachers cannot be replaced by the technology. And I firmly believe in that and agree with you. Thank you very much. Dr. Ramar, please invite.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Ramakrishna sir and Priya madam. The third presenter, teaching styles in flipped classroom, need of the hour, Antara Day and Professor Neil Ratan Roy, Tezpur University. Now, Antara Day, you are allowed to present. Please, you can share your screen.
Okay, sir. 1 minute now. Sir, is it visible, sir?
Is coming. Wait for a few seconds. Yeah. Okay. Make it presentation mode. Good.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, good afternoon, everyone. Sir, am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and respected teachers. Happy Teachers' Day to all my respected teachers. I am Antara De from Department of Education, Tezpur University, under Professor Neil Ratan Roy sir. My topic is teaching style in flipped classroom, need of the hour. I will start with a quotation that teachers at all level needs to be professionally trained and adopt all 1 minute, sir. I am facing one problem. Okay. Adopt new approaches to interactive teaching and learning to enable students to acquire higher order thinking skill. By A.K. Bakshi, it is said that due to the digitalized world, so teachers need to be professionally skilled and also digitally skilled. It is most important and need of the hour for this situation. Teaching, there is no proper definition of teaching, but we can say that teaching is a communication of fact, ideas and skills and technique. The best approach to understand the nature of teaching is establishing a harmonious relationship between the teacher and student. Teaching is an activity that facilitating learning, and where we can say that learning is a relatively permanent change of behavior through acquiring different experiences. So in that way, we can say after acquiring different experiences, so learning is happens, but knowledge is generated. And we all know that there is a famous saying, also Reddy sir said a few minutes ago, that I hear, I forgot, I see, I remember, and I do, I understand. We remember actually 20% of what we hear, and 30% of what we see, and 50% of what we see and hear, and 90% of what we see, hear, and do. That means whenever doing something, that means all the senses are much more active in that doing the activity. Next is hi. Okay. Next is flip classroom, concept of flip classroom and flip learning. Flip classroom is the reverse of traditional learning environment and a form of blended learning in which delivering instructional content outside the classroom. And it is also a teaching method where the video recorded lecture are reviewed and as homework outside the classroom, so that during the class time students can engage directly with that material. It is also known as inverted classroom or reverse classroom or Thayer method. Actually, flipped classroom is a pedagogical approach in which direct instruction move from group learning space to individualized learning space and resulting from transform into a dynamic interactive learning environment where the educator guides students as they apply the concept to engage creativity in the subject matter. What are the feature and we have there are some misconception about the flipped classroom, that it is not a synonym of online video. It is not about replacing the teachers with video, online videos and all. It is not an online course. And also there are some misconception that students working without any structure in flipped classroom. It is not like that. Students spending the entire class at a computer screen, it is also not like that. And students working in isolation, it is a fully misconception, because students work collaboratively in that flipped classroom also. There are certain features of flipped classroom. It is a means to increase the interaction and personalized contact time between the students and teacher, and students also. It is an environment where the students take responsibility for their own learning, and it is a classroom where the teachers is not the sage on the stage but the guide on the side. A blended learning of direct instruction with constructivist learning. It's a kind of classroom where the students can learn easily through pre-recorded lecture, and if students cannot attend the class, so that he or she can able to learn before the classroom. A class where the content is permanently archived and for review or remediation, and a class where all the students are engaged in their learning. And there are certain elements of flipped classroom where flipped classroom uses different educational technology, software, platform, MOOC courses, so that it provides the opportunity for learning environment, learning through different activity, and it influences the learning environment that is fully regulated by the students himself or herself. There are 4 pillars of flipped classroom. Each letter denotes certain meaning. F means flexible environment where students allow the learner to learn at a different ways and different speed as per their personalized way of learning. Learning culture. L for learning culture, that means students use different group space on high impact meaningful activities that place their work at a center of attention. That means students are the center point, and I means intentional content where the material that have explicit concentration on the learning target that are clearly stated, that content are pre-decided, and during the classroom or during the time of teaching, the content and the topic are explored by the students, and professional educator, females professional educators and teachers take a time to evaluate their performance and are concentrated on active community practice. There are certain types of flipped classroom as per the study material, use of classroom time and type of students. These are standard inverted classroom, micro flipped classroom, discussion oriented flipped classroom, demonstration based flipped classroom, and fax flipped classroom, group based flipped classroom, and virtual flipped classroom. Here the standard inverted classroom means some video lectures are provided to them before the classroom time, and they prepared for that lesson, and during the classroom they will discuss about the topic, and they learn from that content properly. They learn so many things from that content. Microflip classroom means microflip classroom means short video and assignment are distributed as a study material along with the short assignment, and the rest of the lectures and assignment are conducted during the classroom time. Discussion oriented flip classroom is like that homework is assigned in the form of video lecture and external video resources. Discussion happen in the classroom time where the topic are explored further, having studied basics, and the students can add the value to the discussion. Demonstration oriented classroom is based on the demonstration, mainly for the science subject. It is very important, like math, physics and chemistry. It is very important to demonstrate the subject in a proper way, so that for example, like precision is very important for geometry. So screen recording tools are used to create an instructional video to assign as a homework, and after that during the class time they will ask the teacher for their doubts and everything. Then Fox flipped classroom is a kind of flipped classroom where it is a specific model for targeting the young learner. The aim is to replace the homework with the instructional lecture video and other resources. When the students come back to the classroom, one-to-one guidance and support are provided by the teacher. Group based classroom means it is based on the group learning, and after the students have studied the material provided to them, they work together and assign during the classroom time, and students learn by the explaining the concept to each other, which improve the retention and conceptual clarity also. Virtual classroom for tutoring of completely elimination of this model. Educators like university professors and share all the resources and allocate time for individual session during the office hour. Assignment are also collected online through the learning management system. There are certain process of flipped classroom. First of all, brainstorming a single lesson is most important. Next is to develop the flipped classroom. Homework is most important. Next is develop the follow-up activity for the class, and next is prepare the assignment for the students. And one of the most important role is assess the areas for success and improvement. Assessment for the areas which is need to be improved for the students. So it is most important role for the teacher. Next is being develop your own material to be derived online. Means teachers need to be prepared for online lesson and create the problem that students can use as a consistent portal to the lesson. Next is there are some certain example and link for creation of flipped classroom. These are TED, ED lesson, NTPTL lesson, Coursera, MOOCs, Khan Academy, and platform to create the personalized learnings. And teaching styles means changes of teacher's role in that flipped classroom is also the teacher's role is changed from that means in traditional classroom what happened, teachers was a knowledge transmitter, primary source of information, content expert and source of all information, when sage on the stage and controlling all the things, but teacher directs all the aspects of learning. But in flipped classroom what happened, knowledge facilitator's role is knowledge facilitator, collaborator, teacher, coach, mentor, navigator. Teacher gives the students more option and environment for their learning. Considerable work to transform classes, recording, editing, posting, lecture, planning and activities for the class, etc. Where flipped classroom means it is shifting the teachers providing instruction by inverting traditional classroom method to the technology oriented classroom, where teachers are more active in teachers and students are more active for their interaction and collaboration. And teachers role in flipped classroom, where teachers and students role are different in different flipped classroom. Like at home, teachers create the video lecture and share with the students before the classroom. At home, teachers do this activity, and students what students do, students watch the lecture and prepare the question for the teachers before the before going to the classroom. And at the school, what happened, teachers facilitate discussion and answer students question, and students ask the question and participate in learning activities. Comparison between the traditional and flipped traditional model and flipped model. What happened? We all know this is a Bloom's taxonomy. Here it is a hierarchical model. Here remembering and understanding are the lower level, but applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating are the upper level. And what happened in traditional model? Understanding and remembering level are taken place in the class, and homework during the homework time of the students, applying, analyzing, evaluating and creating level taken place. But in flipped classroom, what is transformed here, that understanding and remembering level is already completed during the homework time. During the homework time, before coming to the class, understanding and remembering level are completed. After that, during the classroom time, their discussion means applying, analyzing, evaluating and creating are all the skills are taken place during the classroom times. What are the benefit of flipped classroom for the students and teachers also? Students improve the self-paced personalized learning and teaching method.
Sorry to
Yes,
interfere.
sir.
How
Yes,
much
sir.
time you need? How much time you need?
Only 5 minutes, sir. Only 5 minutes.
Better little bit
Okay,
try
so
to
three
finish.
minutes. Okay, sir.
Okay.
And students are provided opportunities for the review and encourage students to utilize digital content to explore the knowledge beyond the textbook, and encourage students to think the out of box ideas and improve the engagement. And students take ownership for their own learning, where the students do not struggle with completing the homework and they forget how. So this is smoothen the student teacher interaction, etc., where the teachers is not the sage on the stage, or teachers spend more time to supporting the students with practice. Teachers are involving students learning rather than their lecture, rather than the lecture only. Teachers spend the less time in the classroom management and everything. Teachers are able to provide one-to-one small group discussion, also provide extra hour and extra time for them. And teachers connect with the students. Teachers collaborate with peers with creating material. These are the challenges of flipped classroom, like increase the more screen time and effort for the teacher. It increases the digital divide sometimes, because there are no somewhere there is a technical issues, and their technology there are so many costly technology also required. The fund is required for this type. In India, there are certain problem in certain places also threatened for traditional classroom, and teachers are not trained fully trained for this type of technology. It's need to technology infrastructure and everything, and funding is also essential for these types of flipped classroom. So lastly, for the conclusion, we can say that as with the with any instructional approach, there are some inherent challenges improve with the flipping a class. One big challenge is that development of quality instructional video for the students as per the curriculum. Teachers need to be professionally trained to adopt the new approach of interactive teaching and learning to enable students to acquire higher order thinking skills. It is not going to be that easy to be present the teachers themselves to product the traditional method of teaching and learning. Further, it is also need to ensure that students understand the expectation from the flipped model and have to assess the necessary technology to succeed within this model. While it can be simply defined that school work at home and homework at school, flipped classroom is an approach that allows the teacher to implement the methodology or various methodologies in that classroom. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Antara.
all the respected teachers, sir, Reddy sir, and Uma sir, and everyone.
Thank you so much. Now we will take questions later. The last presenter, Dr. Jagadishwari Madam, over to you. Jagadishwari Madam. Now you can share your screen. With the permission of the chairperson,
Yes, please.
Professor Uma Shankar sir, I am requesting the last presenter, Dr. Jagadishwari ma'am. Are you there? Dr. Jagadishwari Madam?
I think yes.
Jagadishwari Madam, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen.
Is it visible, sir?
Visible, ma'am. Visible. Make it presentation mode.
Yes.
Next there. Yeah. Good. Respected chairperson and the organizers of today international conference and the participants, very good afternoon. This is Dr. Jagadishwari from Center for Women's Studies, Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, India. And I would like to present my thoughts on prospects and challenges of digital learning in rural India. According to Mahatma Gandhi, the father of Indian nation, education must be correspond to the surrounding circumstances, or it is not a healthy growth. So, as we have experienced many changes in the education system through the national education policies in different decades, but those policies are incorporating the changes according to the requirements of the surroundings demanded by the country, respective country. Okay, coming to the Digital India campaign for digital literacy, the government of India launched Digital India campaign in 2015 to make all the services, government services available to all the people through digital platform. So it already included the availability of technology to all the people, including rural areas. Okay. The development of stable and secure digital infrastructure access to government services digitally, universal digital library. The services are accessible in India campaign and mobile app, because all we are using mobile apps for different purposes, teaching learning process, even for attending conferences or to make the payments. And it is spread to the agriculture sector to facilitate the farmers. So coming to Andhra Pradesh state, Rait Bharosa Kendras also digitalized to help the farmers regarding the prices and other things relating to the agriculture field. And Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, that is exclusive education for girl child, and Beam app for making the payments, and to digitalize the crimes and criminal tracking network to facilitate the police department, and crop insurance mobile app, digital health through the AIMS, and e-Grandhalaya, e-Panchayat, e-Hospital, e-Patsala, e-Prison. All these are included in digital facilities. So these are the digital facilities provided. That is Aadhaar enabled payment system, BPO system, a digital Abhiyan, My Government app is also there, National Mission on Education using ICT, Northeast BPO promotion scheme, and NREGA. So in this scheme, which is meant for providing the employment to the rural people. So now to avoid the problems in making the payment to the people who are working under MGNREGA. So the total system is digitalized. That means a direct payment will go to the accounts of the workers who are working under this scheme. And pay government India, smart cities, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. So under this scheme also the people who open the account under PMJDY, they'll get a benefit, financial benefit from the Prime Minister account directly to the individual accounts. And Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PAHAL, targeted public distribution system, Vishwesvaraya PhD scheme for electronic and IT, and so many other schemes which are meant for benefiting the targeted group directly. Digital India education sector. So we are moving from print media to digital and electronic media. So in the place where we are using the books, nowadays we are using the digital electronic gadgets. So if we observe some schools, especially under private sector, they are using tabs instead of books, printed books. So, but we cannot find such facility in public sector schools, and even in colleges and in some higher educational institutions. India is well progressing towards digital education, and many universities and colleges already started adopting the digitalization. According to a report, active internet users in India estimated to reach 900 million by 2025. That is increase up to 45%, over 622 million active internet users in the year 2020. So also internet penetration in the country is expected to reach more than 55% by 2025. The online education market, higher education and lifelong learning market in India is forecast to reach, this is another study, approximately $3.5 billion by 2022 and approximately $5 billion by 2025 due to higher uptake of EdTech programs offering among the students. This is the study given by Red Sea Consulting. The government's focus on designing online education programs, strengthening digital infrastructure across the country, and catering to the rising demand for upskilling among the students. The Digital India initiative is to strengthen online infrastructure and expand internet accessibility among citizens, including connecting rural areas to high-speed internet networks. So connecting rural areas to internet, high-speed internet is a big problem in India. So there are thousands of villages which are not having internet facilities even today. As part of Digital India initiative, the government also started e-education initiative to provide online education in remote and urban areas using smartphones, apps, and internet services. Further, during the pandemic, especially for the past 1.5 years, the Indian government has taken several initiatives. For example, Prime Minister e-Vidya program, Diksha, etc., to make it at par with some global online education best practices and relaxed regulations for universities and colleges to offer extended online and distance learning opportunities to the students. So for the past 1.5 years, we are using from primary to university level digital education initiatives and their purposes. National Digital Education Architecture. So this was established by Union Government through the budget 2021-22 to strengthen the digital infrastructure and support activities related to education planning. So this is aimed at to offer distinct education ecosystem architecture for advancement of digital infrastructure in the country and to guarantee autonomy of stakeholders, especially states and union territories. So this is the PM e-Vidya program. The government introduced a PM e-Vidya program in May 2020 to make e-learning more accessible for Indian students and teachers and to promote and strengthen the digital education in India. So the program aims to converge all activities related to online digital education and is expected to benefit approximately 25,000 crore school students. The program will also encompass designing unique e-content for hearing and visually impaired students and offering radio, podcast, and QR-coded digital textbooks to school students from class 1 to 12 on the Diksha portal. So under this, top 100 universities were permitted to begin online courses, provide better learning prospects to 3.7 crore higher education students, and enhance e-learning by relaxing regulatory framework for distance, open, as well as online education. So this is Diksha. In September 2017, it is started by the government. And this is Swayam. This is another platform. And MOOC, massive open online courses also introduced. So several universities, including IITs, are offering MOOC courses to so that the people can have the access to multiple courses to enhance their skills. And Swayam Prabha is another one which is introduced in 2017. E-Pathshala portal, it is introduced in 2015 to build a resource store for educational videos, audios, flipbooks, etc. Resources on the portal are available in Indian languages such as Hindi, English, and Urdu, and can be accessed via smartphones, laptops, desktops, and tablets. And Nishita, in financial year 21, the National Initiative for School Heads and Teachers Holistic Advancement Program, phase 2 was launched at the secondary level to tailor modules for online education. As per the Union Budget 2021-22, approximately 5.6 million teachers will be trained under the Nishita training program in 2022. Online labs. So OLabs, to offer students lab learning experience via the internet, the government introduced OLabs in November 2014, and virtual labs, the government introduced a pilot virtual lab in 2009 and the main one in 2010 to enable the undergraduate and postgraduate students pursuing science and engineering courses remotely access to the labs and enhance the study experience. The virtual labs offer students a learning management system and various study aids such as video lectures, web resources, self-evaluation, and animated demonstrations. Along with these, other digital initiatives taken by the government include Shiksha Warning for widespread of radio talks, and the Central Board of Secondary Education (CBSE) podcast, sign language content on the National Institute of Open Schooling website and YouTube, and digitally accessible information systems for accessing the special e-content for hearing and visually impaired learners and free open source software for education. So these are the advantages of digitalization of education. For strengthening digital education in India, the government eased regulations. So relaxed some regulations on online education and finally allowed the universities and colleges to extend more than 20% of the degree online from 2020 onwards because of the pandemic situation, and the same included in National Education Policy 2020. This initiative has enabled Indian institutes to further improve their portfolio of higher education internationally. Many EdTech business are coming forward to develop the e-learning contents. Example, Upgrad, Virohan, Byju's, etc. have also gained traction in the recent years and determined to deliver unparalleled learning management resources such as blended learning, 3D and DYA kits, artificial intelligence based innovative and engaging learning. Further increasing digital education in India is also helping the government to improve accessibility in rural areas and to impart quality education to students in small towns and villages. Further, this also provides an opportunity to private players to venture in Indian digital education sector. For example, in January 2021, ESPA collaborated with Teach for India and IT schools to assist e-learning programs for rural kids. Rising adoption of digital education in India also attracting global key players to offer online courses to students and extend to opportunities to learners new skills. For example, in January 2021, Amazon India launched Amazon Academy, an online platform enabling the engineering aspirants to prepare for competitive examinations such as JEE, etc. Further, Amazon India launched Machine Learning Summer School in June 2021 to help Indian students to learn new skills. This is by delivering education through digital platforms to the children and teachers. It gives an opportunity to access learning sources to a global platform. This is by providing reachability to teachers and breaking the barriers, which is to gain quality education through physical classes. So these are the benefits of digitalization of education in India, because our kids are growing in a very different world than that of their parents. So because of the generation gap, we can see the changes. Cell phones, computers, YouTube, Netflix, and Facebook are regular in the daily lives of the kids. Even toys are digital and many are programmable. So when we talk about digital India, we can think of a complete digitalization process. Each and every Indian citizen, starting with children, should be independent digitally, for which we need to create digital infrastructure as a utility for every child. It is one of the most important things to know how to use these technologies. The importance of technology in schools is so evident in today's generation. Students who are not computer friendly will struggle in the future, as most tasks in competing with other require some type of computer knowledge and computer work. There are huge benefits of digital learning in transforming a child's life. Some of these are motor skills, decision making, visual learning, cultural awareness, improved academic performance, inventiveness, etc. Moreover, coding is also providing to be the magic of technology. Digital literacy is one component that makes a child responsible and dutiful and dedicated to work. This is how they utilize technology to interact with the world around them. So, the future of digital education. The government will focus on getting students industry ready by evaluating their competencies and helping them to get aligned with the industry-based skills. The government is this we can see in National Education Policy 2020. So the students have the choice to adopt the subject according to their choice. The government is promoting Indian institutes and colleges to shift from traditional operations to digital modes. Several educational establishments such as Amity University, Christian Christ University, All India Management Association, Indian Institute of Management, Ashoka University, etc., have now transferred their examination procedures also online. The government is also focusing on research and innovation to identify sectors that can further support and strengthen digital education initiatives in India. In July 2021, the government started the space technology such as satellite communication being used for digital education in India. At present, under the Delhi Education Program, 19 states and Andaman Nicobar Islands have been leveraging satellite communication for beaming education content in the digital platform. Indian institutes such as Bhaskaracharya National Institute for Space Applications and Geoinformatics is leveraging satellite communication for beaming the 51 educational channels. Institutes such as Indian Institute of Remote Sensing is also leveraging digital platforms to train beneficiaries such as working professionals, undergraduates and postgraduates, postdoctoral students, doctoral students, academicians, school students and school teachers and space. In 2021, these programs have benefited approximately 2.42 lakh members. These initiatives are expected to open the door to more opportunities in space-based applications and digital education. With Indian institutes doing their operations and learning procedure online, the e-learning sector is getting major boost, which is expected to further structure advanced learning procedures in educational technology. Also, digitalization in education sector has made it possible for kids in remote parts of the country to get access to quality education through interactive digital media and overcome the challenge of teacher shortage. Further, it is also helping teachers in remote areas leverage technology to upgrade their skills and accelerate adoption of digital methods of learning and teaching in the country. Raising participation of private players to offer e-learning courses along with the government's effort to strengthen digital landscape of the country. It is expected to boost the digital education and consequently empower students and also offer opportunities to emerging technologies. The digital education program in India is to bridge the digital divide. The Digital India program can also play important role to bridge the education deficit between urban and rural areas. So urban students and teachers will have the training facilities and learning management facilities better than the rural students and teachers. So this gap we can identify as Ramakrishna sir rightly said. In private sector, they have more facilities, digital facilities when compared with the government sector schools. So to fill that gap, Digital India program in India is building that platform to create a society-based knowledge to the students, especially in rural areas, and improvement of school attendance also possible through the digitalization of education. If we consider the barriers of educational technology in India or the problems in digitalization of education in India, there are 25,067 villages in India that lack mobile and internet connectivity as per Union
Please, ma'am. Sorry to interfere. How much time you need?
2 minutes, sir.
Please, please.
2 minutes enough. Okay. Thank you, sir. So this is a reply given by the Union Minister in the Lok Sabha, and an estimated 37,439 inhabited villages, according to census 2011 census, in India did not have 3G or 4G mobile internet coverage because 3G or 4G, even today we must have the access to 5G also to get the quality education. And up to 23 million households are living without electricity in India, and 7%, this is 7% villages without mobile services, and 17% rural habitations without clean drinking water, etc., etc. So that means we can consider there are thousands of villages which need to provide the internet facilities and electricity facilities. So coming to Andhra Pradesh, in recent times, the Andhra Pradesh government took decision instead of providing scholarships to the students because we are moving towards digitalization in education. The Andhra Pradesh government took decision to get the willingness from the students. Instead of giving scholarships, the government want to provide the educational gadgets for the benefit of the students. So this may help the students, those who are unable to buy because of parents' attitude or any other problem, they can get the gadget, and so that they can have the access to the quality education. While there are numerous benefits of digital education, the barriers are also still manifold to make education a complete online phenomena, especially in rural areas. And digital education has often been considered a viable solution for rural India to address the existing gaps in imparting education. So in National Education Policy 2020, it is suggested to go for a blended learning. And these are the challenges of digitalization of education, because the students must have the gadgets and teachers must have the sufficient training to use the gadgets. So if the students wants to secure the gadgets, again the cost is the problem, and lack of training for both. It is applicable for both students and teachers because of the generation gap, and reluctance to adopt new technologies. Sometimes we may not be willing to adopt the changes or advancement in the technology, and insufficient infrastructure in especially in public schools, and that too in rural areas. And family income of the students influences the quality of education, because the income of the family income may influence in buying the gadgets, required gadgets to the students. They may not willing to provide the gadgets to their children to get the quality education. This we can see especially in rural areas. The parents who are illiterate and who are earning the income through coolie and other daily wages. In nutshell, we can see digital illiteracy and no infrastructural support in rural areas, access to proper devices and cost of data for raising use of content consumption, inadequate skills, language barriers, and gender inequalities that we can see if the male boy is provided with the gadget. Sometimes the girl child may not be provided at home. So in online learning classes also, this problem we are facing. So if we want to overcome these barriers, it is the government has to take certain steps to provide the gadgets and to provide the internet facilities to rural areas, and to give proper training to the teachers from time to time with the advancements in digitalization process. These are the suggestions. Schools in rural areas should be provided with digital learning kits, especially in rural areas, and substitute sources of energy such as solar power should be installed in these schools, because of electricity also may be barrier for the digital learning. So if we overcome these barriers, the digitalization of education may contribute for the public-private, with the help of a public-private partnership, may contribute for the benefit of the students. The students may made ready for industrial sectors. So with this, I would like to conclude, and I am thankful to the chairperson and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my views. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. With the permission, now over to Professor Uma Shankar, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amar. Thanks all the speakers. The last speaker, Dr. Jagdishwari from Tirupati. She presented a very, very comprehensive talk, and this was relevant to the rural India, which is a very, very large part of our country. In fact, more than 2/3 of the population lives in rural India. So it concerns very large part of the country. In fact, the learning has not been restricted only to the students in rural India because of the corona pandemic. Rather, it has passed through all the parents, all the people in rural India. They have been exposed in some way or other to the digital modes of learning. And that is one of the achievements which our government and we all have achieved during last 2 years. The session has been very, very informative. I once again apologize that I joined the session a little late, and I could hear in this session last 4 talks, which all were very, very informative. And I would like to share with you one of my experiences. If Dr. Amar, can I take few minutes, please?
Sir, you can take, sir. You can take, sir. No problem, sir. Please carry on.
I'll take not more than 5 minutes approximately, and then just share my views on this topic. One of the things which I heard from the learned speakers is that we are trying to adopt a lot of digital technology, smart classrooms, and depending more on technology for teaching and learning processes. When we say teaching and learning processes, there is certainly a communication of knowledge from teacher to the student. This is what we understand very commonly. But opposite to this, there is also a learning of the teacher from the students, which goes unnoticed and unsaid, but is always there. And this is also very, very important. During last 2 years, what we have achieved nationally, internationally, and locally all is what we were all those days before this corona pandemic came, we were opposing, or we were reluctant, or we were not intending to adapt to, was digital learning. As Madam said just now, Digital India Mission was launched in 2015, and since then, in last 5 years, 5 years after the launch of the mission, we did not achieve much. But in last 1.5 years, we achieved. Why? Why we achieved so much? The reason was that we needed it. So necessity is the mother of invention, as we say, and we feel to adapt, we are driven to adapt something new when we are compelled to, when we are left without any option. And this is what has happened during this pandemic time. I take one of my examples of my own son, who is in the school, and he has been, I mean, he is not exposed to digital learning before. He was not exposed to digital learning before the pandemic. But then when pandemic came, all the schools in my place, and as like in everywhere in India, where I mean school teachers, they all were thinking, well, this year what will happen to the students and how will they learn? Because many of the teachers were not even aware of, or not wanting to learn something new. But then all of them, even at the primary school, middle school, higher school, and in the universities, teachers quickly adapted to the new technologies. I remember there were news items last year in the first lockdown period that some of the teachers were so committed that they were taking classes, instructing students, solving their problems from their own mobile phones. When they were running out of the battery in the rural settings, they were trying to charge their batteries from the solar panels. And this is what they have done. So all these new innovations came. They may not be sounding very great in terms of technology, but show the commitment of the teachers and their concern for the future of the students. The teaching learning process went on, whatever the way. People could find their own methods and then communicated with their students. These are one of the set of achievements which we have done. Of course, they are not recorded. They are many times not even rewarded or recognized, but they are there. So my son also learned many of the things, and just because we all got free time, free time means the time which was always engaged in our routine daily life was not there. So we had little more time to spend at liberty the way we wanted it to. In one of the talks, and most of the talks, we were learning that how to engage the students. This is what we always always try to emphasize in our pedagogy. But then during last 1.5 years of the pandemic, we saw that students were free more than they were engaged in the initial stages. But gradually, when digital learning started, then we found that students were engaged even more than before and had less time, particularly during this part of the year. So that change came. The question is that how we set free, how we set free the, 1 second please. How we leave free the students, because leaving free the students for original thinking and execution of their own ideas is also a part of teaching, which we must realize and adapt to. Many of us do that. And also to encourage them for inculcating or enhancing their writing skills. These are some of the things which we must give them time to. And this corona pandemic gave a lot of time to. Please notice, I'll give you one real life example that how many, all of us use WhatsApp, how much creativity on WhatsApp we noticed during last 1.5 years. Lot of memes, lot of cartoons, lot of comments, lot of writings, literary writings, everything used to come. And see what has happened to that rate during last 1 month when things are opening or have opened to a great extent. These have all declined drastically now, and we are not getting that much of creativity even in WhatsApp. So these are some of the things, and all that happened. I would like to show you one slide. Just share this. Dr. Amar, can you please allow me to share? One challenge which I faced during my teaching was that my master's students were away from me. They were in different places in Northeast India, especially. And then they were supposed to do one project which was equivalent to one full paper. And this project was to be executed while I am sitting in my place and they are sitting in their own places. So we could do that. I was trying to tell them what to do, and then they executed it very much in the field. This was based on what they can execute out of the field-based research. Of course, the challenge was to decide the topic of the research because of this lockdown period of the second lockdown, they were not allowed to go around open in the localities, in the field situations, or anywhere they liked. So the idea was that within the bounds of the limitations they were experiencing in their respective places, how to find a problem which is adequate enough for learning equivalent to the credits which were required in their project, so that they feel satisfied, I feel satisfied, and the system also feels satisfied as a justification that the project is executed well. And I am very pleased to share with you that the projects which these people, these students executed this time was much better than many of the projects in the previous years. Why? Because they were at liberty to do the work in their own thinking, and I was not there to instruct them on hourly basis. And that provided some sort of space for their original thinking, and which they really utilized and came up with very good report. And I am sure that some of these reports will be converted into research articles in coming next 1 or 2 years with some addition of the data. And that is what has been the achievement. So what I am trying to emphasize is that not only it is an art to engage the students for learning, but also equally important is how to leave the students free for their own thinking and execution. So this is also a part of the pedagogy, and which Corona pandemic has taught us. And this is where we have achieved. Important thing is to set challenging goals to the students, so that they really know what they want to do and something new. Dr. Amar, can you please allow me to share? If you are there, there is one slide. I just wanted to show it to learned audience here. I think Dr. Amar is not with us. Okay, I will wait for just half a minute. Okay, and then we need to encourage the students to write something, and something, any topic. It may be within the syllabus or out of the syllabus, and these writing skills we need to really enhance. We are not in many cases we are not allowing them to write innovatively. Probably they don't get time or so, because our curriculum is loaded. Dr. Amar, can you please allow me to share the screen? You are there now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Actually, here power gone.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah.
No problem. Yes, yes, yes. And
Actually,
then
they on.
Yes.
They done a generator since 9 a.m. sir. 9 a.m. to 4:30 they did, but we taken permission up to 4:30 only. Now
No
power
problem.
came, no problem.
So can
Power
I
came,
share
sir.
my
Power
screen?
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome,
Okay.
sir.
So just one slide, and this is.
No, sir. Please go ahead. No problem.
No, I have only one. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is coming, sir. Yes, we know, sir. It is visible.
So that's what I was telling, that उड़ने को आसमां में पर ही काफी नहीं, खुला आसमां भी चाहिए. Only wings are not enough. For sky high flight, infinite space is also required. So what we have done is we have loaded the students with curriculum that resembles with the wings to fly high. But then we need to also provide them space free to fly high. So that's what I mean to say. And I will thank all the speakers in this session and all the learned colleagues who have connected here. And it is my fortune, my privilege to be with you today afternoon. I thank Dr. Amar for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to learn from you all. And really, it has been a very, very great learning experience. I would say that if opportunity comes, I will join you once again. And any of you, if you are in Shillong anytime, you are most welcome to interact. This mode of interaction is quite good, of course, but physical mode of interaction is also required. We cannot do away with any of these. Digital learning is going to be the norm in future, as many of the speakers have said, and we have to agree with that. And that will remain as a part of life. And now, as Madam Jagdishwari has said, one very interesting thing by the example of some of the universities who have shifted their examination process to digital mode completely. And then can we really think of that? That will environmentally save a lot of paper. And in fact, and that we must think of. I being environmentalist, so I would I will advocate for that. If we can do away with that, of course, writing practice is also required. We should not forget how to write with a pen. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramar, all the speakers, and all the learned colleagues who have joined. Thank you very much. It has been my day, and I have learned a lot. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your valuable presence. Sir is a senior teacher, but very friendly with me. Whenever I call, sir never say no. And this is the third time I am utilizing sir services. In this COVID-19 pandemic, we want to do good thing through our NEHU. So sir is always with us. to help. Now, sir, without spending single paise, we are organizing this 2-day international conference. We don't want to put any registration fee because education is free. It is our duty to provide higher education also and the quality education. So since morning, one international scholar from Australia, one from China, an NRI, so many, they are coming and forwarding. Only 1 minute for the presenter, those who are presented now. Please, you can use some videos and some images instead of only text. This is my suggestion as a teacher educator, because I am always telling word gives single meaning, image gives 1,000 meanings, video gives million meanings. And another thing, how much time you will get, how much information to keep in your PPT, that is also very important. And never try to share each and everything in the given time. That is not possible, because you select the limited how to learning outcome, how much I can reach. If you need, you can graphical representation is very good, because this is about teacher effectiveness and digital capabilities. By seeing your slides itself, we can say what type of learning capabilities you have, digital capabilities you have, whether you are a beginner or intermediate or expert or advanced. I did many courses, how to prepare PPT, how to write application, how to attend interview. There are so many advantages are there. Please keep these things. Everyone did extraordinarily. Even some research scholar, Antarade also sees a research scholar from Tezpur University, sir. And all the paper presenters, those who are presenting here, they're attending our program since June. Every program they will attend without missing. So this is only humble request to the participants. Please read some international journal articles and include 1 or 2 minutes video, not more than 5 minutes. It is extraordinarily you can reach. Even sir, this is at this level, sir created one beautiful blog. Because of sir, I learned many options. Earlier, simply I'm using blog, but I am not want to aesthetic skills. But by seeing sir, now I integrated Google Translator, sir. So here I can translate to 100 languages. Today we showed, because this is with Thailand, English to Thai language we showed. So very extraordinarily many things are there. Maybe tomorrow I'm giving one special lecture on blog-based learning, teaching and research, sir. So we organize many programs with this, and I'm expressing my gratitude, sincere thanks to Professor Uma Shankar, sir, my bottom of my heart. See, sir, this session is running since 9 a.m., sir. Morning 9 a.m. we started, now continuously exactly 8 hours. So it shows the cooperation from the participants.
We must appreciate your stamina and your power of conducting such long sessions.
Just blessings of teachers and participants, sir. The participants are always with us. Even we shared the feedback from 1 hour back, but still 40 participants are with us. It shows their dedication and the way they are learning. We are grateful to one and all. Tomorrow I will manage time exactly. We start at 9 and we'll finish at 3 p.m. of Indian time. Now I'm saying bye to all and expressing my sincere thanks to Professor Uma Shankar, sir. Sir, please, I'm requesting you to declare today program over and see you tomorrow. Please, sir.
Yeah, so the program is declared closed. Thanks again, all of you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. See you, sir. Please, all the participants, if you have any queries, we can do later. Give me now. I'm getting a call from my HOD ma'am to attend meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now participants are allowed to speak. No problem, please. I didn't take in the questions, but tomorrow I will take, no problem. We can interact. Thank you so much. Saurav Mehta, I will accommodate you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Now you can leave. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.